何もしないで生きていたくもない全てこの切なにかけて放って We are believers その光掴んで For century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become a labor 時を超え明日へ With me life of friends 今希望の旗をかけて We are believer この勇気見せるよ These friends are home ほら溢れ出した想い止められない想いでかちゃん Become a labor 壁を越え飛び出せ Fight for a dream 今この絆を背負って
Always on the way. At least you tried. Well, I can't get more excited. Get going now. Let's make our debut in this land. I can be faster. Any luck you could run from this? Run from this? You have slain an enemy! Mega kill!
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive! Ha! Ha! Taste the frostbite! Back off! The snow shall rain. Taste legendary! Taste my royal station! Taste my royal turret under attack! Imperial justice! Imperial justice! Leave it to me! Taste
adventure starts here.
It's such a nice day for a picnic with friends.
Let's go out and play! This way, my little friend.
This game is just like a walk in the park.
Pretty kitty, happy kitty, a cute friend of mine.
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Greenery and flowers below, sky and clouds above.
Hey, Dex, Bex, do you like it here?
Sweetness spreading. I need more models for practice.
Hello, friends.
Say cheese!
Poor little Melissa. Her mother has become an angel, carefully watching over her from above. But even a guardian angel can't protect her from all the ill intentions in this world. Her half-sister is a big bully. And finally, Melissa decided... Oh! Huh?
You must pay for what you've done.
Oh, really?
Avenge me.
Get ready, guys. Well, the best is yet to come.
Help!
It's getting late. Let's end this quick.
Let them go! Otherwise, I will kill her!
Now, you're working my last nerve.
Aha! Here it is.
You don't know the power of the dark side. May the Force be with you.
We are believer もっともっと強くなれる子は今その絆を信じて開く寒い夜に涙さえも枯れてゆく孤独は 心蝕むジレンマに潰されそう、自分じゃわからないリアルで確かな強さは弱さを認め合うことでその扉開き出す、僕ら未来のために誓う、何もしないで生きていたくはない、全てこの切ないだけで放って We are believers その光掴んで For century もう迷ったりはしない、立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become brave 時を越え明日が Really life of friends 今希望の旗を立てて夜がにだった勘違いのお姫様、本当の自分見せられずストレスが加速する。
Hello and welcome to the North American Challengers Tournament. I'm hype about this. You know, I'm not going to keep it too formal. I want to have some fun tonight. We got some big games tonight. We are in the top 8. We've been through 64 teams in all of North America. That's Canada, that's the United States, and they have been battling out over this week. But now we are at the final 8, and tonight we're going to see 4 of those teams face off to see who makes it to the grand finals. Up first, we're going to have Area 77 up against FNATIC, and after that we'll have DEUS Knights up against INSOMNIACS. And then after that, the winner of those 2 series will face off against each other to see who makes it to the finals. But before we go any further, I want to introduce my 2 co-casters tonight, and that is Exaya and Private Dancer. How are you doing tonight, Exaya?
I'm doing so well. I'm happy to be here as always, casting with the lovely Private Dancer and also you, of course, T-Rex.
Yeah, I'm excited. And how about you, Private?
I am doing great. I'm excited, especially these last 2 days coming up into this Friday. We've had so many teams clashing, and now we are at the final 8 today. And I'm just pumped to see these teams go at it.
Yeah, this first game definitely gonna be an epic one. We have Area 77. You know, they're essentially a household name in North America if you play Mobile Legends. A lot of people consider them top 3. They consider them up there with the BTKs, the Gosus, the Gen X's. Several, they are definitely a all-star team, and they definitely are bringing their all-star lineup tonight. They've got Yato on Mage, Marcutie in the gold lane, Gals Cutie running tank, Pogi as their jungler, and Merciless in the EXP lane. So they are studded. They came ready to play. Now the thing is, when we look at the side of FNATIC, they're a bit more of a thrown together team. We had the Valley from North American Squad League. They've also competed in some other events. Kind of had some roster switches. Guapo fell off, and they eventually started their own squad for this tournament. So we have Guapo, Gosu Yuzi, Arvel, Dragneel, and SZA. So, I mean, they do look strong. I've been watching them in some of their preliminaries. The question is are they going to have the synergy? Are they going to be able to keep up with Area 77 Private?
Well, and that's the big question here too, because Area 77 is no slouch, and especially with how we saw them perform yesterday. Definitely back here with a vengeance, and one of those teams that holds a sweep victory over Team Sexy, which already puts them like at the top of the ranks in my book for just powerful teams that are going to need to be respected when you go into a match with them.
Not only that, but Area 77 has been around for years. Their synergy is unmatched, and for a team like FNATIC, they are a new squad. They did just create their squad just for the NACT, correct? So they might have been playing with, I guess, as friends However, I'm excited to see if their synergy is able to match Area 77's.
Yeah, I mean
Well,
that's
not only
that's definitely a big question.
Mhm.
Now Guapo and Yuzi and Arvel, they have been playing together in tournaments, but they have these two new players that they picked up with SZA and Dragneel, and can they keep up? Are they going to be able to make it work against a team that is, like you just said, have literally been playing together for multiple years? A team that I believe could possibly be M4 candidates. So Fnatic definitely has a big wall to breach here. Yes, the players are amazing. We have Gosu members, we have Guapo, we have some, definitely some all-star players, but as we've seen many times, if you just throw a bunch of all-star players together, sometimes it doesn't always come out on top of hard work and the determination that we've seen Area 77 do.
Yeah, but on the other side of that too, you have a fresh team. You have a brand new start here. So you essentially have a team that nobody's seen anything from. It's hard to kind of like do the research on them. So there is that kind of surprise factor. So, it's not something, even though, Area 77 is kind of like at the top of the hill, doesn't mean that you should be overlooking this team also.
Most definitely. So any last, so Xayah, if you had to pick one right now, are you going with Area 77? Are you going with Fnatic? I always like to ask you guys, who's your favorite right now?
Right, so going based on my experience as a caster, in like watching all these previous events in the United States, in NA in general, right? I think the teams with the most synergy that have been together for a long time, who has a lot more cohesion, seem to do a lot better in these events. So I'm hoping that Fnatic will be able to prove me wrong, but we'll just have to wait.
All right, we'll see. And you, Private?
Yeah, definitely just gonna have to go with the more established team, Area 77, but definitely am looking for a great back and forth and a great match from the Fanatics here, and especially this is their first time coming together, and definitely hoping to see more of them.
All right, well, we'll see. This game should be starting soon. I'm excited for it. Area 77 versus Fnatic. Area 77 will have first pick, first ban here. And it is going to be a best of 3 to those that don't know. All of the matches we're watching tonight will be a best of 3. So, I mean, I think anything could happen. Definitely, if I was a gambling man, Area 77 would be the favorited pick here. But we know Yuzi, we know Guapo, we know these players, and they have looked good in the games previous of what I've been watching in the preliminaries. They do look like a strong team. They look like a well-oiled machine. So it's definitely to watch out for, and I just can't wait for this draft.
It looks like we're going to be getting into it here shortly.
Your team is banning.
So looking at the side, so with Area 77 having first pick here, we have to think about, we got to think about some of the important picks here. Pogi's going to be a monster on this Lancelot. We've seen it happen. So I'm wondering if that's something that we may see taken away from him from the side of Fnatic. Or are we going to just kind of see more typical bans? Something of, like right now, the Yuzong. I don't really feel like it's a target ban. We know Gal's also been targeted for his Chow as Chow tank. Merciless. Marcuti is going to play wonderfully on the Clint, the Brody, the Beatrix, things like that. I'm wondering if we're going to see any target bans off the rip here.
I do think that there will be a mixture of meta bans, but since these players from both squads know each other, since they are high-ranked players in NA, they will target ban, especially with that Ling for Guapo, right? Yes. So Guapo, I've seen him play Link phenomenally, so that was a target ban.
I didn't cure the pain.
Yeah, and then we're kind of rolling into more of these, I don't want to call them generic, but the more meta bans here. And right now, as we've settled, like, it's not a new meta anymore. Everybody's pretty much settled on what it is. And it's basically, I think the name of the game is is being able to last longer in your lane. Those thicker, those tankier heroes that can help you sustain into the mid, into the late games and stuff like that. So it's been a very interesting time right now. The Yuzong coming out of here, I feel like is probably because Area 77 might be looking for a long distance mage here or something. They just don't want to have to deal with that Yuzong coming in on them. We still do have Eve and Masha up, so I'm wondering if that's going to be coming into play, because those are still very strong picks right now.
You know, I question the Masha. You know, we watched it last night, and I guess I said it last night. I just haven't seen it in the right hands yet, maybe. So I still feel a little questionable about it. I'm wondering if it's really worth the ban. You know, especially against a team where there's so many other things to worry about. The Grok ban, definitely worth it. I've seen some amazing plays from the new Grok. I've seen, you know, it's definitely something you don't want to have to deal with. Area 77, though, does have first pick here, so I'm guessing that Grok is something that maybe they don't want to throw into their composition as they're taking off first. Are we going to see Yato with the Lilia here? Are they just going to lock him in with something simple like that? Or they lock in the Karina off rip, showing their hand, showing that jungle. Definitely not something you normally see, Xayah.
Yeah, you don't typically see junglers being picked first. However, Karina is a viable jungle in this meta. But going back to what you were saying about Masha, saying that she isn't a viable ban in this meta, and I think in a way some people fear her because of her objective. She's great at taking down towers, great at pushing lanes, and it can be detrimental if people or the enemy team does overlook the objectives. And I know that sometimes people get, I guess, caught up with not focusing on objectives sometimes.
It's not only the objectives either, it's just the harassment that she can put on into your lane. And while she can get away, it kind of forces your team to kind of readjust to go ahead and meet that. Just because if you leave her alone, if you get that one-on-one with her, you're gonna have issues. And any kind of character that forces your entire team to kind of adjust what they're doing to deal with it, I feel like is a strong pick. Unfortunately, it's been kind of hit or miss here with the Masha picks in NA so far. So I don't think we've had a really great gauge of what her capabilities are so far.
Yeah, I just feel like there's plenty of harassment tanks out there. But before we make this whole draft about Masha, I do want to point out the fact that the Yve has been given over to the side of FNATIC. Now, she's been such a deciding player, such a deciding hero for so many teams. But I like the fact that we are seeing, you know, the Franco comes in as a decent counter, who also has become a pretty out of nowhere meta recently over the past few months. A lot of people have been picking it up. It's even getting banned sometimes. Something definitely different. And then I'm guessing Guapo's gonna swap out, because we know Guapo's the jungle. Maybe he's gonna let someone else jungle, or maybe he's gonna swap that out into the gold lane. But I'm again kind of surprised by some of these early on picks from both sides, with the Karina and then the Claude on the side of FNATIC.
Well, I'm not surprised about the Eve and Lolita picks on FNATIC's side. Those two heroes being played on the same team together are a game changer, especially with Eve's slow and Lolita's ultimate. Those two skills can change the game completely.
Yeah, you're seeing down the opponent, and then you're boxing them in with that real world manipulation. On the side of Area 77, and I am definitely looking for some type of answer for this Yve, because as we saw on Thursday, if you let Yve run wild without an answer, without something that will be able to dive that back line, you're kind of asking for a lot of punishment through that game, and a lot of adjustments, and definitely some interesting picks here, especially with the two jungle picks up very early in this game. Maybe it just speaks to the confidence that these two players have on these two junglers, that they're like, all right, I picked it, throw something at me to counter it if you can, you know?
Well, we're not quite sure it's a jungle Claude yet. I don't think it's a jungle Claude. I mean, maybe it is, you know, it's a flexible pick. we have seen the jungle Claude come in occasionally. You know, it's definitely not a prio pick. We've seen it come in here and there. So they could, if the side of like if Merciless wants to pick up the Uranus or something like that here, a nice bulky side laner, yes, they might revert that Claude into a jungle. But I still feel like, I just think it does better in the gold lane. How is it going to pair up against the Beatrix? He's going to have to be very mechanical, making sure he's not getting caught off by any of those sniper shots. And we know Marcuti is a monster on the Beatrix. So I'm just surprised that was like their immediate choice of a gold laner, like, or a jungle. You know, the Clint's out there, the Brody's out there, so many options. Yes, the Blazing Duet should do good against the Karina. He does have that skill damage to damage her, but I'm just kind of iffy about it.
Yeah, and we're tap dancing here right now around the mages. Looks like we are going to go ahead and pick up the Farja, which is definitely, or well, it's looking like a long range mage here, which is definitely probably the reason for that Yu Zhong ban earlier here. And then with the Ruby is going to give them a decent amount of CC. However, like I said, you're gonna have to close the distance on that Eve very quickly. So I'm wondering how fast. I mean, Area 77 is a very solid team, so there's always methods to the madness here. So I'm gonna expect that when this happens, there's gonna be a lot of aggression and a lot of pushing, so that they can't give Eve the breath or the space that she needs to get that ult off at a safe distance.
Not only that, but seeing how Sicilian is a really good pick against Lolita too. Sicilian's second skill can definitely interrupt Lolita's ultimate. So I do think that long range mage pick is feasible against this against FNATIC's comp. However, if you're looking at the side of Area 77 right now, they are playing for a late game comp. So I'm hoping that they do get to late game so we can see their potential as in their late game heroes.
Well, what they do have also, though, to kind of deal with that, like they do also have a little bit of early game. I really like Area 77's comp. I think they have that early game assassin like Karina who can help put some pressure on. Even the Franco who can help with some of those invades with Sicilian behind him. And then they have the late game insurance with the Beatrix and the Sicilian, and they have the Ruby for sustainability. I think they found answers for that Lolita with the Franco and the Ruby. I think that as long as they can close the distance and get to her, which the hook has a nice range. And then looking at the side of the a FNATIC here, they also have a nice end game. I think it's going to be really how this Barats plays off in the early game here.
Yeah, especially in the early game, since he is particularly susceptible to the magic damage there. So we're going to have to see how well he can scale in, get those defensive items, so that he can just basically be running on them. I'm assuming that this is going to be a tank Karina to match up, because that's what we've been seeing a lot of in the NA. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I mean, it's been working for them. So
yeah, I mean, I think I wouldn't say we've seen a lot of it. I think it kind of fell off. There's a few teams that are still holding to it. I think the Valley was one of them that we saw lose that, and they ended up losing that game. But so I mean, it kind of depends on how it goes. Looks like there's a little bit of action up in the top lane here. I'm kind of wondering what's exactly happening up there. And this is something we've been seeing a lot recently with the gold lane being so viable. You know, the tank's just babysitting up there. The tank's just making sure. Right now, Claude's definitely going to lose up that matchup in the first few levels. So Lolita, Arvel's going to want to make sure that he does not go down here.
Yeah, especially, and we've seen it, games are pretty much based on, especially with these two compositions, your late game is going to be that Beatrix and that Claude, that Sicilian and that Eve. So they're definitely trying to put some protection on him, and we're probably going to have a clash here for the turtle pretty soon, or are we going to ignore it, as we've been seeing a lot of NA teams do, just in favor of trying to go ahead and push another lane?
Well, I think they ignore it when they want to focus on that gold lane, and right now everyone's sitting down here. So, you know, and especially with the fighter and the assassin jungle, I think Turtle's kind of priority here. We are seeing a bit of an engage on. The Odetta's welcome isn't able to lock on a Merciless. Real Manipulation does come up with the hook blocks on. SZA taken out of it, but Merciless now on the run away from Guapo. SZA, they don't want to let him go. Able to get under that tower though. Not a death yet, but a nice engage. Though FNATIC will take that turtle there.
Yeah, and very wisely, Area 77 saw that the turtle went over to them, disengaged very quickly, didn't try to fight that, knew that that wasn't their advantage, and this wasn't the time for a fight. So a good game on them for going ahead and disengaging and not really losing anything but the turtle there.
But not only that this is why Eve comes in so convenient because of controlling the zoning. Right when Area 77 started to engage or contest for turtle, Eve's ultimate went right up, and that's how they even was able to secure the turtle.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely able to zone, and then even forcing Merciless out of that pit for Dragneel, taking a bit of damage. Pogi able to get first blood 3 minutes in, but I mean, even with that, definitely a slow game. FNATIC with a bit of a gold lead here. But there's no one's really pushing it in. No one's really trying to take it. But the thing is with that Sicilian, with this Beatrix, with Marcuti, I just feel like Area 77 has a bit more advantage when it comes to damage in the late game. Yes, FNATIC has Yuzi on this Claude, but you know, how well is that really going to do when we get into the end game?
Yeah, you're going to have your tanks scaling up on the side of FNATICs, but is that going to be enough to withstand all the damage that's going to be coming out of the Marcuti, out of Yato? I'm not sure. We've seen it happen though before. However, Area 77 is one of those teams that does know their win conditions and plays to it. If they know that they have a late game comp, you're not going to really see them trying to push for fights in the early game. They're going to wait. They're going to be patient. So, and that is one of those things that you have to learn when you're on the opposite side of them, is to be patient as well and try not to let them get to their condition.
Right. So that's exactly what we're seeing here. They're playing a lot more passive on the side of Area 77 because they know that they're late game.
Big flicker hook onto Guapo.
Ooh.
Oh my god, escaped with just a sliver of health.
Just one hit.
What a beautiful hook though, and then flicked, literally angled it into the tower, you know, from the side. Normally it's popular to just flicker them back, but just a beautiful angle, beautiful positioning, able to catch Guapo off.
Yeah, and even though they've gotten 2 turtles, they're still only like 600 gold ahead right now. So I mean, it's still a very even game, and unfortunately, I feel like you're gonna need to push this out. You're gonna need to push this faster, this aggression, because you have the early game advantage here. You're getting these objectives, but as we get later and later, you're gonna start seeing a lot more power from the side of Area 77.
A lot more aggression too, especially since they have many heroes that are late game that scale. That's why they're playing a lot more careful so that they can get into that late game.
Yeah, and you would think that FNATIC would, you know, normally with that Baratz, you really want to try to push in the jungle. You know, you want to try to open up some space, take away that blue buff. We do have some engage SZA with the world manipulation. Marcuti going a little low, and the Blazing Delay comes in. Doesn't get the double kill, but 2 kills do go to the side of FNATIC. Trying to poke back Yato now. SZA, though, taking a bit of poke damage, trying to get away, able to safely. A nice push into that gold lane, taking out Marcuti and Gals, but SZA now caught off guard, able to get the kill. I mean, does go down. Pogi now focusing in on Guapo. I mean, you're not gonna be able to do any damage to Guapo. This man's, it's Baratz.
Ooh.
Oh, another miss.
Yeah, and a really great engagement by top, which actually ultimately did result in the objective. I was actually going to comment that if you're going to make those types of exchanges, while they were good and while it is what FNATICs need to be doing, they need to be transferring that into objectives. But they did get the objective up there, so that's what they need to be doing, and that's what they need to be kind of keeping up on here too as well.
And that top lane fight is exactly why I despise Lolita and Eve combo.
Yeah, I mean, Well, normally I really like the Ruby with the E, but any kind of big CC, and I like the Lolita a little bit more than like the Kufra when you set it up with the Eve and everything, but anything to keep them in that real manipulation as long as possible, you know? But this is, I'm glad that we're finally seeing Guapo kind of really push in here. FNATIC, but a nice hook onto SZA will get picked off there. Now, Area 77 wanting to push out, create some space. Gals Cutie waiting for the next target. Hits that second skill, is not locked anyone down, but Guapo doing some big stomp damage altogether. Blazing Duet is not locked in yet. Numeral Bless is merciless, taking a bit of damage, forced to try to retreat under this tower. Yato trying to keep some space, trying to get Merciless back to base, is able to. Merciless needs to back off though. Dragneel under the tower as Yato continues to poke away. In comes Pokey with a nice kill onto Dragneel though, chasing them down. Can he get the kill onto Guapo? Blazing Duet has come in, and it does get a kill to Mark Cutie. Pokey also in a bad position, taken out from Guapo. FNATIC able to take on that fight, pushing in on these towers. 3 towers taken away from Area 77 now. But, you know, the kills are still even, and the gold lead is not too substantial yet.
Yeah, we're basically looking at what will result in a mistake, or one, if you're FNATICs right now, keep it together, keep your shot groups tight, keep your rotations tight, because the moment you guys lack, especially with this Franco, especially with Gals Cutie, who has been landing some phenomenal hooks, every single hook he's landed has resulted in a death for the side of FNATICs here. So definitely need to watch out for that here as we start getting into the mid and late game. Like you said, it's close, and that could be the game changer here.
Something I want to point out of what happened in that mid lane fight, everyone on the FNATIC side all dove, and that's what they have. They have so much tankiness on their team.
Yeah, I think, I mean, this is definitely what FNATICs need to do. We were talking about the end game possibilities with Area 77, and they definitely need to, they got to try to end this. They need to be aggressive. They need to push in, and they do have the ability to that with the world manipulation, with Guapo on this Barats, and now with Yuzi on this Claude, making those blazing duets count. So if they can keep that up, then they could end it. But they kind of kicked it into gear a little late, in my opinion. We're already at 10 minutes. They haven't gotten, you know, it's not too deep. Hopefully they can get to an inhibitor here with this last Lord push. But they've finally taken a large gold lead. This is where they need to make their move, you know, because if we get into the 15-16 minutes, it's going to be a tough game for them.
I don't think it's a little too late at all, seeing how many towers they have taken down, and also Lord. They even secured the early first one.
Lord, though, is crashing in. A nice kill onto Guapo. Gals Cutie will go down also. It's a 1, make it a 2-for-1. Poggy now on the chase. He needs to be careful, though. Can he get onto Dragneel? Getting slowed down from Dragneel. And now Poggy in a little bit of a bad position. He needs to try to get away, actually. And Dragneel just seems to always come in at the right time, creating some space for his teammates.
Yeah, unfortunately, that fight at the bottom kind of seemed like it cost FNATICs way more than it did Area 77. They had the Lord coming in, lined it up with the Luminal Blast, but you had the entire team in the range of that tower taking so much damage. And then that AoE strike that the tower does, that clears out the minions and everything like that, that fight quickly turned in the Area 77's favor down there. And like I said, it comes down to those, there's a different game that needs to be played when you're coming onto those inhibitors, when you're coming onto those core dives, and unfortunately you need to be a lot safer, and you can't just kind of steamroll the same way that you've been throughout the rest of the game.
I don't think that bot lane fight even costed FNATIC much. Yes, they were at a disadvantage comparing the loss, the deaths. However, they still have control of the entire map. I don't think they have lost their momentum. They just need to like regroup and just go for an end game.
I mean, they definitely have a... I mean, Area 77, I know that you mentioned it earlier, Private. They know what their win condition is here. They know what their option is here. So as long as they can just buy more time, though, a nice hook, though, onto that Lolita. Arbel will go down. Odeta's coming in, able to gobble up Poggy against the wall, get the kill. Guapo now coming around to the mid lane, but a nice hook on it. Guapo, can they make it count? Not quite. And that's the tankiness of that Barats, the sustain of Dragneel on this Uranus, it seems to be a bit of a problem. And Yato, it makes the end game opportunity of the side of Area 77 even more end game. You know, like normally he can pick off Yuzi, he can pick off SZA around the 15 minutes mark, but what's he gonna do with Guapo? It's gonna be a while until he gets his stacks high enough to actually be able to put a dent in that armor.
And I do think that Karina does fall off in mid to late game, and given that side of FNATIC is extremely sneaky, I think it's going to be hard for Karina to secure a squishy goal.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you don't even have a Demon Hunter sword on top of the Beatrix yet, so you're still not. Guapo's going to be a threat for a while right now.
Yeah, but we are having a bit more of an engage. I mean, this is where Area 77 starting to make a little bit of a comeback here. Taking out 3 members, 3-for-2 trade, reclaiming some of the jungle. They should be able to, I mean, is that their Lord? I missed that. Did the Lord go to Area 77 there, or is it crashing towards them? They're gonna need, it's coming towards them. So they are gonna need to deal with that here shortly. Guapo, little low here. They are able to get the kill. Luminal Blast not able to lock down. A beautiful hook coming from Gals. Can they stop him? This trap for Dragneel and Yuzi are here to help out. They want to push in. Merciless a little in health. A nice I'm offended. Cutie with the ultimate taking out Uzi. Dragneel also taking some damage. Can they finish him off? Mark Cutie with the kill. Make that a double. A nice play from Area 77 defending the siege. They do pay with an inhibitor for it though.
Yeah, great. I'm offended into that machine gun spray on Mark Cutie. Took out 2 of them, and I was actually going to critique about how they weren't actually dealing with the Lord, and if FNATICs actually did kind of contain them for a bit and held them in their place, they would have a heck of a time dealing with it. But able to get turn that fight around and deal with the Lord, and there's only a 500 gold lead right now, so they've definitely made this game a lot closer right now, and we're starting to hit that end game, and this is where it's going to be make or break time for FNATICs. You got to make something happen now, because if you don't, these scaled from Mark Cutie and Yato is going to be chewing them up.
I think that the last team fight was the game changer for Area 77. We are seeing that scalability from Cecilia and also Beatrix right now. I'm kind of curious to see what's under the sleeve of FNATIC right now, given that we are about to go into soon.
Yeah, I think I mean, as we're 15-minute mark, can you lay it? Now hold on, a nice stun onto Guapo. Real manipulation does come out though. Mark Cutie with some nice positioning, but just not enough damage. Yuzi now chasing him down, but Mark Cutie's got the machine gun, and Pogi into the decline. The immortality pops onto Yuzi. Can he get the finish? Bell takes a snipe shot to the face as Yato finishes him off, but while this is happening, Dragneel in the top lane, split pushing. FNATIC just doing a wonderful job right now at controlling the macro. You know, every time they bring these engages, you got Dragneel in the top lane, or Lord coming down the bottom. FNATIC really playing to their advantage, knowing that they have, knowing that they can beat them out with just 4 against 5 and keeping those side lanes pushed in right now.
Right, and you see Area 77 winning team fight, however, they are still losing objectives with towers going down.
Just keep going though. Merciless not offending to stop that real manipulation. A nice pick from Mark Cutie getting that kill. Mark Cutie finally kind of getting online here. Yeah, 4, 3, and 7. Definitely didn't have the star-studded start to the game that we normally see. So hopefully at this point, we are starting to see some damage come from the side of Area 77.
Yeah, and then just great plans anyway from Area 77. Mark Cutie, and that's the last fight came on for the flank to spray down onto FNATICs. Real world manipulation coming in here. Taken out of it by an I'm offended by Merciless here. And there's going to be a fight here at this Lord.
Yeah, they keep going. And do get the steal. Whoa, not able to secure it. It goes into the hands of Area 77, and FNATIC is falling fast. 3 members down. Dragneel just coming back from the death, back on the map, but it's a 5 against 3 right now. Death counters at 30 seconds. There should be enough time to get everybody back on the field for FNATIC, but a Lord for the first time in 16 minutes is coming towards FNATIC this time.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these comps and these matches just really lean on this late game. It's been a very surprising thing for me too, because I'm a fan of that early game and try to close it down early. But I mean, right now the sustain in this current meta is just unbelievable.
Definitely, they are pushing in. Luminal Blast does not lock on anyone, but a nice angling claw is bringing them together. They are able to take that inhibitor. They're going to rotate up to this tier 2 tower, lock it down. Rover comes up, but I feel like it comes up a little bit early. Gauss Cutie is caught up, but you're not going to be able, I mean, I guess maybe space, make some space for that Lord, but the rest of the team coming around, and Lord is still at half health. They have a wave coming down the mid, but Area 77 opts to fall back. Health bar is just a little too low. We got what we wanted. We evened out the playing field. And now I think the game is starting to get into their territory as we close in on the 18th minute.
Right, so you do see Area 77 regressing back from that team fight. They did not lose that team fight. However, they know that they have late game, so that's the best bet. Just to back off and get steal.
Blazing DEUS coming in, Marcuti not going down though. They do finally get the kill. Wilbur comes up at the end. Areas of 77, members of Area 77 all dropping. 3 taken out. Pogi trying to defend with his life. He is just a ball. A tank does take out Dragneel. Still not taken out. Back onto the tower into safety as Yato fire shots from a distance, able to hold off this siege. But another wave of minions is coming. 4 against 2 right now. Can Pogi and Yato, the final survivors, defend this? Luminal Blast does come in, but it does not connect. Pogi trying to stop it. They just need to clear this wave, last a bit longer as Gauss Cutie comes back onto the field, ready to hook. FNATIC, here comes a concealed play. Not able to land the hook, but he was ready for it. He was ready for it.
That concealed play was definitely not necessary, especially since Facilian and Karina did back off. Like, what was the purpose of the hook? What was the purpose of the conceal? No one was going to follow up on that hook anyways, even if he did land it.
Yeah, unfortunately too, I am starting to see a little bit of a problem when Franco does land these hooks onto Barats, because
does come out in a nice angling claw. The immortality, but I don't think Yuzu's getting away from this one as Area 77 closes the distance. Moving in, SZA, Guapo are here to try to clear out. They do have a wave of minions coming down the middle of this. Area 77 want to keep up this push. They decide not to. Lord is up. They have the ability to try to take this right here, right now.
Given that Area 77 only has 1 member down and FNATIC have 2, they do have more control of the map than the Lord right now. Will we see an engage from FNATIC? I don't know. They are trying to move in on the Lord.
Yeah, and Yato right now is at 5-0, and it's just raining down damage onto the team of FNATICs here. But like I was saying, like with his next engagements, I'm definitely going to be looking for Franco to maybe try to pull somebody other than Barats, because every single time he has done that, it has cost his team, because they will jump onto that Barats, the real world manipulation comes out, rains down onto them, and it costs them a lot of abilities and a lot of ults in that moment. Or at least for his team, Area 77, to see that Barats pull and kind of like back off from it, not want to waste your abilities on it.
Let's see what happens here. Can Area 77 end this right here, right now? It's still best of 3. There are answers. They aren't able to melt down the floor with we do have a little something going down in the bot. I don't think much is going to come out of it, but the Lord getting closer. I think at this point, Area 77 just wants to try to take another inhibitor. I don't know if they can guarantee. They know they probably can't end here, but try to get something out of this Lord push, and they're just not able to here.
You just see Karina and Uranus just dancing at bot lane there.
Gets stunned and everything. Finally, Marcuti is here. She does have that DHS. She's going to be able to do a bit more damage. Pogi and Dragneel just hugging it out right now. Spending so much time. Marcuti misses the sniper shot, lands the second one though, and now Merciless is here also. But it's a little too late. The Luminal Blast does get stopped as the rest of the team closes in. Marcuity able to finally take out Dragneel and get out of the way of that real manipulation. Sending off sniper shots into the inside. A nice bulwark shield from Arvel. The rest of the team is coming in. Merciless pushing forward. A nice I'm offended onto Guapo. Pogi now in the midst of all 5 as FNATIC try to back off. Minions have finally broken through that top inhibitor, and Area 77 now has control of the map.
Did you guys see how Dragneel was overconfident on Uranus and just got immediately bursted down as soon as Sicilian came through?
Yeah, but until then, I think he did what he wanted to, which is to try to elongate the fight down there. And unfortunately, it seems like the longer these fights are going on, it's definitely going in the side of Area 77. As we saw, they just lost an inhibitor for all the time that they spent kind of dancing around at bottom, not really making a huge impact or a huge push there.
I think there's, right now, I think there's definitely a, oh, looks like we are going to have a pause here. Let's jump back to this caster's desk real fast. And we're waiting on that. I'm guessing maybe a disconnection, maybe something happens here. We'll be back up shortly. But as we creep into this end game, guys, is this game in the hands of Area 77 right now? Or is there a possibility for FNATIC to come and finish this in there for them?
Right now, seeing the side of Area 77 on Beatrix and Sicilian, their KDA is insane right now, especially with Yato with no jets. They are scaling. I think the game is secured in their hands right now. We do have Lord coming up, I think, in 15 seconds right now, right? So we will see them setting up for Lord soon.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping right back in. They are ready to go. So, and you're right. Right now, FNATIC does have a nice position towards the Lord pit. I mean, they do have the Franco who can who can send those hooks into those bushes. Everyone knows where you're going to zone. So they do have the capability to possibly break through here. Guapo, I mean, if he can keep that Lord in his side of the pit, he should be able to stay on. It could really just end up being a retribution battle.
Right now it's looking like they're kind of wanting a fight. They got that Lord right in the middle. They're all kind of meeting there. It looks like they just want to dance off right here.
We are seeing something. You could take this private.
Oh yeah, we got Merciless trying to lead the charge here, looking to try to zone out Guapo and the rest of FNATICs here. Area 77 putting a lot of damage onto that Lord. Sanguine Claws do miss, which is just kind of dancing around now, trying to see who's going to make the first mistake here, even though FNATICs are down one. Still able to hold the line here for this Lord, and Pog is putting some damage on me here. Looks like we have a fight down here at Gal's Cutie. Looks like he might actually go down. Guapo coming in. Nice. I'm not sure there's an I'm offended by Merciless. Oh, I'm offended. Does connect. A lot of damage coming down from Sicilian. Takes out two of them.
Huge.
And then real world manipulation coming down to actually finish off. The rest of them is going to be able to take down Karina and Marcuity. Woo! Ed is able to take down Marcuity, and he is trying to get away. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to, but Arvel is trying to get the safety, and it looks like Saza is able to get away. That fight turned into FNATIC's favor very quickly.
In FNATIC's favor, yes, we do have minions pushing down at top lane and bot lane on Area 77, but they just lost one person. It was just Marquis that went down in that team fight. However, it looks like we might be starting up the Lord again, and they are asking for a pause.
Another pause. Let's we're gonna jump back to this caster's deck for a second until we figure out exactly what's going on. Maybe they're buying themselves some time. Maybe I don't know exactly what's going on here. Again, you have to remember this is a large-scale tournament across the entirety of the USA, a country the size of Western Europe. So I mean, you're gonna have these issues sometimes. But right now, after that last fight right there, it really feels like Area 77 kind of has the game in their hands. They waited for that win condition that we were talking about. They waited to get into the late game. Now we're at 24 minutes. There's Yato's just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. And I really just don't think that there's any answer for that on the side of FNATIC.
Right, and given that Sicilian is a scaling hero, I feel like this is definitely in the hands of Area 77, especially since they only have one teammate down, and on the side of FNATIC, they have two. What I've noticed is that Dragneel on Uranus, I feel like he's playing a little too overconfident in team fights. Always in the front line, even though Lolita, Rat aren't nearby, and he's always the first one to go down. And given that they're always engaging without, I guess, their teammates, I feel like FNATICs are kind of like slowly slipping up their game now.
Well, what's happening now is that FNATICs is just getting zoned out. They have no answer for this Sicilian. Nobody who can get to that back line and try to stop this damage out. And all you're waiting for is this I'm offended by Merciless. And he's been... And that's another thing too, is Yato's been so patient, not giving up his position or anything. As soon as he sees that I'm offended connect on at least two players, he just comes in with those sanguine claws and the rest of the damage and just starts crushing the FNATICs. And there needs to be an answer for that. There needs to be something that they can do, maybe a flank of some sort. I'm just not sure who you'd be using it for, or who you can use to go ahead and get a flank, or at least to come around to get into Yato's bubble, so to speak.
Yeah, I think, I mean, there's definitely opportunity here. Like, I think the problem, the Barats was really good in the beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now the only person that can get to that back line for FNATIC is Yuzi. They have one player who can really try to pick Yato off here, or try to pick some of that back line, try to take Marcuti out. Of course, Marcuti's on the Beatrix. Beatrix doesn't have a lot of range. She's got to get a bit more in your face, dance around. But FNATIC just has nothing really to answer to that Sicilian right now. Nobody to get back there and do some insane damage. The Barats looked really good in the very beginning, and it was doing really good. But now it just feels like you have a bunch of these tanky people who can't get to the back and can't do any damage to the back of Area 77.
I think what FNATIC can do right now to maybe turn this game around is wait patiently for a good Lolita set, following up with a Eve ultimate. However, you always do see Merciless right there in their face, CCing them so they don't get the opportunity to use their ultimates, fortunately.
Well, I think that's going to come with a bait. You're going to have to use either the Guapo or the Dragneel. My choice would be the Guapo to go into there to try to tank a lot of that damage, try to bait out those abilities, and that's when you're going to want to set up with Arvel and with that real-world manipulation on the side of Eve as well. So, right. I mean, it's going to come down to how you can play the characters that you have right now.
The bait, yes, with Guapo or Dragneel, but I do think that they are being picked off a lot faster than they are expecting to be picked off.
Yeah, and I mean, another problem, the one problem that Area 77 is going to have here, though, is those, like right now, we got Merciless up against the base trying to defend as the minions push in, and this is something that FNATIC did so well earlier, was controlling the macro of the side lanes, making sure that they're always, now with those inhibitors down, they always kind of have the advantage. That bottom lane is going to constantly be pushed a bit harder until Area 77 takes that EXP lane inhibitor on the other side. But a nice stun onto Arvel. Real manipulation does come up, though. Try to zone them. Merciless, with that second skill, does use I'm offended onto SZA. Keeps pushing forward, but the Luminal Blast not able to connect. Will get stopped and canceled. But FNATIC continues to hold down this Lord Pit, and that's probably the only problem with the Franco, is they don't really have any way to crack in either right now.
Well, they're basically waiting for a good hook from Franco to get onto a more susceptible player than the tanky front line that you have here. You're going to want to get, well, you're not going to be able to get that Eve. It's Eve or Uzi who you're looking for. Any of these other characters are going to be, are not going to be what you want as a Franco for your team to be wasting damage on and your abilities.
Oh, nice. I'm offended though on the Dragneel. I mean, and that's the damage we're seeing of a hero that was so bulky in the beginning. Odeta's welcome does get on to Pogi. He's going to bring him right back into the death ball. Merciless, though, coming in. Luminal Blitz does land down. A big stun on Pogi and Gauss Cutie, but Area 77 continues forward. Guapo able to get away with just a swoop. Blazing Duets comes in and takes out Pogi. Merciless and may just be next. Gal's Cutie also on the line. Yuzi closes the distance, forces a flicker out of Gala as Dragneel in the back lane, able to get a kill onto Yato finally. FNATIC now taking control of this game.
Yeah, but what are you doing with that control right now? I mean, are you going to get a Lord? Are you going to push it into the lane? Make a decision here, because they're kind of all over the place right now. When what you should be doing is kind of setting up for this final push.
That's rough. I mean, the death counters are at 70 seconds. They don't need Lord. They're going to push in. Gal's Cutie Merciless all alone right now. We got 30 seconds until Poke comes up. A nice hook on a Dragneel, but damage just isn't enough. Merciless and Gal's Cutie are supposed to be frontline tanks, and in comes Uzi with the Blazing Duet, not able to connect too much, but it may be just enough for FNATIC to try to end this here. A wave of minions now marching down the center, closing in. Merciless trying to defend. This could be it. Uranus will be able to get this. Merciless with a nice I'm offended, locking on. Kenny survives for Karina to get back up. And they're going to be able to end this, but enough time for Pogi to come on, but it's just not a maybe. Oh my god. Is he going to get to defend? Pogi's here. Use the immortality on the bell. Yato now back on the map, and all there's left is one cannon. Area 77 with one insane siege defense right there.
Right, I thought we were all betting on FNATIC ending the game right there, then and there, right? I thought that the only way that Area 77 would even elongate the game is by holding down mid lane. Franco had to go down, Ruby had to go down, but that did buy them some time to respawn into the lane.
Yeah, just a great job by those two to go ahead and hold that line there. But I mean, how long have they elongated it for? Because you have FNATIC's going here and getting this Lord, and the question is, can Area 77 hold this off with this Lord push? It's going to be tough.
Well, they do have, well, as soon as Lord comes down to their base, all 5 of Area 77's teammates will be up to defend. Will there be a big push from FNATIC's side? It looks like we might see an endgame right then and there.
Yeah, I think we definitely. I'm still just I'm so shocked that Area 77 was able to
defend that.
That was pure insanity right there. Able to last it out and make it count. I mean, just huge. But the Lord is coming. Can they defend this? Guapo pushes right into the middle, gets an Odetta's welcome onto Gal's Cutie, but is taken out before the immortality does come up. Uses that Winter Truncheon. Mark Cutie is just pushing away. The Lord goes down. Arvel, FNATIC will lock onto the base and finish that game.
Color me surprised. Such a great game by FNATIC. They did start to lose touch a little towards the mid and end there. You started seeing a mounted comeback by Area 77, but that those final fights, they're able to kind of push their way in and capture the victory. It was amazing victory for them, for FNATIC here against a very, very solid team.
Yeah, and that was a well-deserved win. However, I'm slightly disappointed. I don't know if you guys are disappointed just as I am, but seeing how much potential that Area 77, the scaling on Cecilia and Beatrix, I feel like they had that game. They should have had that game secured, considering they were the late game comp. So for me to see them lose this game, I'm like, what could have they done better that round?
I feel like there was a setting issue. And this is where a lot of the critiques for the Franco sometimes come in. Yeah, you can isolate that one player, but as far as like sets come in, you have the Lolita here, you have the Yve on their side, and even just the tankiness of Guapo. But on the side of Area 77, you have just that Franco that's really able to, you have the Ruby in there as well, but just not as effective as other tanks that would be able to kind of group them and let that Sicilian rain down damage on them and kind of keep them grouped. I just feel like they didn't have enough peel for their back line as well.
I think they. I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like Area 70 should have had that. A couple misplays. There was that one moment during that that Yato gets caught off guard in the back line from the Uranus from Dragneel, and that was. I mean, they literally took the words out of my mouth. I was talking about how Yato, they have nothing to answer him in the back, and then Dragneel just walks right onto the back and is able to get that pick. So, you know, what does Area 77 do differently here? Do they come with a bit more of a maybe early game aggression? You know, I don't see Pokey play the Karina too much. I was really caught off guard when I saw them pick that up as their very first pick also. So, you know, maybe put him on something up. Maybe put him on something a little different instead of that Karina. Yes, he did well on it, but I don't know.
I don't think it is the Karina pick that was at fault here. I do think that there wasn't necessarily like good sets from either Ruby or Franco. I feel like Ruby was always using her ultimate or even her second skill to counter Eve's ultimate and also Lolita's ultimate as well. So I feel like Area 77's frontline were more reacting towards FNATIC's plays.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of ways we could roll about that in our heads. You know, Guapo definitely played a wonderful job on that Barats, able to break in, able to get through. The Luminal Blasts from Arvel also made a huge difference. There was one of those last ones towards the end there where he's able to lock down onto Pogi, lock down onto Gala. I just feel like Area 77 honestly, I feel like they got skill gapped there. You know, I feel like when we got to that 20 minutes, they had the better composition, and FNATIC just plain up beat them. No excuses, you know?
All right, so it was a well-deserved win. Like we were just talking at the beginning of the match that FNATIC is a new team. I was questioning their synergy, but like that game alone showed that even if they're a new face in tournament, they are great players, new face, new squad.
Your team is banning.
They can still beat an older team that has way more experience. Not experience in a game sense, but like synergy experience, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
well, not just that, but I didn't see too much of one thing on the side of what these two comps had, and on the side of FNATICs, you had like they basically have embraced this very thick regen and tanky meta, whereas you were still trying to kind of blast through that on the side of Area 77. A lot of those matches went for a very long time. Even the engage, or not those matches, a lot of those fights went on for a very long time, even when Area 77 had the advantage and was able to pick off or at least hook one with Franco. You still saw like a bunch of damage going on to him. That hero either Dragneel or Guapo still able to get away while the rest of the team was able to kind of like rain damage on them. So those fights started going on, and I feel like it just came down to they were just too tanky after a bit to be able to like to keep up the damage as they started kind of like closing in on you.
Yeah, I think I mean, the question is though, can Area 77 do something different this game? You know, what do they bring differently to the composition? They do have second pick this time. They did put that Ruby in the EXP lane, so it's not something you normally always see. They did get locked up. Normally they want to pick up the Uranus, so they want to pick up their Esmeralda, and they weren't able to get either of those. The Esmeralda got banned, and then the Uranus went into the hands of the side of FNATIC. So I think this time what's important for them is to prioritize a little bit better instead of, you know, don't lock in the Karina first. Get in some of those things that make your all-around solid lineup just a bit cleaner overall. we'll see what happens.
Well, maybe even just a balance. Don't put all your eggs into that late game basket. Maybe get yourself something that can help you support in the early game. You don't want to just get clapped the entire early game. You want to at least put up a little bit of a fight so that it's not that much of an uphill battle once you get to mid and late game.
Most definitely. They are coming in with the bans. The Masha still banned on the field right now. The Eve, the Lilia for Yato. They really want to limit on his hero pool. It's literally all mages from the side of FNATIC right now. Are they, do they feel comfortable? Like, listen, pick the Sicilian again. We're not worried about it. I would also, we know Yato can pick up the Kagura. We know he has other options, the Farza possibly. Esmeralda still on the field. They're going to give it right over to the hands of FNATIC here. Are they gonna? What's up with these jungle picks up front?
I don't think it's a good pick to I don't think it's a good first pick, especially since they can easily counter. However, I don't think they're actually gonna lock it. So we do see Esmeralda on the side of FNATIC here, and I wonder if they're going to bring out Dairoth on the side of Area 77. Counter, right?
Yeah, they were kind of teasing that in the first draft, that Dairoth, so I don't know if they're going to pick it up. We do still have Lance open, and we do know that FNATICs do have a great Lance player, so I'm not sure. I know that got banned out in the second round of the draft last time, so we'll see how that works out here. Uranus being picked up. I'm not sure how well. I feel like you're going to have a lot of late rotations with Uranus against an Esmeralda. She's going to be able to clear faster, invade, and rotate into Area 77 a lot faster than this Uranus will.
Your team is picking.
I mean, this time Merciless will pick up the Uranus. And I mean, people talk about how the Esmeralda counters the Uranus or this or that, but honestly, I've seen Merciless outplay plenty of Esmeraldas, and I would even argue to the fact that Uranus has a bit more sustainability in the end game. So we're definitely not going to be watching the XP lane this game.
Right.
Definitely not.
It's going to be a Borg lane.
Little slap
I
boxing
expect
going
that we're
on down
going to see
there.
a lot of the junglers ganking the gold lane, because it's too much sustainability on the side of, both sides in the XP lane.
And looks like they are picking up the Sicilian, taking that away from
Karina.
77. Yeah, I mean,
Switching up drafts.
Right.
I've always wondered about this, especially when you take it away from your opponents, and especially when they showed such comfort on these heroes, because I mean, do you still have the same skill that they have? Is this like a confidence thing? Because you know that if they've played these heroes enough, they have to know the counters. They have to know what to do against the Sicilian, what to do against the Karina that's coming in. We do see that Farza picked up, and yeah, we're gonna have two very far-ranged mages this game, and it's looking kind of like we're gonna have like basically the same type of comp. Okay. And we have a Diggy ban.
It's feasible. It's not a bad ban. We've seen some teams pick it up. It works, I mean, especially when you're up against the Lolita, and now you have Yato picking up this Farza, who's going to bring in another little bit of CC, another little bit of slowdown. And my guess is maybe they bring in even more CC with, well, Pogi or Marcuti are going to be gold lane and jungle, so we may not see something too crazy from them. Does Marcuti just go for the Beatrix again here? Or does he try something a little different? Maybe the Brody, maybe even the Clint, who for some reason we haven't been seeing a whole lot of recently.
However, we do know that Marcuti is insanely great on Clint. However, he's just great overall player in gold lane. Whatever hero he does choose, I think he won't have any problem winning his lane.
I feel like Clint has fallen off because people are kind of onto his game. The range of that little dash that he has is almost not enough. We've talked before about the better gold laners needing to have a dash or some type of escape to be able to get out of those hairy situations. And are we going to see a Lance on the side of Area 77?
Bogey God on Lance. I mean, there's definitely that slight bit of uncomfortability though with it. like, because they're on Central Server right now. They're both on the opposite side of the United States, so we may not see Pogi pick up the lance in this game. If he goes up against the East team, that's when I think we're really going to see him shine.
Yeah, I highly doubt we're going to be picking up a Guinevere here.
However, I have been seeing a lot of Gwyn picks in like casual rank. I wouldn't be surprised, especially since she did get a slight revamp, correct?
Yeah, she got a
she's
revamp.
OP with Golden One, yo. She's OP with Golden One, I swear.
She puts stacks on you now that if you get 3 stacks, you don't even have to jump on them to pop them up. Your ult alone will pop them up into the air. So there have been some good changes to her. Still hasn't really fit into the meta. We do see a Raphael and a Paquito picked up on the side of FNATIC. So a lot of engagement and disengagement speed on them. That Paquito going to be able to get in and out, and just a insane amount of damage in the early and mid game.
And
I do
then
think
Lake
that
sustainability too.
Right,
With
and I do
Esmeralda
think
and the
that
Wrath.
Rafaela is a good pick. I'm not a big fan of supports, especially we have seen a lot less supports this meta this season, especially with the tank meta, the tank items coming around. I am really happy to see a lot more tanks being played now. For like side of FNATIC, I guess the movement speed. Rafaela is a good pick for their team here.
Yeah, I mean, and you want to see. What I hate is when you see like a Rafaela with the Lancelot or with the Ling, someone that doesn't really benefit from it because they're so fast. But with the Karina and the Paquito and the all of the heroes on the side of FNATIC aren't extremely mobile. Yes, Paquito he gets the speed up from the champ stamps, etc., but overall they can really kind of run a the oob. They can run the oob strat and stick together and just plow forward and move in and out. And it does look good. You have Cecilion who can just kind of sit in the back and pick away as Karina, Tito, Esmeralda just dive in. But Pogi should be able to dash through and get to that back line and take out SZA on that. I think his main goal is focus on this Rafaela, focus on the Cecilion, and try to get to that back line as quick as possible.
Yeah, I think both of these teams have kind of the same thing in mind with their comps, just different characters to kind of execute that, especially with trying to dive into the back line or waiting until these mages start trying to rain down that damage on you.
Yeah, but so with this, I have to say that it's kind of hard to decide who I give the early game to right here. I feel like having the Rafaela, you're a bit, you're not as bulky as, of course, the Lolita right now. Lolita is already getting that stun in, so I think we're going to see a bit more aggression coming from Area 77. You have to Pogi also puncturing through, putting some nice damage onto Guapo as Merciless keeps Dragneil away. Dragneil going to follow him down, but I don't think much is going to happen here. We got the never-ending battle in the bot lane right now. Merciless, though, is a little low. Gonna need to be careful, but he knows how to keep his distance. Something we completely missed, though. We got Yuzia on the Paquito in the gold lane here.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very interesting matchup there. If she's going to try to switch to that, it's one of those characters that's hard to hit with the shotgun because of his movement and how unpredictable he can be. And then if you switch over to the machine gun, you're going to have to be a lot closer range, and you definitely don't want to be close range with a Paquito.
He gonna get you right in the math, as G would like to say. You're right in the math. I think Mark Cutie should be, like you said, if a little bit of battle in the mid. Yato takes some damage. Pogi is here, punctures through. Guapo now on the run. He's gonna keep pushing in. Pogi it doesn't take a drop of damage. Dragneil for the gets first blood onto Yato. A nice rotation. Merciless decides not to follow up, and this is what happens when you don't keep eyes on that Esmeralda.
Yeah, and I was talking about this earlier, is just when you have that Esmeralda versus Arenas, especially in this early game, she's going to be able to clear that lane, even if she's not beating Merciless. If she's able to clear her lane and get to those engagements quicker than him, you're basically at a 5v4, and you got that surprise attack coming in, and we saw Area 77 pay for it there.
Yeah, so they're gonna have to be careful in those rotations. They're gonna have to watch out. Now we're gonna see a little bit of a fight over this turtle here. Guapo and Pogi both playing it patient. They don't want to force the engage. They want to kind of let the other team. Merciless comes over to the wall, trying to lock in. Area 77 now taking control of the turtle pit. Yato does not have that feathered airstrike just yet, so he can't make any huge zoning move. Decides to clear this mid wave, control the macro. Pogi moves on to this turtle here.
I do think that Area 77 shouldn't have let that turtle reset. They could have gotten it easily since it was a 3v4 fight at turtle.
They still got it though. And in comes Pogi, able to get the kill onto that rat. Arvel is taken out. We're evening out the kills. But even though they got that turtle, look at the gold. They're still even with FNATIC. And this is the thing, you spend all that time trying to get that turtle, and Guapo's just farming up his jungle and even takes your red buff now.
I mean, if you aren't going to secure the turtle, then you have to like secure something else on the map, right? So he did red buff.
And he's kind of adjusting up to the top here. Guapo getting that that gold minion, and looks like we're gonna have just a bit of a push here up on this gold lane. I'm not really sure what they're. I don't think they're actually gonna try to too big of an engagement without their jungler here. And then we do have 4 members gonna start closing in on Area 77 here.
Yeah, the feather strike does come out, but Guapo wants to close in on. Yato does a little bit of damage. The sniper shot hits him, brings him down to half health. SZA brings in a nice little blitz though from Gauss Cutie. Guapo, little Cutie now on the run, taken out from Guapo, and now Gauss Cutie caught in a very bad position up against the wall, dashes through. He's gonna take y'all on a chase right here. He knows he's going down, but he's gonna pull you away. SZA firing off. Gauss Cutie will go down.
And this is why Raffaello works so well in this comp, is that movement speed and also that extra heal too. That's how Guapo was able to even stay. I thought he was about to go down there, but he's still up and alive.
Well, I
Merciless
mean,
here.
Merciless was just hanging out, like I'm just gonna keep bothering you, harassing you, and this is where Merciless starts to shine a little bit as that Uranus. With, I mean, Guapo, and look at the Esmeralda, just completely leaves him alone. Like, I'm not even wasting time, Guapo. Just leave him alone, Guapo. Leave him alone.
I mean, if you knew any better, like you shouldn't be on the EXP lane anyways. It's too much sustainability, too much durability there to get a very good kill.
And does look like 77 is starting up on this Lord and is just zoning out the Raphael here. Not really much that FNATICs can do for that. No, then the turtle's really not having too much. I mean, it was there, so they took it, but like it's not really having too much of an effect here. And to the point that FNATICs are basically just kind of starting ignoring it now. I think it's just.
Right, they don't even need to focus on the turtle. They, like, Area 77 did secure 2 turtles, however, they are slightly down on gold.
Yeah, but the strike does come down.
Guapo taking a bit of damage. Merciless coming in, a nice luminal blast. Pogi dashes in, dashes out. Now he's forced to get away though, because SZA is firing shots. Dragneil with the falling Star Moon onto Merciless. And he will not go down, chasing down Dragneil, but here comes Arvel to back him up. Merciless back to the bottom. While all this is happening, Yuzi secures that gold lane tier 3 tower.
Yeah, first tower going over to the side of FNATICs here. Might have been a mistake by Uzi, kind of baited in there by Mark Cutie, and he's going to go down here quite quickly, and they're going to go ahead and try to clear up this mid tower. They are 1 tower down yet. And I was just about to say that they're very even here in these fights. They come in, they clash, and then they kind of disengage again. After they swing their swords, they kind of realize, okay, this isn't the point. This isn't the time yet. we just don't have the damage to be taking them down like that. Oh, and a very nice ult by Rafaela onto that feathered airstrike of Yato, able to shut that down very quickly.
We're at 7 minutes now, right? Only 5 kills on the map. Another pretty slow-paced game overall. Yes, some towers. 2 towers have been taken. That's all. Nothing too major. Gold still at. I mean, they're pretty much tied in gold. Back in the mid though, a nice pick onto Arvel. But again, it's just a pick here and there, a play here and there from both teams. No huge clash, but I got a feeling it is possibly coming soon. Everyone's kind of getting to where they need to and just waiting for that right moment to make the play that matters.
Right, so I feel like at this point, Area 77 is kind of like wasting time with the turtle thing. This is just 3 turtles, right? And it didn't seem that big at all.
Kogi chasing down Dragneel, able to get a double kill, going to the hands of Marcuti. Guapo also on the run. The snipe shot comes in. Merciless chasing him down under the tower, but Yuzi's there to back him off. A nice left jab coming on to Merciless, but it's still, I mean, that Uranus, I got a feeling it may end up being a very important pick for a lot of these teams right now. We saw the wonders it does for the side of FNATIC, and now we're seeing the wonders it's doing for the side of Area 77.
Well, I mean, the last game, he was getting caught out a lot, was getting kind of burst down. Here, he doesn't really. Definitely, Merciless is not having the same problems. It's very tanky, keeping his stacks up, making sure that he's got all that regen coming in. Looks like this bottom tower is actually going to go down to Marcuti.
Dragneel, though, now in a bad spot. Feathered airstrike comes down, but he misses most of the shots. The ultimate comes out from Marcuti, brings down Dragneel back. Holy baptism, wipes out Yato. Cutie with a nice reposition on that Luminal Blast. Marcuti taking a bit too much damage from SZA and will get shut down. Arvel gets the kill. Beauty able to just dash out of the shop. The speed up's a little too much. Can they secure this kill? They do. Down goes Gala. And they're just brawling it out right now. Back and forth. 7-6. Gold lead. Still barely anything to talk about.
Right, and you also see the kills about the same, towers about the same too. We do have Lord coming up in 10 seconds. So I'm curious to see what side of the Lord is here.
Or even how these Lords fights are going to go. You essentially are... I mean, we haven't really seen a huge a team fight where one team has actually even gotten a great advantage to the point where I would even say it's time to go for the Lord. There's been 1 kills for each team, maybe 2 at a time, but nothing like that puts them in a solid advantage. The big feathered airstrike coming down here onto FNATICs.
That is huge. Pogi, though, a little low on health. Gala, with that Luminal Blast, able to get a nice kill onto Guapo. Yuzi, Guapo both taken out. Area 77 pushing forward, but they don't have a wave. Dragneel rotating in, does connect onto Marcuti. Health is dropping low. Marcuti's going to sidestep, get out of the way. Pogi now here to help out. Ultimate coming in, but touch not connect from Marcuti. Dragneel just in that back line, chipping away. Flickers back. Taking a bit too much damage. Pogi trying to lock in the airstrike, finishes the job and takes out Dragneel. Area 77 winning out on that fight.
Are you guys seeing a pattern here on Dragneel? I feel like it's playing a little too aggressive on Esmeralda, especially since the side of FNATICs all backed off. There was no reason to even engage or waste Flicker to even try to secure a kill on Beatrix, since clearly it wasn't going to happen. I think he should have been backed off as soon as his teammates backed off too.
Yeah, and that might be one of those kind of things where you just all need to kind of get on the same page. Even on the first game, as you mentioned, when he was on that Uranus, a lot of points where he was getting caught out there when he didn't need to be. And here we're kind of seeing the same thing. Could have kind of just disengaged, didn't need to go for that Beatrix. And even if you had gotten the kill on the Beatrix, what did it do for your team? What would it have done for your team?
Right. I don't think it was
Look at that
necessary.
repositioning on the Luminal Blast. Down goes SZA. Guapo will be next. Now they're pushing forward. Area 77 does have this. They're going to zone Uzi out as Cutie comes around the side with a nice stun onto Arvel. But the thing is Area 77 just never seems to have the waves to really make it count. They need to try to take something here. Dragneel again, position, able to get picked up, but now Area 77 wants to take this mid tower as Arvel and Yuzi try to defend, but the minions are here and they're going to chip that thing down and move forward into this inhibitor. The snipe shots coming in as Arvel and Yuzi try to defend. Gala with that Luminal Blast able to look on a Yuzi, and the kill comes in from our Cutie. Pushing forward, the feathered airstrike comes out. But SZA's here to help, bringing Yasa down to just a sliver of health. Mark Cutie now on the run, sending shots, but SZA's stacks are getting up there. We just saw how much damage, how low. I mean, brought Yato down to a sliver with just one shot.
Yeah, and then, I mean, he was definitely in trouble there, but just a very dominating push here by Area 77 here, and it looks like it's just being able to have a little bit of early game here, being able to compete here in the early game instead of kind of being rolled over. They're doing much better, and especially have a much better position here once this Farja starts scaling more into the late game as well, along with Mark Cutie.
Right, so Area 77 is playing a different game here. They're a lot more patient and they know when to back off. They know to like back off, know not to be greedy because they do have the momentum to do maybe like securing more towers, maybe, I don't know. We'll see if it even gets to that point because is more resilient for late game on the side of FNATICs.
Yeah, we'll see. Exactly
Starting to even
here. We're getting into this mid game now, 13 minutes, and it's looking similar to the last game. Just this time, Area 77 kind of has the advantage. Actually, never mind. It's not looking similar to last game. Area 77's only lost one tower, but you know, when it comes to some of these fights, it's looking similar. The thing is this time Area 77's kind of controlling the macro. They're getting towers when it counts. Yes, they've crept into a little bit of the gold lead, but it's still not that substantial. They're not like, they're not getting team wipe after team wipe. They're just picking away FNATIC piece by piece right now.
Yeah, I think we do, though I do think we are going to start seeing probably a little bit more aggression, and probably we'll start seeing a wipe because I think they're through poking and prodding here. I think they are where they want to be as far as the scaling goes, and they know that they can win fights. So you're gonna start seeing them, especially for this Lord. They're gonna try to get into here. And then it looks like Uranus actually might be in trouble up at top, surrounded by Yuzi, Guapo, and Dragnail, and Susek's coming up. Is he gonna be able to get away?
Right, so I'm really surprised that FNATIC is even trying to chase after the Uranus, given how bulky, how tanky he is. Because
they got him
on the side of Area 77, they easily secured that Lord without any headcount, without any impact. So was that worth it? They kind of lost the objective here.
Well, and then what I was saying too is that I don't really know that FNATICs would have won a 5v5 against Area 77.
Yeah, but huge right now. They are pushing in. FNATICs knows they got the turtle, but they know they have to make a move here, but maybe overextending. Come on, let's get the kill. Taken by SZA. Here comes Mark Cutie now off in the play. Making a double. Will it be the triple? Trying to get on to Dragnail. He's going to chase him down. Not able to close the distance though, but minions on this inhibitor in the top. Lord coming down the middle. 30 seconds left on the death counter for Guapo. I got a feeling we're going to game 3 here as Area 77 closes in. A nice feathered airstrike. Yuzi taking off the map. Dragnail now all alone. No falling star will Luminal Blast, and they're going to push in. This game is going to the side of Area 77.
That was a phenomenal play from Area 77. I think with that last team fight from the side of FNATIC, I think they were too busy focusing on Uranus. They didn't, like, the side of Area 77, they didn't even need Uranus. They were down one hero. They were playing against 5v4 there, and they still won the game, the team fight, which kind of baffles me.
And not as tanky a comp from FNATICs this time, and that allowed, like, you see Mark Cutie here, 10-3. Just a phenomenal game by him, and just absolutely destroying them. What do you get? Like about 31% damage as well for this game. I mean, if you're, I feel like if you're not going to go for those tanky compositions, you're definitely going to have to kind of get Mark Cutie off of this Beatrix, because he's basically just shredding FNATICs, and just a key. And then even being able to, with Poggy, being able to just crush into the line, dash through basically the entire front line to get to Souza.
Like Rizzo, you know,
like the artist.
Yeah, like the artist. Yeah.
You don't know who that is?
I know I do. I said like the artist. For sure. We're gonna jump back to this caster's desk, and we're gonna take a quick break after this game because we do know that there have been some mic issues, and we're gonna try to get it resolved. So please bear with us. We're gonna put up a ready screen in just a second, and the game will be back in just a few minutes, guys.
The sweet adventure starts here.
It's such a nice day for a picnic with friends.
Let's go out and play! 蝕むジレンマに潰され
You don't know the power of the dark side.
May the Force be with you.
We are believer もっともっと強くなれる声今その絆を信じて暗く寒い夜に涙さえも枯れてゆく孤独は心に縛るジレンマに潰されそう自分じゃわからないリアルで確かな強さは弱さを認め合うことでその扉開き出す僕ら未来のために誓う何もしないで生きていたくはない全てこの切ないだけで放って We are believer その光掴んで for century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become braver 時を超え明日が really life of friends 今希望の旗を立てて違いのお姫様本当の自分見せられずストレスが加速する足が震えつまずいた時そっと上向いたら信じられるその言葉が聞こえるの負けないともっと強くなれると誓い何度不安の闇に落ちかかってもここで紡いだ絆の矢放って We are believer この勇気見せるよ We stand up ほら溢れ出した想い止められない思いでかじゃ Become brave飛び出せ Fly for a dream 今この絆を背負って僕ら未来のために誓う何もしないで生きていたくは てこの切なにかけて放て We are believers その光掴んで For century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become a raver 時を超え明日へ with me life of friends 今希望の
All right, we are back. Hopefully the microphones are a little bit better. Again, we are doing this over some long distances, and we are trying to get everything to run smoothly. But we are going to be jumping back into this game, and not just any game. This is Game 3 of FNATIC in Area 77. It's going to be huge, Tampa. We will see Area 77 with first pick here, and I'm ready for the draft. So now that we've seen both teams play it out, do you guys still feel like Area 77 has this in the bag?
Personally, I do think seeing how they recovered from the first game, the first loss, if they continue doing what they did in the second game, they might secure the win in the series. What do you think, Potato?
Private? My
Sorry.
well, I believe that Fanatics they do have a chance. I feel like I mean I'm gonna go ahead and pick the underdog and show what they need to do, which is to kind of come together. They succeeded with the tankier composition. They need to know what weaknesses that composition have. Like I said, they gave up that Beatrix with kind of a squishy composition. They didn't have the Barats. They didn't have the Uranus. They didn't have the Lolita. All of them, and that's kind of what shut down Beatrix, Mark Cutie in that first game. He wasn't able to really burst through that front line. But then when they went ahead and gave it up when they went for kind of a little bit of a squishier line on that second game. Also, I definitely want to see Dragon Neil kind of tighten up that shot group. Stay with the team. Understand what's going on around him. When your team disengages, that's what you're going to want to kind of go ahead and follow up with that. Go ahead and try to, it's not your job to make those huge plays to try to jump on Mark Cutie on a 1v5.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because you're not really transferring that into anything as well.
And I do like in the heat of the moment, you do think it's a good play. However, like if you were to step back and reflect, a 1v5 definitely no, like that would have been a bad play. Like you get the kill, and like what next? You're down to go down either way.
Your team
Yeah,
is
well, Mark Cutie was like, there was normally the Esmeralda can kind of jump back there, but there was just Mark Cutie on that Beatrix. The first game, we saw him not do too amazing on it. Second game, he was able to get to where he needed to be early on, and we saw the huge difference in gameplay. We saw how he knew how to take that aggression in the early game as long as he got those items. And again, like first game, I think it was maybe some nerves, maybe a little bit of rust, you know, this or that. But I definitely feel like I will still hold on to Strong that I feel like they should have been able to take that end game there. So I gotta give it Area 77 here. And my next question is, do we see the Uranus ban here? Because every time the team's picked it, that's been the team that's won.
I don't think Uranus is making these like game-changing plays. I just think that he's more of a
Your team is banning.
a nuisance.
Nuisance.
Yes.
Nuisance.
So I don't think he's worthy of a ban.
I'm just gonna say there was a point in the second game where you had Esmeralda and Uranus absolutely disrespecting each other's jungle and lanes. They were both just cutting each other's lanes and ignoring each other during these fights. It was just kind of funny to watch. But we do see the Esmeralda get banned on the side of Fanatics here. So I mean, there are other people to play in the XP lane just as tanky, just as dominant. So I don't think that those are ban worthy just because there's so many other characters that can fill those roles as well. But they do. It is going to come down to, like I said, especially with those rotations. Can you clear out the XP lane with enough time to get back to your team, especially in the early game, to contest that turtle, to contest that Litho Wanderer, to contest those little those skirmishes that happen early game, because they are kind of important and they do kind of set the tone for the rest of the match.
Most definitely. You know, definitely important, the early game macro, or the early game micro, you could say, of getting all those little objectives. But there it is. That's what I'm waiting for. It's Bryo, man. And yes, it is a nuisance, but it's such a good nuisance. And you create so much space with that and so much harassment. And even though it's just a nuisance, like, you can catch a kill with that Uranus in the end game. You can jump, just like we saw Dragneel in the first game jump into that back line and take out Yato. You can't be too... you gotta still be careful of him, because he does do some decent damage with that first skill, and as long as he can stay around you and just keep it up, it's definitely something you don't want to have to deal with. But by picking that, they give up the Grok to the side of FNATIC.
Do you think that this is going to be an EXP or Roam Grok?
I believe that
I mean, Arvel has it, so.
whatever lane he's going to be going into, whatever role he's going to be filling, it's gonna be an issue that's going to need to be dealt with. Grok is just so tanky right now and can output so much damage, and it's surprising. It's especially with the ult, the stun that he can do, and we saw the walls yesterday. Oh my god, I forgot who it was that was on that Grok, but the walls were just, they came in so clutch, either to cut off the enemy while you guys were retreating, or to kind of close them in while you were engaging and giving them no place to kind of run. It is an issue that's going to have to be answered and dealt with here on the side of Area 77, because he is strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely see it as a roam here. Like, yes, it has been, you know, we hear things about ranked games with the EXP lane Grok, but a lot of teams haven't been using it that way here. I got a feeling Arvel's going to be running it right in the mid, right down the middle, and just causing, just like what we're going to see Merciless do towards the end game, we're going to see Grok heavy harassment. And now paired up with Guapo on this Lancelot, I want to see some big invades from the side of FNATICs here, really pushing in, Grok just harassing whoever the jungler is that Pogi decides to use here, and trying to capitalize a lot in the early game.
Well, we do have kind of that. It depends on where Area 77 goes with these next picks and next bans, because Grok does have that early game susceptibility to magic defense, and we saw it on Thursday too. He was doing absolutely horrid in the early game until he was able to get that Athena shield to be able to kind of like block some of that magic damage, because that's basically with the new I don't want to say revamp, but with the changes in his skills, he doesn't really stop any type of magic damage in that early game. And so that's if you're going to try to stop this early invade, this early aggression by FNATICs, you're going to need to have an answer for Grok.
Well, they do have the Lilia, which we know it's probably one of Yato's most comfortable picks. He's been playing it forever. It's probably one of his best picks, and it does. I think the Lilia does do, once it gets the Ice Queen wand, it does help deal with some of those invaders. You know, it slows you down, kind of keeps you at bay. You got to push through all of those glooms if you want to really make something happen. So I think Yato's really gonna kind of be focusing on a defense here in the early on, depending on what Pogi decides to go for here for jungle, unless we see Gals pick up something like the Chow, you know, something also very aggressive. So I mean, it's really going to come down to what they decide on here.
Yeah, we were talking about this last game too, that Area 77 just needs to make sure that they're kind of evening out their compositions, making sure that you're not just aiming for that late game, not just aiming for that early game. You need to have something at least to kind of cover both ends, so you don't have that huge gap that you need to overcome come mid game. So definitely looking to see what they're going to pick here. I mean, they do have the late game damage in Clint. They do have that late game tankiness and Merciless. Yato, I mean, I feel like Lilia's kind of like all around there. Like as soon as she gets ult, she's pretty much just a game changer anyway. So I mean, maybe we're looking for a little bit more early game here to kind of press off from this the invades that we're probably going to end up seeing from the Grok and the Lance on the side of FNATICs.
Definitely a possibility. I like the Kagura pick coming from SZA right now, but What I'm really wondering what they're gonna like. Are we gonna see Area 77 go full late game here, like they kind of did in the first game? Do we see Pogi maybe pick up the YSS here, something like that?
Now, would you see the Saber getting picked up or not? Oh, we saw the Benedetta on the side of FNATICs get picked up here. That's a lot of mobility here. Yeah, so one thing, especially too on the FNATIC side, is you're going to have that very quick mobility, that engage, or even that disengage too. As we've seen before, Benedetta, like she hasn't really came into the meta so much recently, but every single time she is picked, it's so hard to kind of lock her down, and there's really not too much CC besides Gal's Cutie here on the side of Area 77.
Right, so we will see Benedetta easily exceeding team fights unless we do have someone like Kufra to lock her down. However, I am kind of surprised that they might lock in this Kagura pick. If we're comparing Kagura to Lilia down mid lane, I do think that Lilia has an advantage considering that her ult cooldown is a lot lower than Kagura. You would have to use Kagura's ultimate to even secure a kill on Lilia, but you also have Black Shoes to pop her right back up, you know? So I don't think Kagura is a good pick against Lilia. What do you guys think?
I mean, against Lilia, probably not really a great pick. Kagura does kind of strike me more as a mid to late game hero. That surprise damage that she can do with her umbrella and then coming in with that ult. And we do see, I mean, I feel like Gal's Cutie is a great answer here for the composition of Fanatics against that Lance, against that Beatrix. Yeah, he can still stop Beatrix. So I mean, it's going to be a great answer, and it's going to be very much up to Gal's Cutie and his engagements and how he can get in here. And then we have the Grok here. I'm definitely eager to see as we get started into the final match, Area 77 versus Fanatics here. And like, which comp do you like here right now, Xayah?
I really do gears towards the side of Area 77. They do have a lot of early game aggression, so that will keep them maybe getting to mid-game, but I don't think they do that well. They did lose their first game, although they had a ton of like late-game heroes that should have landed them that win, but I don't know. I don't know. I think it might be too soon to say.
I think the Makito was a good answer to the Lancelot. You don't want to go something... Wait a second, Arvel trying to push forward. They are going to close in on him, though. But I think, you don't want to pick something too fragile in the early game that Guapo can take advantage of, especially when they already have the Grok and they're going to push in. That's maybe why the YSS wasn't that great of a pick. Something you don't want to pick something too squishy. So the Makito does come with that. You're able to be a bit bulkier. You're not going to get picked off too easily. You also have some nice rotations through the jungle, and you have some nice gank opportunities and a wonderful mid-game spike with that Makito. So I mean, not only that, Gala also decides to go for this nice dive comp Kufra. So if the sets can be made from the side of Area 77, definitely a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, and especially being able, when you dive in with that Kufra, you are kind of shutting down Guapo's dashes. You are shutting down Dragon Neil's dashes. I don't think Kufra can stop the Umbrella escape by Kagura. But, I mean, you got half the team there that's gonna have a hard time with those disengages. And I do like this. I like this better than the first comp from Area 77, which relied heavily on that Franco. Like I said, I wanted something with a bit more sets. And Gal's Cutie on this Franco is definitely an answer for that.
Most definitely. And you know what else we haven't seen much this game? Hold on, Merciless coming in. Dragneel coming around the side. Pogi into the back line. Merciless is able to take the turtle. A nice play from Area 77 as Merciless continues to harass. Dragneel taking a bit of damage. Able to dash away just quickly enough, but Area 77 does not want to stop. Merciless under the tower, gets the first blood onto Arvel. Gal's Cutie taking a couple shower shots, needing to flicker out. Dragneel wants to get through, but he just can't get through that giant wall, and Merciless under the tower gets another kill, and this is going to be a problem for FNATIC here. Guapo, though, trying to stop Merciless in his tracks, but he's just not able to do the damage. Merciless has kicked all of FNATIC out of that blue buff jungle.
Right, so we do see, aside of Area 77 having that control of that gameplay there, that team fight there, they do have that early game aggression, and they use it so well.
Yeah, and you saw there too, Merciless just basically locked on to Arvel during that fight, chased him off, and then just was putting so much damage, putting on that early game damage he needed to against the Grok, who has no magic defense, knew how weak Grok is to it, and locked onto him, pushed him out, got the kill very quickly, and then captured some more kills, or captured another kill for Area 77. He's going to be a menace here right now if they don't have an answer for him during these team fights. And look at the bullying. Throughout FNATIC's jungle right now.
Yeah, I don't know how that, if that Benedetta pick was really the best choice to go against Merciless here. It doesn't seem to be doing too well. And even though Benedetta has this great movement opportunity, like, Merciless is able to keep up, do his thing. Yato popping those black shoes up, taking a bit of damage. SZA needs to send that umbrella. Can she connect it? Not enough. Yato's going to go back to base unscathed.
I was gonna say that Blue Shoes ult on Yato was a bad call, considering that Manslaughter disengaged from there. And I thought that Yato was gonna go down, but he got so lucky.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was about to say
it. Or was it skill? It was all part of the plan, Exai. It was all part of the plan. I'm gonna Black Shoes right back into the middle of all of them. They're never gonna see it coming.
Well, that almost did cost Lilia's life there, but luckily survived.
Cal's Cutie is warming up. Does catch Uzi and Arvel trying to help them disengage here. One of the interesting things here too that is overlooked with Grok too is that anti-CC, that when he's holding that spin, like it as much as you're going to want to try to slow him down with Lilia, you're not going to be able to if he's kind of clinging close to those walls. We have a turret.
Big. SZA though does respond back into nice burst damage on a Merciless. But did you see did you see Merciless earlier cutting all the way to the inhibitor? And then, I mean, this man is just owning. That is his lane over there. Benedetta's like, I'm not even going over there. I'm not dealing with him. That is his lane right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that is just Uranus doing Uranus things. I mean, it just is so strong. Him and Esmeralda probably the top XP laners at this point, just because of that, their ability to cut. And we see Kagura go down from Lilia here. Engagement coming on.
Yeah, Dragoneel does take a bit of damage. Mark Cutie has rotated to the mid now. And he is gonna, I mean, Mark Cutie hasn't taken a death yet. He's taken that first tower in the gold lane. He's gonna rotate now down to the bottom. Uranus is gonna move up to the top, and he's gonna get even more gold down here from taking another tower. And that's gonna be that's the real problem. Is yes, they have the Uranus, but you haven't gotten a kill on the Mark Cutie yet. We know how scary he can be when this 10-minute mark starts passing by.
Right, so you do see Plant rotating, and I think most teams that do go against Area 77 kind of neglect focusing on Mark Cutie. He is a menace in late game, and I'm excited to see the late game potential that he brings to the game.
I mean, at this point, we might not even see a late game. They're pushing in hard right now. Area 77 has taken 4 towers. They're in their jungle. Gal things with a nice knock up onto Guapo. And Guapo can't seem to make any plays here. Yes, he hasn't died yet, but he also hasn't gotten a kill. The Benedetta pick not holding up in any way at all right now. FNATICs definitely need to step it up if they want to try to take this game here.
Yeah, I don't think Benedetta was a good pick, especially against such a durable hero like Uranus.
Oh my god, and Gal's Cutie followed Dragoneel up to the tower with the dash to catch them with that slingshot. Ooh.
Yeah, Pogi under the tower, gets a pick off onto Arvel. The umbrella though comes out, able to pull them back in, but the damage just isn't there. We have a huge gold lead right now at only 7 minutes. Area 77 sitting at 8,000 or 6,000 gold ahead. I just don't think they have any answer for this. The only endgame opportunity that FNATIC really has, yeah, you got the Beatrix, who luckily also hasn't died. Yuzi has been playing it safe. You know, they know as long as they can get him some gold, maybe they have a chance. Maybe they can make a big play here. But it's definitely going to be tough. We need to see like a huge Grok setup. Nice flicker ult, knocking 3 people up, stunning them all, followed up by the Yuzi ult, and then followed up by SZA's ultimate. And then maybe they can, you know, pull something off. But those are some hard odds.
I mean, seeing how the game is going for the side of Area 77 right now, I don't think they're going to even make mistakes for FNATIC to even come back.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting that this is a lot different than we kind of saw it in the draft here. I think that we talked about it earlier. I don't want to keep on beating a dead horse, but that Benedetta pick kind of threw off the composition here. You needed to have an answer for that Uranus, who isn't even, oh god, and there Paquito actually gets taken down by Guapo. I guess Guapo diving a little deeper than he and thinking he was a little bigger than he was at this point in the game. I mean, they are up what 5K right now in the opening 9 minutes. So I mean, forgive him for thinking that he was a little stronger than he was. But like that's Uranus isn't even an early game hero, but had such a presence in their jungle and in those team fights in the early game that I mean. You're hard pressed right now. There needs to be. I'm gonna need to find something for Dragneil to do here because facing off against this Uranus is just not doing it right now. Maybe split pushing while the rest of your team is trying to hold the line. Something here that can kind of start making up because I do feel like that is probably the pick right now that is costing them.
Yeah, I mean, Merciless. Those first 2 kills he got in the early game really just helped him spike, I think. And at this point, I mean, normally we don't see the Uranus really get like this, you know, until a little bit later, but he's been doing this for the past 3 or 4 minutes. And look at Benedetta once again caught up in this bottom lane. Yato, Marcuti closing in, trying to dash away. Can Dragneil make it back to safety? A nice knockup from Arvel to slow it down, but Yato on the chase decides not to go into the tower. I thought we were going to see a nice tower dive into the Black Shoes there. But Yato decides to play it safe. Lord is up, and Area 77 want to play this game to a textbook T.
Right, and then you also see on the side of FNATIC, they're not even bothered with contesting the Lord there. They're just going to secure a tower at top lane. That's probably what they needed to do.
Yeah, and unfortunately, and that's also probably because they are at such a deficit that any team that's worth their butter is going to know that like you don't want the engagement there. Let that turtle go, or let that Lord go, because you don't want to give them a Lord and kills. I mean, and there goes the Black Shoes here on Yato. Guapo very safely trying to disengage here, and Merciless definitely letting them know that he's around.
We're definitely seeing a different gameplay from the previous 2 games on Uranus. Merciless on Uranus, he can go in and like he doesn't even need to disengage, right? Like we see Merciless like sustaining so well here.
Yeah, he's just hanging out. I mean, Guapo does get a nice pick onto Yato. Might be a little overextended, trying to get away, but a nice wall comes in from, a nice ultimate charge comes in from Arvel to stop them on that advance. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Guapo does eventually get picked off. Merciless continues to keep his presence in the front. SZA trying to get a nice hit onto Marcuti, but the damage still isn't there. She hasn't got enough items in. Gals feeling around as Marcuti pokes away, keeps him at a distance. The blast does come in from that inhibitor, so they're able to stop that push, but down to the bottom tower, Marcuti's gonna take this, and look at Merciless just under the inhibitor, keeping them at a distance, zoning them away. Like Xyz said, just hanging out. Dragneil goes down. Merciless asserting dominance. SZA not able to land that ultimate. Guapo now trying to close in. Marcuti knowing the distance he has to keep, but Yuzi with the flicker in, able to get the double kill. A nice play, finally shutting down Dragneil, but Pogi striking back, getting a nice kill. Guapo taking a bit of damage. Able to phase out. Pogi not able to connect. I think this is when Area 77 needs to back off. Don't push your limits too hard here.
I do think that team fight was like a fair trade. You did go 2 for 2. However, that mistake, I mean, Area 77 could have backed off there, but they still have time to disengage and I think they just will have control of the map, especially with Lord coming up soon. I don't think beside FNATICs will even be able to win a team fight if a team fight is clashing down at Lord.
I feel like you're going to have to flank. You're going to have to get around this Uranus, because the more that they attack, Uranus does already have that anti-cuirass, so the more damage you're putting onto him, the more you're nerfing your own team's damage. And we see that Kufra does have that as well. So, I mean, you're going to have to get around this Uranus, get into the back line to try to make something happen here, because unfortunately right now, like, this is Area 77's game to lose. The map is completely wide open here. You see that they're getting comfortable enough to start making some mistakes. Dragonel trying to get away. Oh, and does get popped out by Poggy.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for him, like, the cooldown's gonna stop soon.
So remember how we mentioned that it might be might be difficult to catch this Benedetta, especially with all the dashes. Benedetta keeps on getting single.
Yeah, they're not having a single problem with that.
Right.
This is why Benedetta, you know, I just think recently there's been a nice amount of heroes that have come in with dashes. You have the Paquitos. Merciless also just able to really keep up. Look at him just sitting there, getting his health back to full as he takes shots from those minions. I think I just want to keep talking about Merciless. He's the star right now. And I think this needs to be a pick for Area 77 in the future. I've always loved when he picks up this Uranus, and I wonder sometimes why they always don't just prio it. But as the Lord crashes in, a nice pick on to Gals coming from Scissor. But in comes Mark Cutie doing a lot of damage. The Lord does go down as the rest of the team pushes forward. Yato has used those black shoes and he's already low on health. A nice siege protection coming from the side of FNATICs. Guapo puncturing in but taking a bit too much damage. Mark Cutie just hammering away at the team. He's going to flicker in and the Nexus does go down as Area 77 takes game 2 and moves on to the semifinals.
That was a phenomenal gameplay. I do think we do have to focus on this. Like he like Potato said, like Private Dancer said earlier, Uranus isn't that much of a early game hero. He does have like so much sustain, but like he was shining through the entire game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the when you have a team like Area 77 who knows their heroes, knows the scaling of them, knows that when you get those first 2-3 kills on Uranus, especially so early, and Merciless knew as soon as he got those kills, he was like, all right, it's game time. I'm fed. I'm ready to just start diving in on them. And even was able to get that anti-Karas before like the 6-minute mark. So like after he got the anti-Karas, there's like, you're basically like, what do? You can't do anything on this Beatrix. You can't really out damage them. There's just, and then you're pushing in. I mean, it was Area 77 had a great comp, a great team fighting, and just was able to execute their plan very gracefully this last game too. We didn't see any of those hiccups that they had in the first game, and even to a point that even at those last fights, they were kind of loosened up a bit, even died a little bit because they had such map control, only one inhibitor left before the Lord came up. So they're like, whatever. It just a very dominating performance by Area 77, but good series all the way through, especially with the FNATICs in that first game.
Right. So like, I'm seeing a pattern with Area 77. They did lose the first game whenever they had a late game comp. So maybe they just need to just focus on a comp that is meant for early game and also built to, I guess, sustain for in case it does go into late game too. But I do think that they shine best in early game comps.
Well, I think it comes down to if you're going to be starting to try to organize and balance out these comps, if you're going to have a late game comp, it's fine to have a late game comp, but you can't ignore the early game. Like there has to be something there. Like I said, you can't have that huge of a gap. Like some teams can. I mean, sometimes you can come back, but I mean, you're basically putting it. You're hoping that your enemy is not good enough to push those limits in the early game, and you'd rather play to your strengths than hoping that your enemy is going to be making the enemy team is going to be making these types of mistakes.
I mean, I think honestly one of the most clutch things there I think the Paquito pick was really good. Nice counter to the Lancelot. Guapo was never really able to push in that hard. Not only that, Yato was on fire. And then just to top it all off, that very first engage from Area 77 pushing in, the rotation up from Merciless, coming into that blue buff jungle, getting those 2 kills, really just put them on the map. And the major downfall from FNATICs, you know, we said it during the game and we'll say it again, had to be the Benedetta pick. It just did not shine at all. At like 7 minutes, I think Benedetta was 0 and 5. And Area 77 just knew there was no... One thing I can say that Area 77 did a bit better than FNATICs was in game 1 when they were losing, they were able to stretch it out. And yes, they did lose in the end, but they felt like they had a win condition and they were able to try to get there. It didn't work out, but my point is that FNATIC wasn't able to drag enough time. They weren't able to keep it up, and that's the difference between the good and the great teams. You know, can you buy yourself enough time to make that one play happen? Can you get to that 20-minute mark when everything's kind of even here?
Yeah, and then also, and then a great point on the side of Area 77 is to take that loss from the early game and see that hole, that gap in their gameplay or in their comp, and definitely covered it up in the second to the next 2 games of that series. You definitely did not see that early game domination. You definitely did not see them waiting, being way too patient in the early minutes of it. You saw a lot more aggression, a lot more a better scaling by them. So it says something more about Area 77, is that they were able to see that right away and kind of be able to adjust and dominate FNATICs, especially leading into that last game.
Right, and I do think it's difficult to even have that kind of analysis since these games are going back to back. So like learning from your mistake in game 1, I'm just mesmerized that they were able to turn that around for game 2 and game 3 and win that series. So it was a well-deserved win on the side of Area 77.
Well, enough about Area 77 versus FNATICs, because next up we got DEUS Knights up against INSOMNIACS. Another, I think this should be a good game. DEUS Knights have been shining, easy peasy. Probably one of the best lings I've seen in NA in a while. INSOMNIACS, you've got Ashley, another, I mean, I put her up there. Her Lunox is a monster. Her Kagura, her Farza, you know, similar to Yato, but a little bit of a different player overall. But it's definitely a monster in her own right. And, you know, there aren't a lot of female players that are like playing in these competitions. You know, there's Nicolette, there's Ashley, and that's about it for like, you know, top players that are competing regularly. These teams are doing their ping checks now, so don't leave just yet, because before we get into this game, we have a giveaway. Mobile Legends has been blessed. You know, we haven't blessed enough to do some giveaways. So if you are from USA, in Canada, we're going to switch over to a screen real fast. You'll see a code pop up. And what you got to do is go to the description, go to the link in the description that says use this code for giveaway. It is only on the YouTube page and the Facebook page, so if you're watching on TikTok or anywhere else, make sure you move over to those streams, jump in the description. We're going to show it in just a second here, right now. And so the code that you see on screen right now, you need to take that. There are a limited number of these. They only work for North America and Canadian players. So if you guys are watching us right now, which we hope you are, make sure you type that code in using the link in the description. Once again, use the link in the description. You got a chance to get 100 free diamonds, 20 magic dust. I mean, it's a good deal. And at the end of tonight, we're going to have another giveaway for you. So we're going to leave that up for just a second. Make sure you get your pens out, write those down, because you can't copy and paste right now.
I'm definitely writing it down. Come on. Magic dust.
Listen, I don't think casters are allowed to use this. Just saying.
How
yeah,
dare
we actually
you.
used up all the giveaway codes before the stream started. We're like, oh, what are those codes, man? Everybody tries to use it, and it's like, we're all out. It just so happens there was only 3 available, and as you can see, there's 3 casters on right now.
Don't
So-
worry, I will make use of your 20 magic dust.
Yes, what a deal. The 100 diamonds, though, that's the thing, you know? And you remember what's the event that they do when you get, like, the diamond? You only have to spend 1 diamond, and you get a bunch of those, like, mock diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone's like, can you just send me a diamond, please? I'm trying to get this.
That
This is the
event-
opportunity for that.
That event that we had last year, I think it was last year, I managed to gather 40 skins from that event
Ooh,
alone.
Holy
40.
cow. 40 skins.
Yes.
4-0?
40.
Yes, 40.
40. 40.
Wow.
Potato over here, a little jealous.
Hmm.
No, just
His name's Private, Exia. You're confusing
girl.
the
I'm
people.
gonna start calling her girl.
Yeah, I'm gonna start calling
By
you
the
girl.
way,
Hey, lady. Pass it over to lady now.
Private Dancer, are you having an identity crisis here?
oh my gosh.
I just call him
No,
Private. It rolls off easier. It's simple, you know.
Private.
Private.
Private Dancer.
Good caster name. Just like everyone calls me Trex, you know?
Trex. T-Money.
T-Money coming in.
Money.
T-Money. So we are doing these ping checks. So we got INSOMNIACS up against DEUS Knights right now. For those that do know, for those that know about it, we have the North American Squad League that both of these teams played in. INSOMNIACS ended up coming in 2nd place. They are definitely a strong team right now. Lord T, definitely someone to watch out for. He's got a insane off-lane Fanny that is this. It's one of the things that beat Team Sexy overall. Not only that, you know, we already talked about Ashley on the mage, and the rest of the team is not lacking either. But DEUS Knights, something I really hope we get to see in this match is easy peasy on the Ling. This man just knows. I mean, just the early game pressure from his Ling coming into your jungle. We've seen some movements. Me and Private, I think we're watching a game with them a few weeks ago where his micro on and off the wall, keeping up in the team fight, was just insanity.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say too. DEUS Knights have shown that fortitude for, like, they were the underdogs of even making it into the playoffs of the NASL, and ended up coming away with a great victory to get them a spot in there. They did end up getting beat in the playoffs, but I think they've learned a lot, and they've shown that their team, that even when I feel like they got outdrafted, they still can play those heroes that they had to such a ferocity and such a skill that they were able to come out on top. What was it, like a Baratz, a heavily tanky team with you had easy peasy on that Ling. He's still able to show that even with an assassin into those big heavy tanky fighters, was able to make something happen at the late game to kind of help his team. So I mean, honestly, I mean, I would love to see the Ling, but I mean, if you've got any type of skill, have researched anything about DEUS Knights, I think that's going to probably be one of the first things that you're going to try to lock out from easy peasy. I mean, it's almost impossible to ignore.
Well, we have been seeing a lot of the Ling bans so far. It seems like the junglers on 4 teams that have been presented so far are phenomenal players on Ling, so we do expect a Ling to INSOMNIACS and DEUS Knights as well.
Yeah, I think it's something we could definitely possibly see, but only time will tell. We're going to jump into this draft right
Your
here,
team
right
is
now.
banned.
DEUS Knights will
We are
have
ready.
first pick, first ban here. Wondering if we're going to just see some of those typical things, you know, see the Valentina, the Masha, the Grok, or are we going to see any of those prio picks that a lot of teams have felt like slip through right now?
Sir, what's your
Well, I
command?
think we're in a
Your
position
team
right
is
now.
banned.
We do see that Fanny come out. Definitely wanting to lock out. Dude, that Fanny was such, for INSOMNIACS, such a clutch. While I don't think like Fanny had this great, like it wasn't like these highlight reel plays by Fanny, but it was enough to throw off even the likes of Team Sexy. I think that they were very surprised by that. And you see DEUS Knights here definitely just want to take that off the table. Don't want to deal with it, and don't want to have to like kind of like develop an entire comp that they would need to have to deal with that.
Battle. Your team is banning.
Most definitely. There goes the Masha. But both teams are bringing in some targets here. We're seeing, like you said, the Fanny, the Ling to target easy peasy. So I like the fact that we're not just sticking to the... I mean, yes, the Masha's off the field, but the Chow also definitely a target. You know, we haven't seen Chow get banned unless we know the enemy team has a nice tank Chow player. And there goes the Lilia for Ashley. So much different bans overall than what we just saw with Area 77 and FNATIC.
Right, so what you're seeing here with the bans, you can tell that both teams have done their research. They have played against each other in NASL, but this shows that like some of these players on these banned heroes are a menace to their own, so they had to go ahead and ban those heroes out. I'm curious to see what they're going to lock in on DEUS Knights with all those target bans out.
Yeah, you still have a lot of strong pick. I was about to say, yeah, you still have that Esmeralda, you still have that Uranus, you still have that Eve is up. I mean, still a lot. Grok is still up. You still have a very lot of strong picks for this meta. Right. We have a lot of these very targeted, very precise bans dealing with the other characters, dealing with the other team and the people who play them so well and are so comfortable on them. We do see a Karina picked up for the side of Insomniacs, and here comes the Grok. And we saw them play this yesterday too as well, Insomniacs, and it was quite a frustrating thing to be dealing with this Grok, especially in the late game.
Yeah,
I'm seeing
quite all over the game
so far. We do see Uranus, Grok, Karina picks, just like how we saw in the last game as well. I'm wondering if they're going to pick up Lolita with Eve, because if you are a Lolita player and Eve player, you would know that those two combos are an annoyance. So we'll see.
It's something interesting to see here too, because Insomniacs also. Oh, Helgert? Okay, no. They're just throwing me off. I'm not even gonna deal with it until they pick. We do get the Lance on easy peasy, and we do know that Lance and Ling are those micro-intensive heroes. So if he is anywhere near as good as he is on Ling on this Lance, we're in for a show here on easy peasy. One thing I did want to note is that we did see Grok, Insomniacs pick this Grok into an Eve yesterday, and the result was not great for the Eve, because there's nothing that's going to be stopping that wild charge. As soon as Eve comes in with that real world manipulation, Grok is just going to be honing in on her. And like, we're going to need to see some type of disengagement or some type of tool on the side of DEUS Knights to be able to help and protect that Eve. Because what ended up happening last time is that Eve just got I was gonna look for the right term. A lot of people aimed for Eve, and we were able to bring her down quite quickly in a lot of those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely, not only the Grok, now the Yuzong also, you know, definitely a hard target on the Eve. And easy peasy's not going to supply that peel. Zay on the Merciless, yes, you can zone, but you don't have any real CC to stop anybody. What I would like to see from the side of DEUS Knights right now would be the Ruby pick, you know? Something like that. I think the Ruby would do wonders right here, especially against the Karina, against the Grok. Anytime Karina tries to dash in, you just lock her up with that second skill, hit the I'm offended, you know, anything like that. I think that would definitely be an important pick. It also pairs so well with the Eve, holding them inside of that real manipulation. And it hasn't been banned yet. So either Insomniac's already locked in their tank, DEUS Knights has full opportunity to pick it. I'm really hoping I think it would really just tighten up their comp overall.
Yeah, the only other thing I think as a peel mechanic would have been Cho, but they went ahead and banned out Cho as well. So, I mean, I'm kind of eager to see what they're going to do here as well. And we do see the Lunax coming in for the side of Insomniacs here. And we have Raphael. I mean,
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. You know, and I was just talking about how I don't like Raph with the Lance a lot. He's just too fat. Like, yes, I get it will pair well with Zai on the Uranus. It will pair well with Fleur on the Eve, but those are the only people really benefiting off of it.
While I don't much like her. I feel like Matilda might have been a better choice here, just because it does meld well with the lands. It does give you that disengagement tool with her being able to like kind of dash out and get the rest of the team. I forgot what the move is called, but it helps them to be able to disengage there. Where we might see a problem on the side of DEUS Knights with being able to set up and maintain their line once Insomniacs decide to just kind of barge through it. There's nothing that's really going to be stopping this Yuzong. Nothing that's going to be able to stop this Grok from pretty much barging through and having their way. And then you see Galaxy picking up this Esmeralda too. It's basically the anti-Give team here on the side of Insomniacs here. There are 3 answers right now of people who can dive into that back line. So, I mean, there's going to need to be some absolutely godly positioning by Fleur here.
Yeah, I do think that the comp on the side of DEUS Knights might be a mistake. Insomniacs does have very heavy heroes that can dive, and I don't think... I'm going to make my bet now. I don't think Fleur is going to do well in this game, considering that there is no good front line, no CC to help protect Fleur on that team.
Yeah, nothing to... I mean, literally, it's just you could just walk right through. Easy Peasy's going to be dashing into the back line. You know, that's his job. Zay has no... I mean, there's literally... The only CC on the side of DEUS Knights right now, the only crowd control is Fleur, which isn't a hard CC, it's just a slowdown. And then you have Juju with the Holy Baptism, and that is literally it for them. To whereas when we look at the side of Insomniacs, it's all over the place. The Grok, the Falling Star Moon from Galaxy, Lord T with the Petrify and the Knockup. Zay taking a bit of damage here from Galaxy already. Might see a bit more action in the XP lane than usual.
I'm surprised that Uranus decided to not even focus on his lane. He was still level 1, while since Esmeralda did clear the lane first, that did help. Esmeralda would lane, however, like Uranus does have that sustainability, so I'm happy that he didn't dive in because he could have.
Well, and it comes into a very sensitive bit here. When you're cutting the lane as an Esmeralda, can you just leave that lane as a Uranus and try to go get yours? Because the moment that Esmeralda finishes clearing lane, especially in the opening seconds of that game, you know where she's going? She's going right for blue buff, and she's going to help that Grok to try to intimidate that Lance. So, I mean, you kind of want to push them off. You kind of want to get your level 2, but you also just don't want to, you don't want to be leaving your team open for those early engagements, that early ganks. My big problem here right now is Easy Peasy. Who is his target when he comes in as a Lance? I mean, like, what on the team of Insomniacs are you aiming for? Are you aiming for Alex or Ashley, who once she gets that light out, might be in trouble here, safely able to wild charge away? Yep.
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah.
A good try. This is what Easy Peasy needs to do, because this is his only opportunity, I think, to actually put nice damage onto him. But a nice first blood though onto Zai in the top lane. Galaxy able to secure that, getting a nice outplay, and this is the exact opposite of what we saw from Merciless the last time. You know, the Uranus is a good pick, but you got to know how to handle it. You got to know the limits that you can push. You got to know how to have that back and forth. You know, that motion. It's definitely not an easy skill.
Right, and then also Esmeralda clearing the lane first, able to get that EXP. Getting to level 4 before Uranus could. Like, I think Uranus should have just stayed under power, just catch up on the EXP rather than just engaging.
Well, it comes to a point where to maximize on Uranus, you're definitely trying to keep those stacks up. Definitely trying to keep those 20 stacks up. There's only so much you can do under tower, and it comes to how aggressive that laner is against you as well. And I mean, I know I said last time, I'm kind of trying to hold my tongue because Easy Peasy last time I said the same thing. Wild charge into win. Oh yeah, and Juju is a definite spawn there. Fleurs, he actually might be in trouble here. Black Dragon comes out. He's able to safely get away. Yeah, the real world manipulation comes out. Lord T able to disengage. Thorned Rose comes out and takes the life of Lance. Darwin coming in with an alt hate. looking for some damage, actually able to safely light ult away, and Darwin does teleport to safely. And Jesus Christ, running out of breath here, all these kills coming down.
Kills all over the map. All right, we got to kick Private now. Sorry, guys. We're now rated PG-13. Sorry. All my youngins out there. Hate though, with this engage, they're definitely drawing it out early on, but INSOMNIACS definitely getting the better of this. And this is the, you mentioned it with Hate, I mentioned it with Hate. We knew once he picked up this Grok, we knew how aggressive he was going to be. We knew how he was going to jump into that jungle, keep on pressuring easy peasy, and there's nothing easy peasy can do about it. First turtle, or second turtle, about to go into the hands of INSOMNIACS. And Easy Peasy is falling behind. He's already had a death. Alex is up a kill. And now they're going to push into this blue jungle and just keep on that pressure. Fleur with the Wild Manipulation as Easy Peasy punctures around, trying to secure his own blue. And he's going to stop a nice falling star moon from Galaxy there, able to take it right out of his fingertips. The wall coming in from Hate. He doesn't have the ultimate. No, he does. He pops it. The kill goes into Hate's hands.
Yeah, and then you see that Uranus is like falling behind because of those death in the early game in the main wave of Esmeralda, who was late to the team fight there. So at this point, I think XT lane is stood in the hands of Esmeralda right now. I don't think it's possible for him to even recover.
Been destroyed.
Well, I mean, we've seen this before, and I remember I had said before, I didn't really see a target for Easy Peasy when he was on that lane and he was facing that super heavy top composition. But in the end, DEUS was able to call, oh my god, and he just gets destroyed by Galaxy here. Darwin trying his best to throw up some damage here. Lance comes in with a Thorned Rose.
Blazing Duet, though, comes in, getting some nice damage, able to crit the zoning. But you know what the problem is for DEUS Knights right now? Zero peel. Nothing to stop INSOMNIACS from just charging in. And this is why I said the Ruby would have been so clutch here. Every time Hate tries to come in, he's going to get stopped. Every time Alex or Galaxy try to come in, the Ruby would be able to buy just a little bit of space, and they have nothing to do that right now. You have a Raph who's sitting at 0 and 1. I mean, yes, you have the Holy Baptism, but it's just not enough. Galaxy coming into the tower with the Falling Star Moon Fleur, coming in with the manipulation, but taken out by Lord T himself. Lord T now backing off. They got what they came for. They got the kill. Zai pushing in, but and Alex is able to get the kill. Darwin using that Blazing Duets just as a bid to buy a little bit of space once again.
Yeah, and we were talking about it before. Basically, what was happening to FNATICs, or not to FNATICs, it was happening to Area 77 that first game where they did not have a set. Who is the person that initiates this fight on the side of DEUS Knights? Like, who's the person that's going to go in? Because basically, you're right now reacting to all of these engagements.
Yeah, and they are a nice Holy Baptism from Juju there. But I mean, that's your only defense. If that's your only defense against a wild charge from Hate, Alex coming in, Galaxy lining up these Falling Star Moons every single time, Zay, I mean, I hate to like downplay anybody, just at this point, one of the most dominating heroes that we saw in the last games is just completely obsolete in this game. They've pushed him into the bottom lane to try to deal with Lord T, and he's not really able to keep up with him either right now.
Right, and so everything that we've talked about at draft, the problem with the heavy hitters, the insane dive, like they have no way to respond to that. Fleur is always getting interrupted. Her ult is always getting interrupted, and so right now, I don't think they have a way to even set, and they're also losing with the way that they're reacting in the team fight too, unfortunately.
Galaxy just completely disrespecting with the dive under the tower. Lord T also coming in, and Spectrify not able to look in the lock, not able to look in the knockup, but kills Darwin again with Duets, but it's getting melted by Lord T, blasted down to about 25% health. I don't see any opportunity for the side of DEUS Knights to come out of this, honestly, unless INSOMNIACS just keep playing insane. But right now, it's working for the advantage. Galaxy coming in with the beautiful Hey, getting another kill off the Easy Peasy and Zay. They both just go down. Now INSOMNIACS will roll into this tier 3 tower and just keep on steamrolling, keep on rolling forward. Darwin trying to get a little bit of spit push in that bottom lane. Lord is up, and DEUS Knights in a very bad position.
Right, so the only time DEUS Knights can even secure a kill is whenever the side of Team INSOMNIACS gets a little aggressive under tower. Like, even if they're like making these like mistakes, they're very minor mistakes to Team INSOMNIACS. They can just easily disengage and still can have control of the map, control of the board as well.
There's nowhere that is safe right now. Even when Flortz sets up under the tower, sees Lord T coming in with that Black Dragon, and is able to flicker away, it's already too late, because even that little Cursed Touch passive of Lord T is able to do enough damage to take out Flortz. It's just... like right now, like there's nowhere safe. Like, are you gonna set up in the core now? Like I don't know what you do to kind of come back from this. And unfortunately, it's seeming a little one-sided. Kind of hoping that we're gonna see something a little different from DEUS Knights here, or if they can kind of like hold off here at this game. Because a late game, I don't really see something that goes in the side of DEUS Knights either.
I don't think DEUS Knights will even get into late counter committee. Constantly ambushed by
Galaxy does take a lot of damage there, and this is, you know, there is one thing that they gotta let INSOMNIACS come to them. They can't make any, especially when you're this far behind, you can't force any engages. You can't, I mean, you're not gonna win in a fight if you try to push in. You gotta let them come to you and try to set yourself up for a nice play. You have Fleur, who does have the road manipulation. If you can bait them in and maybe wait for that double charge of Hate and Galaxy to try to, you know, come in and line up those CCs, land that Holy Baptism down and trap them in for long enough that Easy Peasy or Darwin can get a move off, like, then there's your opportunity. But you've lost any opportunity to be aggressive here. You have to play for the bait.
Right, but we do see the side of Team INSOMNIACS engaging first. We are coming towards DEUS Knights. However, at this point, DEUS Knights is just reacting to their plays, and they're not doing a good job at that as well. So at this point, I don't think there's a way for them to even turn around the game, considering that they're being snowballed right now.
Well, I mean, we got to talk in hypothetical sometimes, you know.
There is
nothing to talk about if I just said.
What needs to happen is Flortz needs to be a little bit more patient with that real world manipulation. His team needs to be able to disengage a little faster with them doing like Easy Peasy actually getting a squash in here. Lord T diving in, does get taken out. But answer the
inhibitor here. They just trying to fend off. Juju also doing the same, but every time INSOMNIACS get a little bit closer, Easy Peasy maybe trying to make a move, but Galaxy's just too tanky, sitting at 70% health as all three of them ult around them. Lord will be up in just a few seconds, and there's I mean, does Easy Peasy go for the steal here, knowing that if they don't get Lord here, they most likely die? They do have Darwin, who could maybe melt down the Lords quick enough and survive the push. Zay does push in. Easy Peasy looks like he's going for it, able to get the Alex, able to secure for themselves, and Easy Peasy goes down. Ashley able to get that kill. Back in the back, we do have Galaxy getting some damage. Darwin with the flicker and the blazing duets, but he's just able to finish it. Alex locking onto him. Darwin flickers back, will be taken out from Lord T, and this could be it for DEUS Knights. Zay also taking some damage, not tanky enough to deal with all four members, running away, knowing he can't do the harassment that we normally see from Uranus right now.
Yeah, that's a big scary Lord barreling down the middle there, and I'm not really sure what DEUS Knights can actually do to stop this. Initially, I thought that maybe if the rest of his team could kind of hold the line, be able to kite back a little further, it would give. We need to bait out the Lord T, the Galaxy, the Hate. We need to bait those out before Eve can even set up, because the moment she does, you see that Black Dragon come out, you see that Wild Charge come out. here. We have the engagement coming down here. Galaxy comes in with a falling Moonstar. Fleur does set up. Wall does scoot her back, but the real world manipulation is still raining down damage. Lord T with that black dragon form comes in off to Juju. Does get the petrify on. Is not able to capture the kill. Lord T actually might be in trouble. Does actually be able to get away. And it looks like they actually are able to hold off this final push.
Easy peasy in the back line, doing some nice damage. Does get a kill for themselves onto Galaxy. So, and that's what it is right there. You got to make sure that you got to just let them come into that world manipulation, and hopefully you're able to pull something off there. They are able to defend. Darwin is starting, I mean, we're at 13, 14 minutes now. Darwin is starting to do a bit more damage, scale up just a little bit more piece by piece. So hopefully it just keeps getting better.
I mean, we do see the game going into, starting to go into like late game soon. The only time that DEUS Knights can even win a team fight is if INSOMNIACS even become so aggressive, so greedy, whenever they make those like mistakes. But like I said earlier, these mistakes feel like it's so minor to INSOMNIACS because they have control of the map.
Well, the thing here is even though that fight did not go perfectly for INSOMNIACS, they were able to get that inhibitor tower, which I kind of feel like was their objective. They wanted to get that, they wanted to go in, they wanted to get that inhibitor, and I feel like they accomplished that. No matter what they lost there, it didn't really set them at a disadvantage. So, I mean, they did not come out great in that fight, but their objective, they got their objective. So, I mean, not much that you can ask for it.
And comes that world manipulation once again. They are pushing an easy peasy though, a little too deep. Will be taken out. Juju is next. Zai running away for his life. Darwin along with it. Loyalty has made the connection. Gets that kill onto Darwin. Galaxy under the tower, focusing in onto Zai now, and I don't think there's an answer to this once and for all. INSOMNIACS have super minions coming down the middle. The emotes pop out. Zai knows his only job: clear this wave of minions, help us last just a little bit longer, but one slips through, and the next are coming. Galaxy, Alex, and Hate locking onto that base. But they're able to stop another push, maybe by themselves, just a little bit more time here.
Yeah, and you do see INSOMNIACS backing off because there is Lord. I think they have to. DEUS Knights actually have to contest this Lord right here, because I think if it goes into the hands of INSOMNIACS again, they might win the game here.
Almost shades of New Wave there, where you saw Zaya kind of lead the entire team away from that final push there, and they just gave chase there instead of trying to go push down into the Lord. But pretty big fight happening here in the middle here, and they're going to go ahead and try to contest this Lord. Galaxy in some trouble, does get away.
I don't know. We do see a nice blazing duets though, locking on. Ashley taking out Galaxy. May just be next. Darwin doing some nice damage, able to take out Hate along with it, but he will go down. Easy peasy Zay. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Finally, DEUS Knights are starting to keep up in some of these team fights here, but it might be a little too late. You've lost all your inhibitors. You've only taken one tower from the side of INSOMNIACS. You don't have a retry on the board right now, and Lord is already getting chipped away. Darwin not trying to play for it. This might just be it here.
That would have been the perfect opportunity for Yves to come in, but she was down at the bottom clearing the lane. Right there during that escape would have been the perfect opportunity for real world manipulation to come out and clean up the rest of INSOMNIACS. Unfortunately, they were kind of caught out of position. I think kind of shocked themselves by the way that fight turned out. And now they had to disengage, and the Lord, another Lord, goes over to INSOMNIACS. And are we going to be able to see them? Are they going to be able to defend one more?
I mean, we'll see. Hate with the wall to buy a little bit more time. Lord coming, waves coming, Zay coming also into the back line. Galaxy with a nice fallen Star Moon. The world manipulation does come up, but you're knocked out of it too soon from Lord T. Ashley is taking out a few too many power shots. Hate may just be next. Darwin into that back line. Did use the blazing duets already, so he's not able to finish. The Lord is taken out. Easy peasy, closing in onto Hate. Gets the kill. Wait, the immortality still up. Can they get the finish? Darwin chasing him down. Hate's already used his flicker and is not going to be able to survive here, but Darwin does not try to close in. They have to get rid of these minions closing in on their base. They defend, turtle up, don't give up. DEUS Knights keeping this game going.
So the DEUS Knights is doing a good job like dragging the game, however they are still losing team fights. We do have Huawei doing a good job not securing kills, but I guess saving the tower, also them low enough, but it's just, I always see INSOMNIACS escaping with this little bit of health, not securing kills, and so I don't think there's a way for DEUS Knights to even turn around the game. Yes, they are extending the game, but at this point, they might need like some luck to even win this game.
Well, I do feel like they are starting to come up more and more. DEUS Knights is starting to get stronger in these team fights. Is starting to kind of find their legs here. But is it too late for them to actually create something here? Because they have no more inhibitors. That means you're going to have to be paying attention to these lanes crashing in now during these team fights. You can't even engage. That's something that's going to be in your mind in these team fights. You can't even engage that long because the longer you are here, the more of a risk you have for your core being met by those minions, those super minions on all sides.
Most definitely. I mean, I think there is possible opportunity. We've seen the damage that Darwin can do, but yeah, there, like Exai said, there might just need to be a little bit more follow-up. A little bit, you know, maybe just take the risk and go for that chase finally. Ultimately, they've been defending well. INSOMNIACS hasn't been able to crack through, which means we are getting to a point that DEUS Knights are kind of coming out on top in some of these fights. And I don't know if they've realized it yet, but I mean, you have a Lord coming at you, you have several wave of minions, and you're able to defend that push. And in my eyes, you won that fight right there. So I think they need, like at this right here, this is where they have to try to make the play. Hate does get the knockup onto EZC. Whirlwind comes out, but the Fallen Star Moon comes in and stops it from Fleur. Everyone's locked up. The wall has them in a bad spot, but Hate taking a bit of damage. The Blazing Duets has been launched. Darwin closing in. Ashley, you forced to use that Winter Truncheon just to get away, but Lord T locks onto Darwin. The Immortality does come up, so he's sticking around Zay, now chasing down Galaxy. Trying to get the kill, a nice outplay from Darwin, flickering away. Galaxy now also in a bad position of herself. She uses that Falling Star Moon, but will pay the price. Immortality pops with the Winter Truncheon, trying to buy any time she can, but she will go down here. The chase continues, but Fleur gets the kill, but while this is happening, Zai dies out to Lord T. Lord T just on fire right now, sitting at 9-2, knowing who he needs to target and making the plays matter.
What was the purpose of Uranus even engaging at bot lane against the Lord T? Like, obviously he had the upper hand. Why was he even bothering to engage?
Well, you keep him away. You keep him away from Darwin because that's his target. Lord T does get wiped out there. Darwin able to get the kill, and this Claude is starting to look good right now. This may be the win condition right here that DEUS Knights need. Claude is officially online. Not only that, but yes, Uranus is getting outbeat right now from Lord T, but he is creating that space. He's actually baiting Lord T away in a sense. Lord T tried to get Darwin earlier, wasn't quite able to, and now Darwin's able to get away with his life once again. Lord, though, looking a little low right now. Hate with the wild charge will get picked off here. The Immortality comes out. Real manipulation also locked in. Fallen Star Moon is not there to stop it this time, but she is locking on to Fleur. Alex and Hate both at low health as Zay chases them down, finally asserting some dominance of his own. The Winter Truncheon comes out, but it's just not enough. Zay under the tower, uses the Winter Truncheon on himself, gets his health high enough to where he can get away from Ashley. Galaxy, though, in the back line, focusing on to Fleur TZ as the rest of the team finally closes in onto Galaxy themselves. The problem is there is a wave of minions coming towards DEUS Knights. They might have to back off here. Zay in a bad position. Ashley with that Dark Health, able to bring Zay down to half health, but we're finally seeing Zay shine a little bit here, creating space for his team.
Yeah, so we haven't seen Zay do a good job in the early game. He is 10 deaths in. However, I do think that he has picked up his late in the game.
charge comes in. Backline coming in onto the team. Zia trying his best to get the board up here. He is in trouble here along with Galaxy. It was pretty low here. Juju trying to get away here. Lord is reset. And it looks like we have a 3-for-1 or 3-for-2 trade here. Galaxy actually still might be in trouble here. Zaya not finished. Falling Moonstar comes on to Zaya with Lord T. I don't think he's going to be able to get away here with the damage that's going to come from both of these guys. It looks like we do have Floor TZ coming in. He's trying to take out these waves here. These fights are definitely... DEUS Knights does have the potential here. Can make it. Zed here trying his best here to kind of ward them off for the Lord. I don't think he wants to stay here. There's not really much that Insomniacs can do for this Lord right now. I mean, he's kind of holding them off. So, I mean, not much risk to him while the rest of Insomniacs are kind of zoning out the rest of DEUS Knights here. I mean, these fights are definitely not one-sided. It's definitely not Insomniacs like pretty much bashing on them right now. DEUS Knights are holding their own.
Yeah, but, you know, I think where DEUS Knights were doing so well is they were, you know, I don't think they want to jump into just diving in and being super aggressive just because they've won some fights. We just saw what happened. Darwin dived in with that Blaze of Duets, got caught off guard. Hate, Galaxy, Lord T all locked in. He went in and just got melted, turned to dust immediately. So he still needs to play what he's been doing, you know, play safe, come in at angles, don't go for the full team wipe, try to get 2 or 3 players off the map, and let Zay create that space, let the rest of your team do the work also. They don't try to make any too crazy plays here. Just play it smart, do what you can, because right now, the game could go any way.
Yeah, it's definitely a more even game than it was, especially during the early and mid game here right now. DK definitely have a chance here, trying not to make a mistake here. We do see Zia here trying to bait something out, but Insomniacs are being very patient here, not trying to bite down. Zaya does come down here into the Grokken Galaxy here, and here we go with the fight.
Zay is taken out there. No immortality. Darwin, though, with that Blaze of Duets. Ashley may just go down. The immortality does pop as the rest of the team keeps focusing on the Lord. A nice knockup, though, onto Flirteezy as Galaxy and Lord T close in, but Galaxy is a little too low. Juju not quite able to get the kill. Easy peasy also taken out. Juju may just be next. The immortality pops, but there's just no escape from this one. It's a 4-man wipeout. Insomniacs will take this game most likely. A wave of super minions coming, and Darwin can't use the recall to get back. The first game will go to Insomniacs.
Yeah, and basically the story of that last engagement was not having any peel for Floor on that eve. They honed in, they chased her down all the way to the other end of the map, able to bring her down, and after that it was pretty much a wrap. I mean, valiant effort with what I would say is kind of an inferior composition, but I mean, it's still an exciting game.
Right, so like we do see DEUS Knights losing the first game. However, like I'm just surprised that they even extended that game for 25 minutes. They did a really good job holding down the team fight, even though they weren't doing that well in the early game. They did turn around the game, and like I did say earlier that like they might need a miracle to even win the game, but I'm just surprised and proud that they even had a small chance of like turning that game around. Hopefully, like moving forward, they do have a better comp. They didn't have a good front line to help set. Every time I saw Floor pull out her ult, it was always constantly interrupted by Yuzong. Yuzong always knew to dive and interrupt Eve's ultimate. So unfortunately, we couldn't see Eve doing much in the gameplays, but I'm hoping that DEUS Knights does improve their draft moving forward, because I do think that they have a lot of potential to win the next game.
Most definitely. It looks like we are having a few ping issues with the teams. We may take a quick second to try to get it resolved in just a second. We just got to talk to the teams, figure it out, see if maybe we can maybe reset the game, see what we can do to try to help the effect. Because I mean, it seems to always be one of the problems. with tournaments of this size over here. We've already talked about it earlier. So let's jump over to the break screen real fast, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Snacks.
Snack time?
A sweet adventure starts here.
It's
What did
such
I
a
say?
nice day for a picnic
What was
with
it?
friends.
Let's go out and play! This way, my little friend.
This game is just like a walk in the park.
Pretty kitty, happy kitty, a cute friend of mine.
What should I draw today? Parent or a pudding? Greenery and flowers below, sky and clouds above.
Hey, Beth, do you like it here?
Sweetness spreading. Finding more models for practice.
Hello, friends.
Say cheese!
Poor little Melissa. Her mother has become an angel, carefully watching over her from above. But even a guardian angel can't protect her from all the ill intentions in this world. Her half-sister is a big bully. And finally, Melissa decided... Oh. Huh.
You must pay for what you've done!
Oh, really?
Avenge me!
Get ready, guys. Well, the best is yet to come.
Help!
It's getting late. Let's end this quick.
Let them go! Otherwise, I will kill her!
Now, you're working my last nerve.
Aha! Here it is!
You don't know the power of the dark side.
May the Force be with you. Much fear in you.
We are believer もっともっと強くなれる子は今その絆を信じて くは心に縛るジレンマに潰されそう。自分じゃわからないリアルで確かな強さは弱さを認め合うことでその扉開き出す。僕ら未来のために誓う。何もしないで生きていたくはない。全てこの切ないだけで払って We are believers その光掴んで For century もう迷ったりはしない。立ち止まりはしない。Never lose Become braver 時を超え明日が Really life of friends 今希望の旗を立てて夜がりだった勘違いのお姫様。本当の自分見せられずストレスが加速する。足が震えつまずいた時そっと上向いたら信じられるその言葉が聞こえるの。負けないともっと強くなれると誓い。何度不安の闇に落ちかかってもここで紡いだ絆の矢払って We are believers この勇気見せるよ This ends up all ほら溢れ出した想い止められない想いでかちゃBecome braver壁を越え飛び出せ Fly for a dream 今この絆を背負って僕ら未来のために誓う。何もしないで生きていたくはない。全てこの切なにかけて払って We are believers その光掴んで For century もう迷ったりはしない。立ち止まりはしない。Never lose Become braver 時を超え明日が Really life of friends 今希望の旗を立てて We are believers この勇気見せるよ This friends are all ほら溢れ出した想い止められない想いでかちゃBecome braver 壁を越え飛び出せ Fight for a dream 今この絆を背負って
Always on the way. At least you tried. Well, I can't get more excited. You're going now. Let's make our debut in this land. I can be faster. run from this?
Legendary! Long enough. Let's make our debut in
All right, we are back. The players are ready to go. We've done another ping check to get them going at least. Let's hope that everyone can at least be satisfied here. I can say one thing, they are at least on even ping. It's not the greatest MS. And these are thoughts that we have to use. These are things we're going to learn about. But let's not talk too much about that. Let's get into the next game. INSOMNIACS versus DEUS Knights. This time INSOMNIACS will have first pick, first ban. Is it going to make a huge difference? Is DEUS Knights going to be able to answer back with those first two shots, that S1 and S1 pick, and make a statement with it? Already targeting easy peasy with the Ling though, private.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, what my mentality bit, if I'm talking to DEUS Knights, if I'm the team captain here, I'm letting them know, guys, like, we can do this. Like, we saw at the end of that that even with the aggression and the tankiness on the side of INSOMNIACS, DEUS Knights were able to hold their own in the fights. They did have a lot of problems. They need to be able to answer. They need to be able to protect that back line. So if you're going to have a back line, there needs to be something that will protect it. You need to have something that is setting. Unfortunately, I don't feel like Raphael is the best pick for something like that. I think there's just a lot better options. There are things that work with Raphael. Unfortunately, that comp, I don't feel benefited very well from it. So, and we do see the Valentina bans coming out on Maya ban. Yeah, I mean, I'm not the greatest fan of Maya, but I do know that DEUS Knights have used it very successfully, but it's still a Maya
I mean,
to
yes,
me.
Juju, yeah, it's still a Maya to me. It's so hard to fathom that. Is that target ban really worth it?
What I want DEUS Knights to do this round is to actually pick up a tank, or maybe a room that at least has some sort of like peel ability in CC. Especially if they're going to go with an Eve again. Unfortunately, I feel like Eve was kind of useless that round, because as soon as that real world manipulation went up, Lord T on Yuzong was right then and there to disrupt her ult. So we do see we're picking up Eve again. However, I really hope that they do come through with a better draft this time, so that they have some sort of engagement. They did lack CC last round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's something they definitely need, and they are going for a similar comp so far as last time. Zay with the Uranus, Fleur with the Eve, which aren't bad picks. Like, they're definitely prio picks, but they need to put something else in their lineup to stop Galaxy and Alex from coming in. And my guess is, do the Grok again? Are we seeing literally a repeat of game 2? DEUS Knights better bring something different to the table here.
Yeah, definitely, because these are the two answers. I was actually hoping that if they were going to pick Eve, they were going to either take that Grok or that Yuzong off the table for INSOMNIACS by picking it themselves. I mean, I feel like it's a good pairing, maybe even to grab like a Yuzong and an Eve, because you have effectively taken off one of the counters off the table there. And so you're not facing both of them. And especially Galaxy, who just had such a presence on this battlefield. Every single time Fleur decided to pop that real world manipulation. I mean, I as a Eve player, I would be scared every single time I see like a Galaxy here, because he was patient and he was waiting and he knew what his win condition was, which is basically aim for Fleur. That's all you got to do through this entire fight. Aim for Fleur. The second you get Fleur down, that team's gonna fall apart. They're gonna lose their whole the core of their engagement tools here.
Exactly, and seeing how the picks are unraveling on the side of DEUS Knights kind of makes me feel a little uneasy. It is the same comp so far. I'm excited to see what the last remaining two heroes they're gonna choose, especially since the current comp right now did not help them for the last game. I'm hoping they do pick up someone with CC.
You're literally bringing in an exact mirror of what we saw last time. Like, nothing has changed. You didn't even switch up the marksman. Yes, like, Darwin did decent towards the ending game. He was definitely the saving grace there in the end game, but it still was not enough to win. There was no real, like, we were grasping at straws just to try to give them some sort of win condition. Yes, they almost came out on top, but like in my head, it's what are y'all doing right now? Like, you just, it's one thing for Insomniacs. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Because their comp was wonderful. Yes, they probably could have ended it a bit sooner and not let it get so far. But DEUS Knights, I was hoping something completely different than what we saw last game. But they're coming with the same exact picks. Juju does, like I said, the Ruby. Bring in the Ruby.
Trying to mentally pass that information.
Yeah, I'm really trying.
Just
I'm like,
come on.
Telepathy. Juju, Ruby, Juju, Ruby. Something.
Okay.
Your team is picking.
That's
a little
actually
better than
disengagement. Yeah. Definitely don't want to be giving that over to Insomniacs. I mean, maybe they see something in this comp, and they saw something on the field while they were fighting in these games, and maybe there's something that they saw, and they feel like that it was a mistake on their part during a play, and definitely not the comps. They obviously don't see a problem with the comp. They're very confident in it. So I'm wondering if that's if that is having a
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Your team is picking.
I'm just thrown off by the Eudora pick. I don't really know who your is that for easy peasy to kind of lock him down when he comes in,
or Darwin, or the Claude. When you come, you come in with that Blazing Duets, I have the stun ready for you.
Right, and we have seen Ashley pull out Eudora. Yes, she is not the most meta hero pick, but Ashley does do a good job saving her second skill, her stun, for anyone that tries to dive into the backline.
I mean, Eudora is definitely a niche pick. She's not something you bring to every single game at all. But what I can say is, like, for those highly mobile heroes, those in-out heroes like the Fannies, the Claudes, she can be useful. She is a sitting duck in the early game. She does have that issue, and she can be easily targeted and locked down. But Ashley is known to have good positioning. She's known to know when to come out in switches, knowing how to get herself around in a team fight. So if she can live up to the things we've seen her with the past, I wouldn't really count the Eudora pick out completely here.
All troops deployed.
Yeah, obviously, DEUS Knights not seeing the issues that we did with their comp. They're still confident in it. So let's see if they do indeed know something that we don't, and can put it to use here in this second game of 3, hopefully 3, versus Insomniacs.
We'll see exactly what happens here. I mean, Juju picking up the Hilda this time. Still no heavy CC from that. Yes, you can be annoying in the early game. You can be that harassment. But when it comes to these big 5-man brawls, these big 5 versus 5s, like, she's not going to be able to, again, you have nothing to hold anyone in for that real manipulation. Once Galaxy getting the best of Zai once again in the first minute of the game, Zai taking a death. Why do you keep putting them on Uranus if you're going to get beat out like this?
Well, not only that, but like, I think Zai had the habit of playing too aggressive early game. That's the same exact problem that he faced last game, which resulted in like a total of like over 10 deaths on him. I just think he needs to change up. Like, I think Uranus is a good viable pick. It's just he needs to maybe change up his gameplay.
I mean, but you're supposed to be aggressive. Like, you're supposed to cut lanes. Like, maybe not be aggressive towards Yuzong, like what we're seeing right now. Like, you're not supposed to just charge into him, but you're supposed to cut lanes. You're supposed to, and I just don't think his micro mechanics of it right now is up to par. Because you're supposed to be going in and cutting and doing that back and forth bob and harassing, but he's just not doing it that well.
It looks like they're locking on the Juju here, trying to bring him down. Alex actually taking a pretty decent amount of damage here. Yeah, it looks like they're going to go ahead and try to disengage here. I was going to say I blame Area 77 for how Zia is playing this Uranus. They did such a good job in the early game, get so many kills on Uranus, that maybe Zia just thinks he's the powerhouse that he's not. A lot of damage coming on to Galaxy here, but wow, that rock damage.
Oh, but a nice pick from Easy Peasy. Back onto Galaxy. Hate now forced to run away. And hold on, it's Zay. Zia will come for you if you call him Zia. Zia will come for you.
Zay or Zai?
Zai's great question. I'm gonna call him Zay. Zai. It probably is Zai, not gonna lie. So they did get Turtle there into the hands of DEUS Knights. I mean, into the hands of INSOMNIACS. So again, INSOMNIACS taking the lead in this game just like what we saw last time. Of course, it seems a little bit more even.
I do think that DEUS Knights is doing a better job not getting snowballed this early on. I do think that, yes, there is still a lack of CP on the DEUS Knights, but they're playing a lot more cautious around.
Yeah, definitely not letting those mistakes happen that happened the last game in the early game. Juju wisely able to get away from Alex here, and Juju actually, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of harassment, a lot of potential here for Juju. The sustain that this Hilda has is just immense in the current meta. So I think it's gonna be a real play here with Juju here. Wall coming up by Hate here, but Juju's just pretty much confined to just kind of
Oh, nice pick from Alex there. Don't get too aggressive.
There, we were just about to say, okay, Darwin actually disengaging. They're not wanting to have any piece of this engagement that's going to happen up at top. But what I was going to say is that, like, they are being a little bit more patient here, and I feel like if they not getting beat out as bad as they did the last game in the early game, and maybe this is the recipe is to get into that late game where Darwin is able to pop off, where your Eve is going to be doing immense amounts of damage, and we still have yet to see, are they going to be able to protect Floor when Floor does that real world manipulation? I think that's going to be the story here, and whether they can or cannot will spell how this match is going to be. Is it going to be the same as the first game?
Right, so they aren't getting as picked off as they were like last game. However, they are still making like minor mistakes, like the Silvas being a little bit aggressive. However, we did see a strict kill on Ashley. The thing is, like, Eudora isn't a meta pick, but if you compare Eudora against Eve, I would take Eve, like, hands down, any day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, most definitely Eve is definitely the, wait, you'll take Eudora any day over Eve?
No. I would take Eve over Eudora any day.
That's what I thought. I just want to make sure that's what I heard. Eve's definitely the better pick. Hold on, a nice turtle going into the hands of Alex. Mahate does pay the price for that, Lord. Darwin rotating down, Zay also following in. Lord T with that ultimate brings out the shotgun now, clearing up these waves. Gonna rotate back up to that gold lane as the rest of the teams get back into positions. Juju's sitting at 0-2 right now. So once again, we're seeing the tank on the side of DEUS Knights just not be super viable. They will take the first tower of the game. Maybe not. Darwin forced to flicker away. The minion will not get the finish. The tower's got just a sliver of health there.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and assume that tower's down. That's a sneeze away from dying right there. But I mean, you were saying that Hilda is having trouble, but was able to zone out that top tower long enough for Darwin to go ahead and will bring it down basically to no health. So I mean, I think Hilda's having a better job. Maybe not. There might be better options, but definitely a better job than Rafaela in the first game.
Most definitely. I mean, the Raphael's too squishy. The way that INSOMNIACS are just so in your face, you need something to kind of create that distance, which in a sense is supposed to be Zai, but he's not able to live long in the first couple minutes. They are pushing into Galaxy this time. Easy peasy, also doing a little better on this Taquito pick than the Lance pick. I have to point that out because he is making a few plays across the map, and they are taking towers away. So I mean, they've also taken the gold lead. DEUS Knights finally having the upper hand in a fight, but Lord T under the tower with a beautiful flicker sniper shot right into Fleur's face. Easy peasy gets the revenge kill. A 1-for-1 trade, but these are the plays we gotta watch out for. Darwin with the blazing duets. Ashley will go down. Alex now on the run as Juju tries to push forward. Hate with a nice wall, slowing Juju down, but DEUS Knights will move on to this turtle and take claim over the map.
Yeah, not exactly like these grand fights and these grand positionings, but DEUS Knights is starting to creep forward. 2 towers unanswered by INSOMNIACS here. So I mean, apparently they have a plan. Here comes real world manipulation, trying to go on to Galaxy. Galaxy comes in, pops her up. Is she going to be able to get away here? Juju trying his best to kind of come in here. Galaxy puts some damage on and is able to get away there. Juju actually takes some damage there from Ashley, but it's not enough to go ahead and take Juju down.
Right, so we are seeing a different game for the side of DEUS Knights here, and I knew that they had this potential to even like win a game, and they're doing so much better now, right? Like, I just expected for them like a lot better last game. Like these are like top teams, top squads in NA. I'm really happy that they learned from their mistakes from the first game.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful snipe shot. That was picture perfect. You gotta clip that. Fleur though is taken out. Darwin coming in, ready to pop those blazing duets. Decides not to. Finally, actually doing it. Down goes Ashley. Will get the kill. All the members of DEUS Knights have fallen except for Easy Peasy and Darwin. Darwin trying to close him in this mid lane now, maybe take another tower. It's one thing that DEUS Knights have been doing well here, chipping away, keeping up their aggression on to these objectives. Darwin flickering in and out, Easy Peasy with a nice left jab. And it looks like they may disengage here as Alex is back on the field along with Hate and Galaxy.
Well, yeah, they wisely disengaged there because Galaxy did have Petrify back up, and if you would have gone ahead and jumped on a Darwin, that would have been GG for him, at least for that for that little engagement there. And just man, so here's the thing about the Eudora pick. While you are countering certain picks on, you're countering the Darwin, or you're countering, I guess the Paquito coming in. I feel like you're leaving yourself open. You're kind of ignoring that the rest of the team can still kind of put a ton of damage and leave yourself open to them. So I mean, like I'm not really seeing much happening. Ashley is 0-3 right now, so not really. I mean, it's kind of a risky play, and that's kind of what happens when you have those niche heroes that you're picking into it. And right now we see that DEUS Knights are on this Lord here, bringing it down pretty much. Galaxy coming in with the Black Dragon, but they are still able to get it. Fleur in trouble here. Galaxy going after him. Oh my god, a lot of damage here coming down out of here. Zaya trying to get away here. Alex on the chase here. Juju does take down Galaxy, and we are at a 2-2 here right now for the deaths on the side of DEUS Knights and INSOMNIACS. And DEUS Knights were able to get that Lord, I believe. Yeah. So, I mean, a definite that definitely goes to the side, especially since they have 2 towers down and no towers on the side of INSOMNIACS here. So they are winning these engagements here, even despite Fleur, I feel like, still not being able to get good positioning for that real world manipulation. They're just kind of going around it though. They're kind of like they know that they're not gonna be able to do that. They know that they're gonna get jumped on, but they're just kind of working around that weakness that they have.
And Juju also starting to look a little bit better right now, doing some nice damage, keeping some distance, holding Kate at bay. And Easy Peasy also really, I said it once, I'll say it again, he's shining on this Paquito. Hate now is going to get taken out. Easy Peasy gets a kill. Ashley forced to run away as real world manipulation comes up, and Easy Peasy wants to play the aggressive one here. Darwin also playing the edge of this wall right now. Zone's back. They do have a wave coming down the mid. They want to try to focus in and take more of these towers as they have rotated up into the top wave, keep Beatrix occupied. They're going to take this tier 2 tower, maybe even push all the way up here. Fleur does not have that real manipulation back on. Galaxy now forcing forward with that Black Dragon, going to just create a little bit of distance as Hate also zones around. Alex, though, has to clear this wave in the bottom lane if they want to salvage these inhibitors.
Right, so I do see that DEUS Knights is doing a really good job keeping that pressure. They do have the upper hand. They have the control of the map right now, and even their own jungle. There is a 5k gold difference, 5k gold disparity, but I'm so happy that they're doing a better job this round, and they've learned from their mistake from the first round. I do think that, seeing how this game is going, if they can keep this momentum, keep this pressure, they could secure a win in this series.
Yeah, and they definitely have an advantage here, especially with no towers on their side. They have complete map control right now down to the inhibitor, so the jungle is pretty much open for them. They just don't want to be making those mistakes. I've said it time and time again in the weeks that we've been watching NA, but there's a different game that needs to be played when you're going for those inhibitors, when you're going for that core, because now you have your enemy cornered and you have that damage can be rained down while they can sit in the safety of the damage that could be output by those inhibitors or that core. So you kind of want to be careful of how you engage there and how you come in on them.
Yeah, and Juju is doing a really good job in Hilda zoning since they are setting up for Lord. I do think that it might go uncontested, but I do think that INSOMNIACS have the power to even fight back.
Yeah, Galaxy is coming in. He's playing the wall right now, waiting for a moment. But DEUS Knights is keeping that Lord going. They don't want it to reset just yet, but besides, they are opting for it as Easy Peasy closes in on Galaxy, able to get a nice pick and back up in the top. Fleur gets down on to Lord T. Alex now on the run. A beautiful triple kill going over to Easy Peasy in the top lane. Alex forced to go back to base as the rest of the team pushes forward. They don't even want Lord. They want to take this inhibitor. They know the death counters are around 20 seconds. They want to try to end it right here and bring it to game 3. They've taken the inhibitor. They've breached the base. They're moving on to Alex. Alex trying to survive, not quite able to. They have one minion, and the game will go to DEUS Knights.
Absolutely unbelievable. They got a great engagement up there by the Lord, and then the decision right away, as soon as they got 4 players down, screw this Lord, push mid, we can take this, and they did. It was just this was a different team, and Easy Peasy on this Poquito, bruh. Like, I mean, maybe not as great as his Ling, but up there, he did a great job putting on damage. As soon as Galaxy went in, immediately taking down the half health as soon as Easy Peasy engaged onto him.
Right, so what do you guys think that DEUS Knights did differently that made them win this game? Or like, what did INSOMNIACS do that they could have done better to, I guess, extend this game a little longer, because they kind of got swept there.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think they needed, you know, the Eudora was a good idea. I think it,
in theory, yes, but like
good idea, but it definitely didn't work out that well. I think maybe the Farza would have been better, something with a bit more zoning capability, something that whenever that Hilda came in, you can keep a distance. Also for Paquito. Maybe even the Kagura or the Lunox again to deal with the bulkiness of Paquito and in that Hilda. It looked a little shaky at first, but DEUS Knights definitely came out on top there. And we are going to game 3 here. And I'm ready for it. DEUS Knights will have first pick, first ban.
Your team is banned.
Who do you guys think comes on top?
It's really interesting because I feel like that first game was DEUS Knights having a little bit of problems with their composition and INSOMNIACS having that great strong picks into it and pretty much capitalizing on it. On that second game, you had DEUS Knights, I feel like, covered up the weaknesses. Even though we were very critical of picking that same composition, they found those 2 holes in it and they covered it up well with the Hilda and the Poquito. Hilda able to put on so much pressure onto them, and on the reverse side there, INSOMNIACS maybe kind of picking something a little weaker in that Eudora pick. So on that side, DEUS Knights pretty much taking advantage of that. So this third game, I'm expecting both teams to identify what was weak on their team and come with 2 very strong comps. And honestly, this is anybody's game here right now.
Yeah, and I'm so surprised that DEUS Knights quickly found their mistakes from the first game and made a remarkable recovery on the second game, because I think they won that game by like a sweep. And it was nothing. It looked like nothing in comparison to like the first game.
Yeah, they definitely were playing. It was almost like watching a different team.
Right.
Definitely playing much better. I really like I think the Lance pick, again, you know, you got to think about it. We don't, because of the MS difficulties, because of the problems, you can't always go for that Lance pick. You can't always go for the Link pick. It's Easy Peasy maybe deciding to go for it anyways. You know, it's something that it's
you got a premiere on T-Rex.
It's a risky pick, though. It really is, you know, and that's probably one of the reasons why we're not really always able to watch NA at its full capabilities. You know, you see great games when you see teams like INSOMNIACS and Area 77 go against each other because they're both sitting on an East server with 20-30 MS. But when we're watching teams like this, you know, things happen. You get a lag spike, something crazy comes in. You're not able to pick those high mechanical heroes that you always want to. So it kind of, you know, you see things that happen and you see these different turnarounds or you see these compositions that are kind of weird. And sometimes I think that's the reason why.
Yeah, and we do see that they are hovering over this Eve pick. I'm kind of wondering what they're going to pair with. Are they going to pair with something to take away the engagement of it? No. So this does leave Yuzong and some other heroes open. Unfortunately, they do already have that Uranus there. So I do want to know what they're going to have to answer Eve here, because you can't just leave it open. You can't just let her kind of rain damage down with that real world manipulation. And not even just a real world manipulation. A lot of the other abilities that she has with the slow and the damage that she can do is just enough to kind of debilitate your team. We do see that Kagura being picked up by Floritizi here.
And we do see Darwin on plot again. He has been doing a phenomenal job in all 2 games so far. I do think that you might see this game going to late game, considering Darwin does do a really good job carrying his weight, his team early mid game and extending it into late game. So I do think this is going to be a close game.
One thing we also have that I never pointed out with DEUS Knights is Juju doesn't normally play tank for them. Hendrik Love's is their tank. So like, and I probably should have said this in the very beginning, but Juju is a sub. Like not a sub, but it's someone that normally either plays gold lane or you know, things like that. That's where like the Mia ban came from, because she's made some crazy turnarounds in the end game with it. So like DEUS Knight's already at kind of a disadvantage here, you know, and that's probably why we haven't seen the Ruby, haven't seen some of those picks that would work so well with them, because they're just trying to pick like, Juju, what are you comfortable with right now? We know you're in not the greatest role that you want to be, but we got to try to bear it out for this game.
Your team is banning.
Definitely a respect ban coming out of on the side of INSOMNIACS for that Hilda there, and I think you're right. But that adds another layer to this, is that Juju is not their regular tank, and they don't have probably that same synergy that they do with Hector. Hendrik. Hendrik loves all. They don't have that.
Let the world betray me.
They don't have the synchronicity with them, but they're doing well against a team like INSOMNIACS. INSOMNIACS is no slouch. Beating out, they beat Team Sexy. What were they? The second place in the NASF. Yeah, swept.
They didn't just beat them; they swept them.
Yeah, so this is the story of DEUS Knights and what they just have that fortitude. I feel like of one of the teams, they are rising up so quickly because they are able to adapt so fast to what's coming at them. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, eventually they hit walls and stuff like that. But of any of the teams in NA, they have bounced back so fast each time. And we're seeing it in these games, and maybe we're gonna see it here in this last match of the series between DEUS Knights and INSOMNIACS here. Will INSOMNIACS just put forth that dominance that we saw from them last week?
Yeah, but here comes that Basha jungle. You know, we haven't seen it tonight, and I'm excited to see it now. It's been such a clutch pick for a lot of teams. It's just kind of really crept its way into the meta, and I like it. What I like about the composition of DEUS Knights even more right now is they have this nice bulky front line. They have CC, nice aggression, all of those things. But the thing is they also have Darwin in the back line, able to come in and output damage. They have Fleur on this Kagura, who has a nice range with that umbrella. So DEUS Knight's composition looks pretty solid right now.
My only question here right now is, what are you going to do about Ashley when she pops that real world manipulation? Is Juju going to be the one? I know Easy Peasy can I have seen on the Boxia the mobility, the ability when he gets into that that wheel, the ability where he's wheeling in and to go in and stun from a side, because he can close the distance quite quickly. But it's going to be all on easy peasy to go ahead and shut down that real world manipulation.
I know,
and for the rest of his team, and for his team to be able to close down on it.
Like, why would
you
you
see
even
how
make a skill that long? Why would they even name a skill that long? Don't they care about us casters? Don't they?
And here we go. This is the third and final game.
Yeah, I feel, you know, both teams have brought some early games. Not too much. Actually, looking at INSOMNIACS, it does seem a bit, you know, you have the Aulus. It's not going to really hit that spike until level 12. You have Galaxy, who does well against the Esmeralda, but I don't think the Dairoth does as well against the Uranus. You're not able to really get that slowdown on him. You just use the Consecration, but Juju already taking a flicker under the tower will go down. A bad misplay. Hey, capitalizing on a mistake, and that could be huge already this early on, getting the death onto one of those bulky frontliners.
Yeah, but if there's any type of hero that's going to be able to kind of macro up very quickly, it's that Boxia. Does so much damage, especially with that jungle emblem. So I mean, I don't really feel like this is going to be like endgame for them. Hate actually in a little bit of trouble there, but able to safely flicker away. And yeah, I mean. Unfortunate, but I don't really think it's going to be too bothersome, especially, I mean, Boxia is just so aggressive, can do so much in the jungle, and you already see him here taking away the jungle minions here so quickly, and we're going to see how it ends up with this first turtle minion, or this first turtle engagement.
Literally dies and comes right back. Like, I'm coming right into the jungle, and I'm going to die again. Alex gets the kill. I mean, you know, I get it. It's kind of what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to go in for the harassment, but it's kind of the same issue we saw with Zai. You know, some of those micro mechanics when you're trying to do those pushes, those small invades, or the jungle cuts, or the lane cuts, or anything like that. They kind of don't know how to push it enough, or they over push it a little bit too much. Like right here, Zai getting beaten out by Galaxy. There definitely needs to be a few mechanical fixes on the side of DEUS Knights.
Right, and we do see Juju playing a role that they are comfortable with, but like even if you're not in, what I want to say is that Hylos went down early game, even though Hylos had insane early game damage, and so for me to see Juju engage again, when Juju getting the half flicker ready, it just made no sense.
Oh, beautiful flicker hook from Hate there, bringing him all the way back into the jungle. Galaxy, I mean, Hate will be taken out though. Juju popping that second skill, but not able to make it. Darwin now coming back onto the map, but they are still going easy peasy, and Zay now on the run as Alex pushes forward. The Tortoise is able to get away, move on to this gold crab. But right now, INSOMNIACS it's looking like a replay of game one. We're at 6-1, 2,000 gold lead, only 3 minutes in. Those small mistakes are adding up. Juju getting picked off twice in the early game. Now Zay going down to Galaxy. You know, things like that are not supposed to happen, and that's what's it's gonna be the ruin of DEUS Knights in these games.
Right.
Yeah,
and so
unfortunately.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm just going to need Juju to go ahead, take a breath, and find his happy place. Calm down. Like this aggression, it's not working. The rest of your team is not following up to kind of give you that exit. I mean, calm down here, because we're giving them a little too much early game, and your team is supposed to shine here, and you're not. So we're basically putting it all on Darwin in this late game to be doing a ton of damage, because Juju is just he's not able to hold the line here or get that aggression that he wants.
Right, and Juju, like, yes, Hylos is a really great aggressive early game hero, but with that accidental flicker in the tower, I think that should have just told Juju, like, hey, I'm behind. I think I need to back off right now. I think Juju is still trying to play aggressive, and it's kind of biting them in the ass right now.
Yeah, you gotta know, you know, Galaxy's really just tormenting Zai. this is the third game we've seen Zai, die twice in the first few minutes. Road manipulation though does come up. Juju and Easy Peasy trying to get away, but a nice hook from Hate, pulling Juju back in. Lord T though is taken out from Easy Peasy. Juju on the run, the rest of the team not there, but he is surviving, getting some nice chip damage as the rest of the team walks onto that turtle. DEUS Knights do lose Juju, but they get the turtle and they get a kill there, so not a horrible trade. Maybe there can be a little bit of opportunity here.
Yeah, that gold lead is kind of standing firm at just about 2K gold here. We are only in the opening 5 minutes, but I am hopeful to see DEUS Knights kind of calm down and kind of hunker down and get together with these engagements, because I do feel like the Juju, I feel like there's a plan in Juju's head, but it's, oh my god.
Bro, I can't. It's like, let's just stay in the XP lane, because Galaxy just keeps racking up kills on Zai right now, on Zai. And again, like, I don't care what anyone says, he's not supposed to beat down on Uranus like that. Like, yes, he does work great on the Esmeralda, and Zai is not setting a good example for how that's supposed to work out.
Well, I mean, even a Hanabi at 6 kills is going to be destroying a Uranus. So you got to be respectful of the power spikes, or of how fed your opponent is. And unfortunately, Zaya just, I mean, he has high hopes for this Uranus, and feels like he's a little stronger than he is.
We do get a kill though in the mid onto Hate. Zai loses that tower in the bot lane as DEUS Knights opt to move into the middle, focus in on that tower, finally securing a tower for themselves. I think they need to maybe just pocket up here a bit more, run a bit more as a unit instead of getting zoned off, because Juju in the very beginning picked off Fleur though, get a nice stun onto Galaxy. Can they finally make the play? Juju trying to close the distance and get the stun. They will get Galaxy here, and these are I think this is what DEUS Knights needs to do, just stay together, filling opportunity. Yes, you might get out split pushed, but the side of INSOMNIACS isn't really that mobile. You should be able to keep up with them, especially with the Jungle Basha.
Well, and that's the thing, is they're not getting out split pushed. They're when they make these things, they're actually able to get back on to where they want on the map very quickly. It looks like they might be in a little bit of trouble here. INSOMNIACS looking for the to jump in here, but it looks like DEUS Knights is actually able to get that turtle here. Things are starting to calm down, are starting to get back. Only a 1K gold, less than a 1K gold lead for INSOMNIACS right now. So they're starting to lose a little bit of ground. I wouldn't say that they're losing yet, but they're starting to lose ground here, and this is what we've been seeing from DEUS Knights when they start getting revved up, and it's something that INSOMNIACS is gonna have to start watching out for.
Most definitely. Galaxy now also opting down to the bottom lane, knowing that's where Zai is. He's like, I'm just going to keep harassing you, keep dealing with you, be easy peasy. Gets the stun, but look at that burst damage onto Zai. He knows who he wants, and he gets the kill. A nice lock, and easy peasy now running himself as Galaxy pushes forward. He's able to stop the wheel. Can they battle it out? We get that Tortoise Pusins coming up. Galaxy a little low, goes in and taken out from the passive of that ultimate. A nice play, a nice try, but he does go down.
That was a 1v1 trade, however. Seeing Galaxy pop off like that in a 2v1, it shows how much, how fed Galaxy is on Nyrok right now. And so I think they should be wary about even engaging in those team fights with Galaxy.
Yeah, it's definitely tough for them. Not only that, but Hate just landing these hooks back to back, or at least making sure even when he misses them, it's still you have to worry. I clench up. I'm like, oh, is he about to walk onto Juju again? And just knowing that he's out there waiting for you, it makes you worried. You don't want to check the bushes that you normally would. You don't want to walk right into that Franco ultimate so the rest of the team can just take you out. He puts that fear in. He does try to lock on a Fleur, but she's able to second skill away. The Umbrella comes back, a nice ultimate, and Hate will go down. Now Juju pushing forward Is he going to stun onto Lord T here? Nice umbrella onto Lord T. Followed up with the Sun, the second skill. Continue to do some damage, forcing INSOMNIACS back as Alex plays the distance on this Lord Pit. Zay trying to run away, bursts down from Galaxy, but Galaxy will go down. He does get the 1-for-1 trade. Darwin in the back line with the Blazing Duets. We're able to get the stun onto Alex, securing the Lord for DEUS Knights.
DEUS Knights is playing an incredible game right now. Does have, I do want to say, like, does have to deal with Zaya kind of having issues here, but they are still coming back and being a very dominant force in these fights right now. Able to get this Lord here. I mean, they're like it's at that point now. INSOMNIACS needs to do something here because they are starting to lose this match, and it's starting to look like almost shades of how game 1 was where they had the advantage, but this is coming much earlier where DEUS Knights is getting their power spike, and it looks like they easy peasy goes in onto the Lunax, but she's able to light ult away. Lord coming into Galaxy, getting a lot of damage here, gets taken down by Darwin, and this tower is safe, but they did lose somebody there. These fights, I don't know what, but it sounds
nice a little.
Yeah, I think DEUS Knights is doing a really good job. They have a lot of cohesion in these team fights. It's just early game, they were getting picked off, but you see them coming online together right now, and they're doing a great job.
Darwin gonna possibly take out. He does get the kill onto Alex. Finally, Darwin scaled a little bit earlier in the game. We're only 10 minutes, and he's actually doing what we only saw him do in the last 2 games. You know, and we only saw him do it in the last 2 games at the 20-minute mark. This time, he's finally actually making a statement. Look at the gold. INSOMNIACS are controlling things. We are going to have a pause real fast coming in from the side of DEUS Knights here. We'll jump back to the caster's desk real fast. Oh, we figure this out, maybe possibly a disconnection or something, but just the turnaround of this game overall. The fact that INSOMNIACS had such a control over the map, over the game, getting picks, making plays, Jujube forfeiting over 2 deaths in the first 2 minutes, I think, and now INSOMNIACS has literally spiked ahead and have have over a 3,000 gold lead right now. It's just a huge statement for DEUS Knights.
They are basically they're outplaying. There's no other way to say it. They're outplaying INSOMNIACS, which is just so amazing to see. Not just because INSOMNIACS are just a great team, and to see a team like that get outplayed by what I would consider, and I think most would consider, as an underdog in this tournament. I mean, not much. I mean, DEUS Knights aren't very well known. We have seen them start moving up, like I was saying before, having being able to cover up those holes. With each loss, they just get stronger and are able to kind of like patch up what is in their comps that is weak, and they're doing that here, even with a sub in the likes of Juju here. But I mean, they're still doing very great here. The one thing I do want to see on the side of INSOMNIACS is I don't really feel like Ashley's been having as much of an effect on the battlefield. I haven't really seen a real world manipulation that I thought was great, and I don't think it's because she's getting picked off during these fights, because I really haven't seen too much engagements on her. So maybe it's just a setup thing, and I feel like that will be the key here for them, and maybe Galaxy kind of coming in and joining on these fights as well. He is 8-4. I mean, that's a pretty fed Dairoth on that side. So
I mean, but he's not looking as scary anymore. And also, that last Lord push from the side of DEUS Knights, we saw easy peasy flank around that wall, make sure he comes in from the back along with Jujube, and they were able to really just kind of close in on Galaxy and the rest of the team and kind of sandwich them in between the Lord, and that's where they're winning out in some of these fights. Their positioning is finally getting a bit better. Just in the past 2 matches, we're seeing them kind of learn from some of those earlier mistakes. Jujube, maybe
don't stay there.
Look here, don't stand there. That is a dangerous spot. We all know it. That's like the legendary. Oh, there it is. The hook comes in, stun down. Real manipulation comes out. A bit of an overkill, I would say, but they do get the kill.
Right, so DEUS Knight right here, they are facing like pickoffs, and that's what the problem that they're that we saw early game, right? We saw INSOMNIACS picking them off one by one, left and right. However, they do a really good job as a team. It was unfortunate that Juju did get hooked there, and no one was there to back him up.
I mean, he's got to know they're in there. He's got to know. Like, why were you standing there? Stand on the other side of the bush, you know? Like, that's like, you know, I don't know. Those are the little mistakes that we see in there that you can't be making. Like, yes, we are, you know, we're in the final 8 right now, and you really got to be on your A game. INSOMNIACS, like, they are keeping up, but I mean, DEUS Knights are keeping up, but those are the little things that, let's say they do win this game, you can't do that against Team Second. You can make those small mistakes. World Manipulation, though, coming out. A nice umbrella coming from Fleur. Galaxy will go down once again. Blazing Duet trying to lock onto Actually. They will get the kill here. Easy peasy on the hunt, rolling around like a ball of death as he closes in. He's going to go back to this Lord, though, and DEUS Knights are taking a lot of leverage in this game.
This is exactly where they shine, because whenever they're all together, there's so much confusion. They dominate the team fights. It's just those pickoffs. They just need to learn to position and engage whenever they are there. However, they are doing a really good job so far, and I do think that if they continue this momentum, if they continue this, I guess, correct trajectory, they can secure the win.
Real world manipulation coming out, but easy peasy able to get away. Go on, Rex.
Good. That's all. I mean, with Ford coming in now, they're gonna take this tower. Zay staying up there, harassing onto Alex. They weren't quite able to see. They do have the minions at the bottom, so all 3 are pushing at once. The thing about Alex, the thing about this Aldous is he's gonna sweep through these Lords every time. If they want to get it, and not only that, but you have Ashley with the real manipulation. Juju, what are you doing? None of your team is there, trying to maybe bait them back. Easy peasy now in, uses that ultimate, that Tortoise Boosins, coming in, getting some nice chip damage. Zay reverting up into the top. They do crack in onto that first inhibitor, and they will continue to push, possibly back off, because World Manipulation is here. They've got what they came for. Hate not able to land that hook as the rest of the team reverts back to the jungle. They're going to move on to this blue buff and try to take everything they can away from INSOMNIACS.
Right, so that wasn't the best engagement from Hylos. However, it all worked out in the end because they did secure that top inhibitor. They are having a lot more control of the map now, a lot more control of the jungle. So we are seeing a different game than how we were seeing at the beginning.
And yeah, I think it does have to do with that picking off, and that might be or with the wrong one with that yeah. Good effort there, but definitely not Hylos this time. But it does have to do something. Here's the other push. The one thing here is that we keep seeing is that, like, it's unfortunate, but it's probably down to the cohesion that they have, because they do have that one player that is gone, and that might be making a mistake here. We do have a little bit of an engagement here. Easy peasy coming down onto Lord T here. Hate just narrowly out of reach for a hook onto Easy Peasy. And looks like they're going to go ahead and disengage here. Just kind of trying to make time here. Not really doing much. I was kind of hoping that they were going to go ahead and freeze these lanes to be ready for this Lord, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and push that bottom one as this next Lord is coming down to about 20 seconds. Oh, that's an immense
with
gold
Lord
lead.
up in just 17 seconds right now, there just doesn't seem to really be an answer for INSOMNIACS now. And this is the first time we said this about them. Like, the Franco, a good pick, but they gotta be able to force an engage. And with Easy Peasy rolling around, making sure he gets to those back lines, it's really looking rough. And now we're starting to see this Gyroth kind of fall off also in this team fights. Yes, Galaxy was on fire in the early game, but at this point, we're not really seeing a whole lot from him. He hasn't gotten a kill in a while. He's been getting melted almost every single team fight, sitting at 8-5-1. So now it's kind of up to more of Lord T on the Lunox, the rest of the team to kind of pick up the pieces. DEUS Knights, though, securing another Lord. Are they going to be able to finish it with this?
Not just securing, but INSOMNIACS powerless to even to go in there. The being zoned out and not even able to answer it right now. It's only well, it's about a 7k gold lead in the favor of DEUS Knights here right now. And we've talked about this before, and maybe it played differently. A Franco can be useful maybe with something else, but there is no engagement tool on the side that I feel like on the side of INSOMNIACS instead, besides hitting a hook on Franco. But even then, I mean, there's no real CC to be able to bring down the side of DEUS Knights.
Oh, Jujube, one last one for the show. Easy peasy, they're coming in. A beautiful walking onto T. You will be taken off the map, but it's a trade for Jujube. Another hook that does miss. Darwin chasing after Galaxy along with Zay. They are going to get that kill. A nice mega kill going into the hands of DEUS Knights. Now DEUS Knights closing in. Only one inhibitor left. A wave of minions coming from the top and the mid. Will INSOMNIACS fend this off? Actually waiting for that wheel of manipulation to come back. Just waiting for the cooldown as DEUS Knights circle around like sharks, ready for this push. They need to clear that bottom wave, take this last inhibitor so they can really just seal the deal and possibly move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, right now, unfortunately, with Alex on that Aulus, I'm not sure you're going to be able to take this bottom tower with just how fast his clear is. You're gonna need to wait probably for another Lord here, and I mean honestly that's the best thing to do. DEUS Knights just need to be patient. They have this right now. They are a dominating performance by them against favorites like INSOMNIAC here, and I mean hopefully they can keep it up. Like I've said before, there's those teams that get a little greedy when they're on the core, when they're on those inhibitors. So all that the DEUS Knights need to do is just kind of stay patient, know their win conditions. Maybe even freeze the lanes here. You're on this last Lord. We've seen that there is nothing INSOMNIACS can do to try to contest this. They're too far behind right now. Almost a 10k gold lead right now by them. Uranus is almost 4k above Ashley right now.
Yeah, and you know, it's like right now it's a huge, at this late in the game, that 10,000 is a big difference. Ashley still missing a whole item, you know, several members still trying to fill out those last items or two, to where we look at the side of DEUS Knights, everyone's just about maxed out. I mean, everyone's got their full kit on, full gear, ready to go, and this last Lord push could be the one. So Alex doesn't try to make the retribution play here, you know, and it's going to be hard. Jujube hooked once again, but she's finally tanking up to deal with that. I don't think INSOMNIACS can survive another Lord push. I think the play has to be try to be made here. Ashley also working her distance as Zay zones away Alex. The Lord is down to half health right now. I don't know if they're going to keep it up. That Righteous Pathway comes in. A nice hook onto Easy Peasy. Zay is getting melted down. The suppression's a little too much. He tries to use the concentration to get away, but not quite able to. Galaxy, though, wiped off, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Lord still in the map. Darwin locked and loaded, ready to go. Easy Peasy playing the distance, but keeping them at bay as Darwin goes back to that turtle along with Jujube and Hate. You know, I mean, they got to make a play here. It's their only opportunity, and they are trying, but I just don't think they can break through.
They can. We do have Hylos and Hylos' zoning ability. They're keeping them away from the Lord, but I do think that for DEUS Knights here, it's just
Team hero has been slain.
Oh.
I don't think they even need a Lord.
I mean, they're going back and forth. They're going back and forth overall. So, I mean, it's definitely something, but I think this time they will secure the Lord. With Alex gone, no retribution on the table. There's no steal coming for the side of INSOMNIACS. The death counter is at 40 seconds. This may just be it right here.
Right, at this moment, I think INSOMNIACS may need a miracle to even come back from this game, because I do think the Lord coming out soon, it 3 players down. It's nice to might win this game.
Oh,
yeah,
they're winning this game. This is it. This is it for INSOMNIACS right here. It's 17. Alex will be coming up in a second. Lord T trying to focus onto Darwin, but the base will go down, and DEUS Knights are going to the semifinals.
That was a phenomenal win from DEUS Knights. Seeing how they changed their gameplay, their plan, their comp from their first game all the way up to this last game, I think that they have like so much capabilities in the finals. Seeing them being able to adapt so easily, and I felt like that round, it was like no competition.
Juju and getting hooked. Name a
that was all
better
part of the
team
plan.
right now. I mean, early game it was kind of a like, bro, what are you doing? But mid to late game, it was basically, I mean, they were useless hooks. Once you hooked Juju, you gave away your position, and you were hooking a tank that really wasn't doing much there, and then let your team kind of come in there for an engagement there. I mean, it was kind of funny during the match, just like every single hook, Juju was just like, well, it's my time, went in there, and it's just, but DEUS Knights, man, what a dominating performance here. A little bit of a hiccup there in the early game, but they knew their win conditions. But against a team like INSOMNIACS here, and I feel like DEUS Knights kind of on the back foot here because they had a sub in that tank there. But man, what a spectacular a matchup here, and I mean, just how they were able to play this, and then easy peasy on all of this. I think there's just something to say too about the versatility of Easy Peasy's jungles and stuff. Yeah, he does have that great technical ability on the Ling and everything like that, but man, I was really kind of fearing for him as this match came up and we were seeing those Ling bans, but he brought out just a wide variety of different answers for INSOMNIACS picks. That Poquito able to put so much damage in, and the engage and disengage, and then the Boxia with all the aggression and how fast he's able to take objectives, and then come in on the flank to upset those team fights, and even to be able to chase down the Yve and all these other squishier heroes. I mean, hats off to him. I know we talked a bit about some of the tanks and some of the side laners and the Uranus and stuff like that, but I was just really impressed because I felt like that might have been one of the bigger weaknesses on the side of DEUS Knights, but I mean, they covered it up so well and were able to like it was a very dominating performance, especially in that last game.
Yeah, they definitely had the adaptability, seeing the difference in the first game to now. That was a well-deserved win on DEUS Knights. I do love to see an underdog a series and go into finals. Well, not finals yet, right? We're having them play against Area 77 soon, actually.
Yeah, it's going to be DEUS Knights against Area 77 right here, right now. So it's definitely going to be a big game. DEUS Knights definitely warmed up. Area 77 also warmed up. We are going to give DEUS Knights a second to cool off. Also give all the casters a second to cool off. So we will jump into a break screen once again and come up for the final series of the night in just a minute. Let's get these teams ping checked out, ready to go, and we'll be back to you guys in just a second.
A sweet adventure starts here.
It's such a nice day for a picnic with friends.
Let's go out and play! This way, my little friend.
This game is just like a walk in the park.
Pretty kitty, happy kitty, a cute friend of mine.
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Greenery and flowers below, sky and clouds above.
Hey, Dex, I mean, Bats, do you like it here?
Sweetness spreading, finding more models for practice.
Hello, friends.
Say cheese!
Poor little Melissa. Her mother has become an angel, carefully watching over her from above. But even a guardian angel can't protect her from all the ill intentions in this world. Her half-sister is a big bully. And finally, Melissa decided...
You must pay for what you've done.
Oh, really?
Avenge me.
Get ready, guys. Well, the best is yet to come.
Help!
It's getting late. Let's end this quick.
Let them go! Otherwise, I will kill her!
Now, you're working my last nerve.
Aha! Here it is.
You don't know the power of the dark side. May the Force be with you.
We are believer もっともっと強くなれる子は今その絆を信じて暗く寒い夜に涙さえも枯れてゆく孤独は心に縛るジレンマに潰されそう自分じゃわからないリアルで確かな強さは弱さを認めることでその扉開き出す僕ら未来のために誓う何もしないで生きていたくはない全てこの切ないだけで放て We are believers その光掴んで For century もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become braver 時を超え I see you really life of friends 今希望の旗を立てて夜がりだった勘違いのお姫様 本当の自分見せられずストレスが加速する足が震えつまずいた時そっと上向いたら信じられるその言葉が聞こえるの負けないともっと強くなれると誓い何度不安の闇に落ちかかってもここですぐ抱き綱の矢放って We are believer この勇気見せるよ We stand up ほら溢れ出した想い止められない想いでかちゃん Become braver 壁を越え飛び出せ Fly for a dream 今この絆を背負って僕ら未来のために誓う何もしないで生きていたくはない全てこの切なにかけて放って We are believers その光掴んで For victory もう迷ったりはしない立ち止まりはしない Never lose Become braver 時を越え明日へ With me life of friends 今希望の旗をかけて We are believer この勇気見せるよ We stand up ほら溢れ出した想い止められない想いでかちゃん Become braver 壁を越え飛び出せ Fight for a dream 今この絆を背負って
Always on the way. At least you tried. Well, I can't get more excited. Get going now. Let's make our debut in this land. I can be faster. Any luck you could run from this? Run from this? You have slain an enemy! Mega kill!
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive!
adventure starts here.
It's such a nice day for a picnic with friends.
Let's go out and play! This way, my little friend.
This game is just like a walk in the park.
Pretty kitty, happy kitty, a cute friend of mine.
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Greenery and flowers below, sky and clouds above.
Hey, Dex, I mean, Bats, do you like it here?
Sweetness spreading. Finding more models for practice.
Hello, friends.
Say cheese!
Poor little Melissa. Her mother has become an angel, carefully watching over her from above. But even a guardian angel can't protect her from all the ill intentions in this world. Her half-sister is a big bully. And finally, Melissa decided... Ooh. Huh.
You must pay for what you've done.
Oh, really?
We are back. Yes, we are back. I tried to be serious there for a second. So we're back for the final game of the night. This is DEUS Knights versus Area 77. This will decide who goes on to the grand finals. And then tomorrow, we'll see which teams out of those four also make it to the grand finals. But we're not talking about that now. We're talking about Area 77 against DEUS Knights. In my eyes, Area 77 definitely the favorited team here, Private.
Favorite team, but man, in DEUS Knights, we have been seeing just some amazing growth by them, some amazing adaptation. So, I mean, honestly, I have never been more excited, especially for the last game of the night, the last series of the night, I mean here. DEUS Knights definitely cannot be discounted here. They've been showing time and time again, especially tonight, even last week to get to the playoffs of NASL, and then here tonight in NACT. They've been showing that if you underestimate them, if you kind of try to if you make those mistakes, into thinking that they aren't, you don't give them the respect that they deserve, they're going to pretty much dominate you here.
Yeah, and I do think that DEUS Knights does a great job adapting. We did see them struggle in the first game, but they did put up an extremely good fights against the INSOMNIACS, and I'm excited to see what they bring to the table against
Your team is banning.
Ooh, but here we go. We are coming into the draft.
There's definitely... We just watched DEUS Knights get obliterated the first round, come back, sweep, do very, very well the next two rounds, play a completely different game. But they did still have their mess ups. In my eyes, I don't even feel like INSOMNIACS, I don't know what happened with them. They started messing up in those second two games. Towards Area 77, they got their full lineup. They looked great in the previous games. I think they look great right now. This is definitely a hard match for DEUS Knights. We're already seeing some target bans from both sides. We know that Gals Cutie is a monster on the tank Chow. Again, easy peasy is not going to be allowed to play that Ling. I don't think we see him play that Ling for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, definitely not. Like I said before, man, you have to, if you're a decent enough team, you kind of have to have respect for easy peasy on that Ling. And hopefully I would like to see more communication, more cohesion on the side of DEUS Knights here, because they cannot, like you said, there were some mistakes even that they made against INSOMNIACS. And if you make those same mistakes against a team like Area 77, it's not going to be that long of a game, and it's going to be kind of a landslide that's not in your favor. And hopefully, like, the communication lines are open. These guys are now honed in and able to kind of like get that direction and take it together.
I do hope that going into this round, DEUS Knights does play a little less aggressive in the early game. It seems like there is a pattern with them. In the last series, they kept on getting picked off early game, especially in the side on their tank as well. But they do so great. They have great cohesion whenever they're all gathered up in team fights. And I do want to see them make those improvements moving forward.
Most definitely. I mean, they definitely have the capabilities of a great team. And, you know, like we pointed out, they've been doing amazing tonight even without their main lineup. You know, in most teams, when they're like missing somebody, when they're forced to use one of their subs, they fall apart. And we just saw DEUS Knights already climb a huge wall by fitting Juju into this tank role, having to do some more off-brand picks, and still coming out on top of INSOMNIACS. So maybe they do still have a few more cards up their sleeves for this game. But one thing I gotta point out, Merciless, this is like a huge pick rate for Area 77. We saw FNATIC ban out the Esmeralda against them, but Merciless has locked it in, and Zay hasn't been too hot on the Uranus, so I got a feeling Merciless may be really capitalizing on top of that in the EXP lane.
Yeah, we saw in the last games that Xayah was having some issues in that early game, maybe overestimating that power of Uranus, maybe kind of thinking too much on how Uranus is late game and thinking he can take the same kind of punishment early. But I'm going to tell you right now, if you try that stuff against Merciless, you're going to have a bad time, and not just for you, for your team, because he's going to be able to get in there, he's going to be able to clear that wave, and then he's going to be able to join his team for these engagements. And Area 77 does not mess around when it comes to these engagements. They're going to get those kills, they're going to move on to the objectives, and then they're going to move on again and keep on pushing with that aggressiveness. So I mean, it's something that these guys need to have the respect for their opponents and for the other person in the lane. And hopefully this is a lesson that has been learned. I mean, if anybody's going to learn it this quickly, it's going to be DEUS Knights.
Yeah, and they have been doing a good job adapting over the course of the series. And I do think that they will go into this series without making those major mistakes like they did last series.
Definitely. I mean, hopefully, because one thing about Area 77 is they will capitalize on those mistakes a lot more than INSOMNIACS did. They will, you know, kind of similar to Team Sexy. They're a team that once you slip up, we are going to push in hard. We know how to end games early. We know how to end games early. We know how to be aggressive. So if Area 77 has a win condition of early game, they're going to try to make sure it is finished fast. And looking at DEUS Knights, they've really been shining in the mid to end game. Their early game is a little weak. Even the last game that they won against INSOMNIACS, they lost to INSOMNIACS in the first 5 minutes. They were able to come back in their mid-game spike and take over the game and completely steamroll through. But I don't know if they're going to be able to do that with Area 77. If they give up too many kills early on, if they give up 2, 3, 4K gold early on, it's going to be tough. So they need to kind of staunch that bleeding a little bit when they're up against Area 77 here.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of like, not that I want to focus on the underdogs here with DEUS Knights, but like, I mean, Mark Cutie, we still do have that Beatrix open, and we have seen today that Beatrix has just been so lethal, especially in Mark Cutie's hands. We saw that snipe from long range onto Uranus with their last series. It was absolutely amazing. So I'm wondering what the answer is here, because I mean, yep, I mean, you're gonna have that Beatrix come up, and you don't really have a super tanky lineup on the side of DEUS Knights here. So I mean, you're gonna have to put pressure onto that Beatrix. You're gonna have to stop the farming there, and then hopefully hope that Xayah can hold his lane while you're doing that.
Are we about to see jungle Fanny here, Xayah?
Well, I'm kind of surprised myself that they even let that slip open, especially into Poppy's hand. He's a phenomenal player on me, but we are actually going to see a general Fanny. So I'm kind of excited to see how this will unravel.
We need
right now there isn't any counters to Fanny right now, so I'm thinking that maybe Juju will pick up a Franco maybe.
Or the Kufra.
A Ruby is viable too.
Stop what you're doing. The Hilda.
Okay. So I'm surprised that they let Fanny through, but also not pick any major CC counters to Fanny. So I do think that Fanny will have a good. I don't know. I feel like Fanny will probably snowball this early. I don't know, but
Well,
There's nothing to stop her. There's
Right,
nothing
exactly.
to stop her right now at all. And this is the problem I think that we're seeing from DEUS Knights with having Juju on this tank role right now.
Right.
We're seeing the limits. We're seeing Juju really push to the limits right now, and she's not like, maybe she just isn't comfortable on Kufra. Maybe she just isn't comfortable in the Franco, because there are so many options, and you went for Hilda. But they pulled off some crazy wins against DEUS Knights. Maybe we see something here, but I'm guessing we're going to see a lot of excitement from the side of Area 77 this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's already hard enough to keep track of the Fanny here. The only saving grace I might see is if we can put some pressure on this early blue buff here. But I mean, I don't think Area 77 is the team that's going to overlook that type of a hole. We do see that Freya Juju is kind of coming in here. It's going to get met up by Lolita. I'm not sure what. I mean. We're gonna see. I'm just. It's interesting.
The Retry's there. You know, Gals knows they want to come for the blue buff. They're not. I mean, yes, she's gonna harass. She's gonna slow down the Fanny for a second. Which, I mean, that's still what you want to do. Easy Peasy's gonna help take away this jungle. So the idea is correct, but it doesn't matter, because when we get to this mid game, when we get another minute in, we are gonna see some nice plays. Juju a little out of position here. Mark Cutie also closing in with the shotgun, taking it down. In it comes. Juju will go down, and they make sure the kill goes to Mark Cutie.
see, this is the problem that DEUS Knights had every single game. There's a pattern here where Juju is like a little too aggressive. Yes, like you said, the idea is there to do that early invade. However, it's kind of useless given that Juju was left alone there.
Yeah, and a nice bit of damage coming on to Poggy here. Actually is going to have to disengage here. Something interesting too, while Juju was up here, I did see that Easy Peasy was going down toward Area 77's red, but decided against going for the red and just instead cleared their jungle a bit here. So, I mean, maybe a missed opportunity.
Nice pick on the Gals there. So DEUS Knights still keeping up. Fleur, I mean, you get some of that early game rotation from the Farza. You get some of that early game damage, especially at level 2, level 3, when you start getting the CC and the stun. So hopefully that can kind of make up. Juju continuing to just harass Pogi. And it is slowing Pogi down, where Easy Peasy right now, just jungling away, doing whatever he wants. So DEUS Knights really knowing what they need to do here to try to stay in the lead.
Right, and then you do see Hilda trying to invade Fanny's stuff again. She does do a good job giving all this vision while they are slain the turtle on the side of DEUS Knights.
And she's locking on to Pogi also. Juju's gonna try to run out of this. Will get stunned up by Gals Cutie, and the kill is locked down. That puts Juju at 0-2. So yes, you're buying yourself some time here, but when is that gonna catch up to you?
Right.
Yeah, it's almost like the martyr Diggy strategy right now with Juju. It's just going in there, harassing them, giving vision, and then like sayonara, guys. It dies, it goes back to base, and does it all over again.
I can say Zai is playing, or Zai. We're gonna call him Zai now. Halfway through the stream, we're gonna switch it up. Zai, he's playing a little bit better this game. I don't know what was going on in the last games, but he's not losing to Merciless. He hasn't died yet, and we're 3 minutes in, and that is good for Zai right now. He's definitely been having some struggles. Easy Peasy, though, closing in onto Gals. Gals forced to try to get out of this. Mark Cutie brings out the sniper, keep them at distance. Pogi still hasn't made any big plays on this Fanny, and that's what I thought we were going to see. Do you think it's all because of Juju just staying in his face?
Right now, it's kind of hard to say. I know there is a pretty immense amount of damage. Every single time Pogi goes in, there's just a ton of damage that gets onto him, and he's actually forced to disengage every single time, not actually able to land those cables and those combos in there. But oh my god, fight coming in here, and Easy Peasy
though, getting wiped down from the Feathered Airstrike, and Juju continuing the advance. DEUS Knights able to make some plays, but they're just, that's right there. You weren't able to stick it out. Easy peasy goes down. Now your jungler's down. So even though Pogi hasn't been able to farm, it's that one mistake that's going to, I think, start making a difference here.
Yeah, and a little bit of a gold. Actually, no, not a gold lead. The gold is still on the side of DEUS Knights here. Xayah, I mean, having such a better time here. We do have Pogi here, gonna go ahead and try to help out Merciless, but I'm not sure if that's enough that's gonna be able to take down Xayah here. Just kind of throwing in, getting his stacks now too as well.
Right, so we do see a different gameplay from Xayah today, or for this series, for this round. Xayah is playing a lot more careful. However, I do still see a pattern with Juju kind of being like a lamb here.
She's the martyr. Put her on the cross, but it's working. It worked last game, and it has reminiscences of that Diggy strap, but a nice Luminum Blast. The wing by wings is able to come up fast enough so Fleur can get out of there, but in comes Pogi with the play. Will go down though. Easy peasy was there waiting for that. Zoned in, perfect timing, saving Fleur's life.
Just so much damage so quickly onto that Fanny. I mean, Pogi came in. Maybe this is another strat against a Fanny. You don't need CC if you can kill them in a second of them coming in.
It's true, and Pogi just doesn't seem to have been able to get more harassment onto Pogi from Zay. They know that they need to just stop him, literally leaving the EXP lane, coming up here. I'm going to bother you. Pogi might go down, force run away, able to at least get the blue buff in just a nick of time. Merciless with the Falling Star Moon on top of Zay, doing some nice damage. Zay will most likely be able to get away with this. Possibly, he is going to get that speed up, but Merciless is on his trail. It's going to be able to get away. That concentration kicks in. Back to the mid lane, though. A bit more damage. Gal, with that bulwark shield, able to stop Darwin from getting in on that tower.
Yeah, so you do see like Fanny not having a problem securing the buffs. However, that invade does slow her down a little bit.
And they are switching in. Feathered Airstrike comes out. Yato taking a bit of burst damage. Gal's with the Luminon Blast. No one to stop him. Too easy peasy. And Juju, can they get the kill on easy peasy? Pogi able to secure it. A nice double kill to both sides, though, as as Zay in the back line takes out Yato and Gals.
Yeah, a ton of damage, and then these both teams still kind of at an even tone here. I do feel like we are kind of like rushing these feathered airstrikes by Fleur TZ here a bit. Is kind of getting picked off, not able to actually do much. Put a little bit of damage onto Yato, but Yato able to kind of like umbrella away and kind of avoid the rest of the damage there. So I feel like it was almost kind of a waste when if you had been more patient, you might have been able to have more of an impact on these team fights, especially later on there once the teams kind of grouped together. And in range, and we do see that another objective goes over to the side of DEUS Knights.
Right, and you still see Hilda trying to bully the Fanny. We did think that like Fanny would be like snowballing like this early game, especially without any counters, but like they don't, like DEUS Knights don't need counters. They just need to continue to bully in the jungle.
Yeah, and it's just really showing. And one thing that I guess I didn't really think about is there's his targets right now. The only real squishies that he can focus on hard are the Farza, who has the wings by wings to escape, or Darwin, who also has great mobility, a little bit of blazing to able to get the kill onto Merciless. DEUS Knights showing off. They've now taken the gold lead. They're now pushing in harder and harder, taking objectives. The whole gold lane is gone. They're down to inhibitor up there. Darwin also closing in on the bottom. It's looking a little rough for Area 77 right now.
Man, I'm beginning to eat my words. Every single time I look at these comps on paper, I'm just like, okay, yeah, DEUS Knights, they're gonna have a rough time, and they just keep proving me wrong here.
I mean,
oh my god.
Oh, wait a second. Mark Cutie is able to get the kill. Merciless into the back line, getting hit though by that feathered airstrike, getting taken a little too low as Zay chases them down. Gals also stunned from that Farza, will pay the price. Is next. Pogi just not doing the damage that he wants to, making the cables, but can't take anyone out. That is it.
Mark Cutie has just been kind of surgical on this sniper rifle and getting the kills he needs for it. And it looks like we do have the blue buff stolen for DEUS Knights. Zaya able to pick that up here. And I mean, it seems pretty even. We did see some deaths on the side of DEUS Knights, but they are at a 3K gold lead right now. And moving into the 9 minutes, we do have the 9th minute. We do have Lord up here. I mean, it's definitely starting to move towards and creep towards DEUS Knights here.
Right, and like I said earlier, and then they just popped off the ultimate on Fleur. Like you did say earlier, I do think that Fleur is kind of using her ultimate a little too early when there wasn't any necessity to it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, it's not too bad here right now. He is kind of zoning them out.
Right.
This might be another objective that is going into the side of DEUS Knights here without an answer by Area 77 yet again. And then Juju goes in onto Gal's Cutie. Merciless might be in trouble here. Easy peasy kind of latching on here. We do have Zaya coming in from the bottom here. Yato throwing an umbrella in there. But Mark Cutie coming in, putting on the damage onto Zia, but Zia's wisely disengaging, and a very wide falling Moonstar by Merciless here.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, there is some possibilities. Mark Cutie's still sitting at 5-0. I mean, hasn't taken a death yet. He's going to keep doing more and more and more damage. I'm sure he's most likely either working on or has already gotten that Demon Hunter sword in. So, I mean, the problem is really Pogi. This pick that we thought was going to be very solid, he just can't seem to lock on to anyone. He's gotten 1 kill in this game. So possibly, and at this point we're at 10 minutes, I don't think Fanny's going to be used. She wasn't useful in the early, and now she's most likely not going to be useful now, so it's definitely falling down onto the shoulders of Mark Cutie to output the damage for his team.
Yeah, and unfortunately, now that we have a Lord coming in and we do have Fleur starting to use that feathered airstrike to kind of zone out the rest of the team, they weren't actually able to get. Did they get the tower out of this? I don't believe so. So I mean, Lord did give him some time here. Zaya coming in here, taking a bit of damage and going to go ahead and disengage while his team goes ahead and picks up this red buff.
Even though they didn't get a tower out of that Lord, that pressure that has cost Area 77 them right here, and now you do see these Knights having control of the jungle of the map too.
And something else too, Fleur on this Farza, yes, she doesn't have 5 or 10 kills or anything, but and she only has the 4 assists, but I just feel like her positioning has been very key. Every time Merciless tries to engage, anytime anyone tries to wait a second, taken out. A nice pick that is important. Create some more space. You've taken out their Uranus. You've taken out one of those bulky front lines. I don't know if it's going to be enough to keep on pushing forward. But like I was saying, Fleur just in this back line, always creating space for her team to disengage, always making sure that every ultimate counts.
Yeah, doing her best to kind of zone out the rest of the team. Might not be getting the kills, and the enemy is kind of able to very quickly disengage from those feathered airstrikes. But I think I'm starting to believe, like, now that that's starting to be one of the pluses here. Ooh, and Blazing Duet does come out on the Pogi, but he is able to get away. Mark Cutie kind of on the chase here. Gal's Cutie and Merciless onto Darwin, but here comes Juju, and easy peasy for the backup. Fleur is following closely behind.
Yeah, and then you do see a Lord coming up in 10 seconds, and you already have these Knights setting up for it. It looks like Area 77 do want to contest it, but will they? Off the greenness. I feel like Zai has been doing a really good job not feeding this round.
As what's going on Black Soul, beautiful flicker, locking onto Juju and easy peasy. Yato able to come in and Mark Cutie gets a kill. She is locked up though, needs to get out. The immortality pops. Darwin wants a piece of this, but Mark Cutie will escape, sends the snipe shot, not quite able to connect it, but they do come out on top of that team fight. We do have a pause though coming from the side of DEUS Knights. Gives us a little bit of time to talk about the rest of this game though. I mean, after seeing that, we are seeing Area 77 make some comebacks. Definitely a close game. There is a almost 3K gold lead to the side of DEUS Knights, but after watching that, after watching those small moments, Area 77 definitely hanging in there, down to their inhibitors. but can they take this game?
The thing here is what we talked about at the beginning. This is the same thing that happened with their last match to Deuce Knights. There are those little mistakes that they're making here. Xayah being caught out and killed, and this is not the same game. Xayah being caught out is giving Area 77 they're jumping on that opportunity. As soon as they see that 4v5, they jump out there and start making their little comeback. And these are the things that Deuce Knights is going to have to tighten up on if they want to maintain this lead in this game.
Yeah, and that pickoff was bad time, especially since Lord is up. And I do think with 2 members down on the side of Deuce Knights, Area 77 will take this Lord uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, they most likely will. They are ready to go now. Easy Peasy has given the call. Let's get back to this game, see how it's playing out. I mean, they do still have the retribution up on Deuce Knights. So yes, they're down some people. I don't know if and I feel like one of the problems with Fanny also is, yes, you have a lot of movement, but when it comes along to that Lord pit, like, do you want to be the one who's the first engager? It looks like Merciless is going to start taking the brunt of some of these shots. I like the positioning from Gal's Cutie right now, sitting in this bush, knowing what he has to do, waiting for the zoning ability. Barza uses that feathered airstrike maybe a little bit early. Yato also here, ready to make a play. And as this is happening, we have Pogi in the bot lane, chipping away at towers. So maybe part of the strategy, she continues that recall. My guess is try to bring those cables in as fast as possible, because Deuce Knights knows she's down there. They want to try to take this Lord here right now. Zay taking a little bit of damage. The feathered airstrike does come out. Merciless will go down to easy peasy. Pogi trying to come in, but Juju's in the back line. Almost gets onto Yato. The Lord falls into the hands of Deuce Knights, and Merciless is off the field.
With Area 77 just focusing on the bot tower, do you think it was even wise to let them just take a Lord?
I don't know why Merciless started Lord when Pogi was down in the bot lane.
Right.
I don't know what the plan was there. Like, maybe there was some miscommunication. I don't know what the thought was there.
Yeah, because that Lord was so important, and right now that feathered airstrike on such a low cooldown, Floor is able to use it to clear out minions and then still have it for the fight at Lord again. So I mean, we're starting to see Floor become like a deciding factor now with the zoning out. Like every single objective thus far has gone to another feathered airstrike coming down onto Area 77. And Lord crashing into top. I'm pretty sure this tower's going to go down here, and there's not really much that Area 77 can do here. It's just pretty dominant in here.
Like, he does shred down that Lord pretty fast, finally getting in this VHS, the Demon Hunter sword, so he might see some response. But they do have a little bit of wave clear. They have the Lord clear. We are creeping a bit later in the game, but Deuce Knights have late game opportunity themselves. Fleur's damage is just getting higher and higher with those feathered airstrikes. We've seen how Darwin does with this Claude in the late game, so it's definitely tough for Area 77 here. As Merciless dives into the backline trying to collect onto Fleur. He knows what his target is, but he's just not able to get the finish, and now he's taking shots from Darwin. A beautiful umbrella from Yato, not able to get the finish as Juju locks in. Yato will go down. The feathered airstrike comes in, doing some massive damage onto Pogi and Gals, but a nice Luminous blitz, and in comes Pogi, getting the kill onto Easy Peasy, all over the place. The immortality does pop onto Darwin, and they're just not able to finish him. Barza will be taken off the map, though, as Darwin tries to escape. Mark Cutie on fire with the triple. Will we make it a Maniac? Focusing in the winter. Truncheon does come in from Zai, buying a bit more space. The Maniac comes in. Let's chase down that Claude, see if we can make it a Savage.
We did say that Area 77 would be struggling, especially since Danny has not been doing as well as we expected. However, because Deuce Knights has been neglecting focusing on Beatrix, it's kind of turning around the game right now.
Yeah, there's definitely going to need to be an answer for this Beatrix right now with that Demon Hunter sword just absolutely shredding everybody on the side of Deuce Knights here. So, I mean, these team fights are going to start turning around very quickly for Area 77. And Deuce Knights is going to have to figure something out here, especially with how 11-0 right now.
11-0-2.
It's unbelievable. Like,
That's,
Like,
and
this is
you
the
know,
die
he's
rough.
carrying the weight of the team on his shoulders right now. He definitely is. Gal's Cutie also has landed some nice, like, that fight turned around when Gal was able to get that Luminous Blast down onto several members. And I love the way that, yes, Pokey hasn't been super influential, but did you see how, like, the moment Gal's got the new Luminous Blast down, Pokey's like, all right, I'm back in. Comes flying in, helps secure the kill on Easy Peasy real fast, and then flies back out on the cables. I mean, just some nice overall Gals, though, with a nice stun followed up by the Falling Star Moon on top of Quicker. And Pokey secures the Lord. Pokey taking a bit of damage. Juju able to help get that kill for Easy Peasy. Mark Cutie in a bit of a bad position. Can he play this out? Zay trying to chase down, Yato trying to defend, but Mark Cutie does bite the bullet as the rest of the members close in. Zay just too tanky. Feathered Airstrike falling down on top of Merciless. Merciless forced back under the fountain. Luckily, they have a Lord to create some space for them and buy themselves another round at this match.
Right after they got that Lord for Area 77, just looked like a little bit of trouble here for Zaya here. Now he's just going to go ahead and slap it out with Merciless, these two tanky XP laners. But as soon as the Lord went down, Deuce Knights just went on the kill, started chasing them down, able to get the kills and push into the base here, just latched on to Mark Cutie, did not let him go anywhere. They definitely know what their win conditions are and what the win conditions are for Area 77, and just running in and attacking that, honing in on that as a team, which is what they're going to need to do to maintain this lead that they have.
Right, and I feel like seeing how everyone is positioned on the map right now, I feel like it could be a really close game. Like the death counter is not that far behind. The goals as well. I think at this moment they just need to play careful, especially with Lord coming up to the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're on this 20-minute mark. Death counters are getting a bit higher. The pressure is on. You know, and Yato trying to set up for these, for these picks, trying to lock onto Darwin, trying to lock onto Farza, but Juju just always seems to be there, and that sacrificial martyr is now that we're at 20 minutes, you're not just picking her off easily. She's staying in your face. Pokey checking out this bush. Mark Cutie also pushing forward. The problem is Pokey and Mark Cutie they're alone right now. They need to be careful as they come up into this top lane. We got some love hugs going down in the bottom. Merciless and Zaya in the timeless battle. Who will come out on top? That could be a 30-minute fight in itself. Juju finally, though, locking onto Gals. Another tank versus tank. Yato able to land an umbrella. And that damage also. Yato also doing some nice damage, bringing Juju down, but she gets it all back in a matter of seconds with the passive under that bush.
One of the most amazing things that I've been seeing here is that while Area 77 does have that engagement, does have that Luminous Blast to go ahead and lock them down, and then the combo with Yato and Mark Cutie coming in, you are still seeing Area 77 come in on top of these engagements, even without an engagement tool. You've got the damage from Juju coming in from the flank and just able to output so much damage onto the side of Area 77 that even when they lead and start these engagements, the answer from Deuce Knights is a little bit too much for them at this point.
I love this. You know what my favorite part of the game is? This right here, when you're just sitting in bushes for 3 minutes waiting for a Lord. The teams are, but this is like where the patience comes in. You know, this is like, honestly, this is probably like, this is one of the slowest parts of a game when you get to this 22 minute mark and teams are just kind of hanging out waiting for a play to happen. But this is where teams are put to the test. This is where it's a mental game also of like, you know, who's going to outweight the other team? Who's going to make the play that matters or the play that counts against them?
Yeah, and we're starting to see all of these teams just kind of very patiently throwing some pokes out, seeing what the other team answers with, what kind of damage there. I mean, really, nothing's going to happen until all these players get in. I want to see. Fleur does take a little bit of damage there, does use that Feathered Airstrike, and maybe that's going to be the turning point here, is when you get the enemy to go ahead and use those abilities, have to go on cooldown. You do see Fleur go all the way back to base right now, so we are kind of outnumbered here on the side of Deuce Knights if there's a team engagement.
That was risky for Yato. Like, he went into that bush, He was like, listen, I'm going to try to get this. I'm going to try to get the pickup on Fleur. And that was a risk. Juju could have closed in on him. Several members could have closed in on him. Now, Area 77 making the engage, though. Merciless trying to close in on Easy Peasy, but he's also picked up those tanky items. Easy Peasy is also very bulky, so DEUS Knights just heavily relying on the damage of Darwin and Fleur. So Area 77's mission right now, get a kill onto one of those two heroes, and then we engage the Lord.
Yeah, you can tell that both teams are playing very patient around the Lord pit. They know that it will be a difficult fight if it does go down to contest the Lord. This is why they're just focusing on trying to pick off 1 or 2 heroes.
Darwin's finally started on the Lord with Yato working around that back push. I'm wondering if he's going to be able to get a pick on to Darwin back at the Lord pit. We are seeing a little bit of damage onto Zay. Merciless getting chased away. The Blazing Duet comes in. Merciless trying to get away with the life. Is Zay gonna? You do have the immortality. The shield is big, and you are going to walk right out of there like nothing happened. Yes, this is what we've come to. 3 bulky tanks just going at it and knowing they're going down. Oh, big hit from Yato finally onto Fleur there, though. That is huge. This could be the moment for Area 77. Merciless coming in. A Luminous Blitz does lock onto Easy Peasy. Pogi doing a bit of damage, trying to find somebody as Mark Judy plays the distance. Gals will go down there to Zay, but now they're chasing down Zay. Pogi uses the ultimate on the red buff. Not quite able to get the finish. So again, each team has 1 member down, but DEUS Knights decide that we're going to fight for this Lord. We're not wasting any more time. It's been 25 minutes, and we want to end this here and now.
Yeah, just such patience by Yato, hiding by that Lord, but just waiting for Fleur to stop by, and then releasing the umbrella and the ult onto them. And we do see that that Uranus does go down.
Takes the Lord. Mark Cutie makes the play of the game right there. Steals it right out of Easy Peasy's hands. This Area 77 may have just put the game into their hands right here. The death counters at 60 seconds. Yato with another huge pick onto Easy Peasy. The immortality does come up though. Merciless into this back line. Juju trying to chase down Yato. He does miss the flicker. Juju on the trail. Will he be able to catch it? No. He's forced to go back as Merciless pushes into this second tower. The Lord makes a false crash, but it's okay. Merciless on his own. Quite the tank. The rest of the team also coming down the mid to help back this up. It's been 25 long minutes in Area 77. The Luminous Blast comes in. No flicker to make the connection, but they create enough space to take that inhibitor. You have the Lord. You've got minions crashing down the bottom inhibitor. Lock onto that base. Area 77 will finally take game 1.
That was a phenomenal win from Area 77. I feel like out of all the matches that we watched tonight, this might have been like the most entertaining for me. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but like it was just constant like back and forth. Seems like so much patience between these teams. I wasn't even sure like which way that win would have like swung.
And that's the thing is, and that's exactly what Rex was mentioning before we got into that final fight. It's going to come down to waiting to get a kill onto somebody, and then that team is going to pounce. And we had Flora got picked off by Yato. Unfortunately, DEUS Knights did not clear all the bushes on their way to the Lord, and you had Yato, who I bet he was holding his breath in that bush, just waiting for somebody to come by that he could burst down and then get away. And that caught DEUS Knights on their back foot there and allowed them to get the Area 77 to go ahead and get that win, and such an impressive win too, but definitely not the dominance that you would expect from Area 77. A very patient game, and this is also saying something about DEUS Knights. They're very formidable, and you definitely don't want to be trying to get too eager and too boisterous after them. You got to be patient. You got to wait for those pickoffs. And Area 77 just played a very smart game, just slightly smarter than DEUS Knights, because I really felt that game could have gone into either of those teams' hands.
Yeah, I'm excited for this next game. Area 77 definitely shows patience there. Definitely, and that's when you get into that end game, It's one of the most important things, and Yato plays the risk, you know, sits in that bush, and that was his second risky play, and he made it count. And with Fleur off the map, you're no longer able to zone, you're no longer able to stop Merciless from coming in, you're no longer able to stop the rest of the team from charging forward, and Area 77 found that moment and definitely capitalizes. But now we're on to game 2. DEUS Knights will have first pick here, first ban,
Your team
and
is banning.
you know, do you even really change up your strategy much? You know, or you just kind of fix those small mistakes you made in the game?
Evan DEUS Knight's strategy right now is just like having to always invade early game in the jungle, but like it seems to work out for them. However, ideally, you don't want to be picked off so easily in the early game, and I see that happening with Juju so often. It seems like this is like the kind of like play style that Juju is like so ingrained that like I don't see this game. I don't see anything changing for Juju this game.
Still swords. Run.
I mean, we've been critiquing it, and even when I see it, I kind of grit my teeth, and I'm like, it's. I mean, you're seeing those deaths come in, but as the game progresses, you start seeing it start having an effect on the jungler. You start seeing that wear down. You're seeing there really wasn't much that Fanny did. There was some very small openings created by the Luminal Blast where he was able to kind of come in and pick up a few kills. But other than that, I want to say like most of this game, he was pretty much shut down. So while Juju does take those deaths, does kind of have that strategy of just like kind of running in there, giving the vision, letting them know where the enemy jungler is in there and dying, it still is having an effect. And especially at the late game, where he was just still doing a lot of damage, able to come in behind Area 77 to start trying to pick off some of those squishier heroes. I mean, like I said, I don't think that they lost by much. So DEUS Knights, I mean, there's not too much of an adjustment. You do want to have an answer, I guess, because you don't want games to be that even, honestly, if you know what I mean. Like you want to have an advantage, and there really wasn't an advantage over Area 77. It was kind of an easy game. So if there is an adjustment to be made, it's to be into your comp so that you have something that can face Area 77 and that can press on them instead of kind of letting it be a 50-50 shot. You know what I mean? It almost kind of seemed like it was a coin flip. I don't want to call it luck because there is skill involved, but I feel like that was a very even game, and a lot of those fights were very even and just kind of like went to a roll of the dice.
Yeah, but look at DEUS Knights though, taking out the one thing they are changing. We're getting rid of that Esmeralda, and with them having first, I'm wondering if Area 77 wants to ban Uranus here. I think it would honestly, they go for the Claude instead, and that's, I mean, it's all Darwin's been playing tonight, so let's do it. Is that the only thing you got tonight, Darwin? Because we're gonna see right here, right now.
I'm ready to see his other roles, or not his other roles, but his other heroes in EXP lane.
Yeah, he does seem to be very comfortable on that Claude, and we do see the Uranus get picked up. And
gold.
Oh wow, yes. How did I miss that? Valentina open, and that might be a mistake because Valentina still has had such a presence in these games which she's in. So much damage that she can do, so much recovery and lifesteal that she can output, and then with her passive being able to get that experience a lot faster. And it looks like okay, I was about to say, it looks like they aren't finished with this Fanny, but they're going to go ahead and lock in this Lance. The first Lance of the night, I believe. Wait, no, it's not, is it? No, it's not. It's the second Lance of the night.
We've seen a few Lances tonight. Pogi played it in their game earlier, and then we saw Easy Peasy pick it up like twice, I think. First game of Insomniacs, third game of Insomniacs, right? Right? I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah, see? No, Easy Peasy though. Now this is a comfortable pick for him. We've seen how well this is where he completely steamrolled over Insomniacs, picking up that Paquito, and I do like it. Fleur, I think maybe just drop the Eve. Yeah, pick up the Kagura, play the Farza, play something else. It's where she's really been shining, I feel like, actually not prioritizing her and not pigeonholing herself into that Eve pick.
I was about to say, if you pick up that Eve and then with this easy peasy pick of the Paquito, you do have to be mindful of Yato on this Valentine or on this Valentina, because if you picked up the Eve, then you were in essence giving Valentina a real world manipulation to go off of, and I'm not sure that's something you kind of want to do. You kind of have to be mindful about the ults that you're going to be giving her, and I think it's much better because there really isn't much use for that umbrella skill that you'll get off of Kagura.
Right, so Kagura is a good pick against Valentina here. You would need to have like Kagura's full combo to even do substantial damage. So if like Yato was to copy Kagura's ult, it won't do that much.
I mean, it's definitely a question. What's going on with this ban? Are they going to do something here? No ban? Are we
confidence?
Are we having a bug here? Nope, there it is. Okay, maybe we just had a bug for a second there on our side. Tournament lobby gets, or was that an auto ban? You don't get, there's no such thing as an auto ban, so it's not a pick. I'm sorry, that really threw me off there.
I was saying that like Juju does do great on Mia, but Juju hasn't been playing gold lane marksman role at all this like tournament. So like, do you think that Mia is worth it?
You said the Mia ban? Yes, I don't. That's something that's like chalked up to lack of studying, lack of paying attention, lack of noticing that Juju's the one who always uses Mia and she's tanking tonight. So definitely a mistake on the side of Area 77 there. And that's where I think like having an analysis for your team, having a coach, it's one of the reasons why I think TSU New Wave does so well. Someone who sees those little nuances that the rest of the team just doesn't pick up on.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of wondering what is going to be the answer here that Darwin's going to have for Marcuti on this Beatrix. We did see that he went ahead and that Area 77 went ahead and banned that. Okay. All right. Let's go. I mean, I'm all for it. It's not a meta pick, but it's something that they're going to answer, especially that's going to have a good answer for that Luminal Blast, that engagement that's going to come out of Gal's Cutie. Oh, but now we might have a Phobius.
I like Phobius. The only thing it really works for is it works for two important people, Easy Peasy and the Kagura's. Merciless, what's going on here? We're gonna see he's trolling me. This is what they like to do, troll me a little bit. You're not gonna lock. Is he gonna lock it? Oh, it's an Alice. I thought it was a Farza. I'm sorry. It's the wings. The wings confuse me. It's a weird Alice pick. I was like, you're not really gonna go offlane Farza, are you?
Grants you immortality.
He does lock into Alice. What do you guys think about it? Do you think it's gonna be able to compete with the Uranus? Do you think it's gonna be a huge deal in this game?
I think that Marcuti and Alice, Marcuti on Beatrix and Merciless on Alice. We know that this game is going to go into late game. Area 77 does a good job extending it into late game, and that's where these two heroes shine. So I do think it is a viable pick with their overall comp right now.
I mean,
and we're going.
Definitely works.
We are into the second game of this series. There needs to be some big things coming from this Diggy. If any team can do it, for the longest now tonight, DEUS Knights have shown that I have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about when it comes to these comps, because these guys have something going on.
We have an emblem bug in the tournament. I'm sorry. We have an emblem bug in the tournament lobby. We're going to have to reset. Same exact draft, same picks, but Pogies, this is what happens sometimes with the lobby. You'll go in and your emblem just doesn't show up. So we're going to do a quick reset, same exact draft, and be back into game 2. What do we talk about now, guys?
Do you guys think that Area 77 will even sweep this round? Do you think DEUS Knights has a chance? We don't know.
I'm hoping for not a sweep. I do love the series going to threes, but I do feel like there is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for the side of DEUS Knights here. It's a very strong comp by Area 77, but I feel like this Diggy might play into it. I mean, if you're going to be running in and dying immediately, I guess the hero you want to do it on is Diggy, because that was a strat not so long ago, to be able to give vision, and then after a while the kills on Diggies just don't really matter, and then you have that ult from Diggy, what is it, Time Journey, which gives your team the shield and does immune them to all CC. I mean, maybe that could be a game changer, especially if the rest of the team and the rest of DEUS Knights can go ahead and capitalize and kind of rush in to meet that engagement at the same time. But it's going to take communication. It's going to take cohesion that I'm hoping that DEUS Knights can put forward here.
I mean, the Diggy, one thing that the Diggy will do good with too, also, that second skill, pulling them back, especially helping out Easy Peasy on those chases. It's not like, even though it's not complete meta, it's still not really a bad pick. Yes, it is going to be squishy in the beginning, but you do get the vision from it. And now with the recent buff he's got, you can just keep throwing out bombs all you want. There's no more timer on them or anything like that. To those that don't know, we are restarting the draft. There was a slight bug in the tournament lobby. The emblem did not pop up, so we're going to restart the draft. It's going to be the same bands, same picks, etc., etc. So we'll be back to the game in just a second. And the Diggy's iffy, but it could really work here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for it. I'm through. Honestly, I'm through critiquing or even giving what I thought. Yeah, they honestly, like, every single time I'm just like, I just don't like this pick from DEUS Knights. They prove me wrong. They bring it together in such a good way, and we've been talking about this even with a player down and a sub in from Juju. They've just had such great such great cohesion with these compositions, making them work, knowing when to come in. I mean, and even those little things that we think that are mistakes, especially on the side of Juju rushing in, getting killed early, it starts proving on as we move on into the games that it starts having an effect on the jungler. I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't even know what to say about DEUS Knights, except that we're gonna see as we get into this match.
What I'm excited to see is what will Yato, who is playing Valentina, ideal ultimate on for the side of DEUS Knights. Kagura, you do ideally want to use a magic hero on the Valentina's ultimate, but it won't do this much damage as maybe an Eve or a Farsa, right? So I'm kind of curious to see if Yato will still use its ultimate on Kag or maybe other heroes. What do you guys think?
You know whose ultimate Yato's gonna steal?
Diggy?
The Diggy ultimate. I mean, it's literally the only one I feel like that's really, yes, you could use Easy Peasies for a quick getaway or something like that. And yes, you do have the umbrellas and everything that you could pull out. But I think that Diggy ultimate may just come in clutch. Yes, there's not a huge amount of CC, but it does nullify Fleur whenever he tries to use his ultimate, if you can have it. If Easy Peasy tries to make the advance, you can make for a quick getaway, giving your whole team a speed up and some shield. So I think... yes, the Diggy was a good pick. I mean, it was a decent pick, but you've also just given that over to the side of Area 77 also.
Another thing too, also for the getaway, Valentina, when she does steal a physical damage dealer's ult, when she uses that ult, her magic damage is converted into physical damage. So it does get converted. So I mean, there might still be some plays to be made if you grab Brody's ultimate, especially for those heroes trying to get away, because you can immediately use it. Here we go into the next game here.
Back to the real game.
And yeah, the real game. And it looks like we have all of our emblems and we are just ready to go. and see how this game is going to unwrap and unravel here.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Deuce Knights really need to maybe focus on Marcuti. You know, we saw in the league how important the gold lane was and how many teams focused hard on that, which we haven't really seen a lot of tonight. It's been more turtle focused. That's been the important objective. But I really think that if Deuce Knights wants to take this, they got to get some early game kills onto Marcuti and not let him scale up on that Beatrix like some people.
But yeah, definitely. Marcuti, especially in the last match, just what was it? I don't even remember what it was, but I remember when I kept track, it was 11. Oh, Juju actually might be in trouble. Goes down very quickly to the Valentina here. But I mean, isn't that the role? Right back up.
That has been the role of Juju this entire night.
Yeah, I mean, and now he's actually the Diggy, so a little bit of help. We do have an engage, got the red buff. Pokey with the invade. Putting pressure down. Did he steal that red? He was not. No, he's not able to. The red's still up. Easy peasy, able to secure it. But wait, Easy Peasy stole their red buff though while all this is going down. I was wondering, I was like, how does he already have the red buff around him?
Yeah, and interesting now too. So it is. Oh man, it's too early to say, but we are seeing a lot of aggression by Area 77 onto Deuce Knights here. They are trying to like push their advantage here, but we are seeing Xayah. Oh, might be in trouble here. Nope, not. It is the last two games has been a little better on this Uranus. Very starting to scale well. No understanding when he has his stacks and when he can go in and when he can't. So I mean, especially last game we saw that too. From when Uranus was getting like 0 and 4, he was actually just mid game still able to keep up with Esmeralda.
Right, so what Deuce Knights has shown this series is that they're very adaptable. Yes, I was struggling on your previous series, but he has been all that easily.
I mean, they definitely are growing quickly. Merciless, though, taking a bit of damage, forced to flicker out, decides not to come back in, does get the stun onto Xayah, but the flame shot from Diggy!
That was a beautiful flame shot!
Beautiful! That was gorgeous, for sure. Another pause coming in from the side of Deuce Knights. I mean, how do you pause after you're landing flame shots like that?
They just want that flame shot.
We gotta congratulate Diggy real fast.
They just wanted that flame shot to marinate so that people can let it absorb what you just saw right there. Just a beautiful flame shot.
That? We're gonna let y'all sit on that real quick. How you like that, Merciless? You know, so yes, they do get a nice pick onto that. We are ready to jump back in now, though. Easy Peasy's taking his time. I don't know if this is a strategy, the pause strategy. We've been seeing a lot of them from Deuce Knights. I don't know if it's a ping issue, a lag spike maybe, resetting the game real fast, but we are back in, guys.
Yeah, and we're going to start seeing now. We got the 90 seconds on this turtle. Still kind of waiting. Both teams very early in the game right now, and I'm wondering how these team fights are going to start changing, especially as as Merciless starts leveling up on this Alice and starts getting a little bit more damage, and then especially when they get that oh my god, the item, the frozen item. My brain is killing me right now. The winter truncheon. As soon as when you get that winter truncheon, you're able to just dive into the team and absorb all the health and put so much damage out of them with that Alice. It's going to be a problem. Maybe something that Juju will be able to help with that ultimate to try to get his team out of there.
Well, I mean, that was one thing I was kind of worried about the outfit. Like, yes. Oh, wait a second. A nice dive on Darwin. In comes the puncture with Pokey Gal. With that Luminous Blast, not going to land. Juju trying to come in and help out. But Darwin will go down, getting a little bit of a pullback onto Marcuti. But Pokey just focusing in on to this gold plating. But did he welcome and stay? Juju may just go down. A tower shot lands onto Gals, but it's not enough to take him out as Pokey's on fire. Phasing out the ultimate bomb fleur. A nice play. She sends the umbrella back, but not able to get a kill onto Pokey. This puts Pokey at 2-0 at 4 minutes.
Right, and right now we're seeing an extremely late rotation from the side of Deuce Knights. However, we do have a fight going on top late.
Doing some nice damage. Zayah almost went out. Merciless will go down. Easy Peasy able to get the kill. Gals decides he's not going to be able to get the finish with that first skill, so he's going to back off here.
Yeah, easy peasy. Oh god. And does take down Xayah. I was gonna say easy peasy with some great control, knowing how much damage he could take inside that tower.
Oh, but look at easy peasy re-engaging. Bogey takes a shot. Easy peasy gets the kill. Make it look easy. They are brawling it out right now.
Easy peasy is just amazing with the amount, with what he knows he can take. Diving under these towers, knowing that when he goes in, how much damage he can take, and then getting right back out with the Poquito. I mean, this Poquito is actually very, it's amazing how well he does on that.
Yeah, he does do well. I mean, not only that, like, he's just, the fact that, he's able to look the way it is. Another, I can't. Marcuti's on fire with those snipe shots right now. Steals the Lord last game, steals the Turtle this time. That is just, you just never expect it coming.
As soon as I saw that laser light up, I'm like, oh no, easy peasy. He's amazing on this. I'm surprised that we have not tried to take this away. Darwin almost gets sniped out. Jeez, I'm surprised that we have not taken away. If we go into a game 3, I would like to see this Beatrix taken away from Marcuti, because he is just amazing on it.
Yeah, right, and then you also see Area 77 trying to focus on the gold lane. Darwin had a menace in the gold lane, but like Marcuti is responding really well.
And then Gals with those flickers and that Lumen Blast. And you can count Yato under the tower though. Bogey also closes this punching in. It's the Roses able to get the kill onto Fleur and Juju. Now they're going to take this tower. Zai coming in to try to defend, but it is all 5 against you. Marcuti though rotating up to the top lane now. We've taken that bottom tower. It's time to put you up here, take away this tower, and keep on doing your job.
Yeah, Area 77 now is just having a very dominant time right now, just bursting down these heroes, even if they are tank. Oh, it looks like a snipe missed by Marcuti, but Xayah in trouble, does go down to Valentina. Easy peasy coming in here on the chase. Thorn Rose does come down onto him. Easy peasy able to escape. Yato stealing that ult from Diggy, able to help his team to disengage.
I mean, and Easy Peasy's trying right now. He's trying. You know, he is able to get in. He is also at 3-0 right now. He's playing an amazing game, going into 4 or 5 members, doing some damage, getting out in time. But it's just not enough right now to keep up. Like you said, if we go to game 3 here, they got to do something about Marquinhos on this Beatrix.
Right, and I feel like DEUS Knights has been kind of neglecting on focusing on the gold lane, which is why Beatrix is winning against that Brody.
Yeah, and they're shutting down Brody. Brody a late game hero already, and they're just prolonging it even more here. Xayah might actually be in trouble here while they're going for this turtle. Does get missed the snipe on there, and is able to actually get away. Flora goes in. Wow.
Finally taken out. Easy peasy now closing in, walking onto Marcuti, doing some damage. Will get the double. Are we going to make it a triple? Yato, all of the skills, able to dash away though. Pulled back in on that Diggy, and Diggy gets the kill this time. A nice counterplay coming from DEUS Knights. And again, the gold is even once again. They're going to be able to take this top lane tower. And looks like we made this go in the long haul again.
Yeah, I mean, amazing engagement there, and then the chase on to Yato to be able to take him down, and then Diggy able to lock down Yato when I actually thought that she was that Yato was home free here. Oh, Darwin actually might be in trouble here with Gal's Cutie, and Marshall is coming in with that, and then gets the stun on. I think Darwin actually might be in trouble here.
He's gonna get taken out there. He tried the outplay, you know, he tried the second skill flicker, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, and those are the types of mistakes we were talking about. You're not going to be able to go ahead and go out there alone. Poggy actually might be in trouble here.
Yeah, under the tower, nice phase. Oh, Easy Peasy still gets the kill, though. They're just going back and forth, hit for hit, shot for shot. You take one of ours, we take one of yours. All over the map right now. The battles are coming in hot.
We do have more of the map opened for the side of Area 77. It is 3 towers to 1 on the side of DEUS Knights. So, I mean, they're going to need to start getting objectives here. Just these little one-offs are not going to be enough unless you can start winning these team fights and transition those into objectives here. We do have the Lord coming up here in 20 seconds as well. So I'm wondering if DEUS Knights is going to be able to answer this, or if they're just going to let it go to macro up on these towers.
I do think that even though DEUS Knights have less towers up compared to Area 77, I do think that they still have a good control of the map. It's not too far they're not too far behind. They could still make a recovery and still match up in the towers. Hold.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely. I mean, DEUS Knights have the gold lead right now. They're actually ahead. They have taken some advantage. They're still behind on towers. They still need to push elsewhere. And right now with Lord up, they're not really able to do that. They have to focus on this. They don't want to give this Lord over to the side of Area 77. They are, I mean, Zaya actually taking the engage on it. They know, at this point, they know that Marcuti's up in the top lane. This might be the opportunity to try to make a play here.
Yeah, we do have a 3v5 here on the Lord. I'm not sure if DEUS Knights realize it, because they do have the advantage here on the Lord. Looks like they are locking onto the Lord, putting some damage onto it, and it looks like Area 7 is going to come here and try to contest it.
You get it, and they keep on pushing forward. Gals caught off, easy peasy, pushing forward, a nice pullback, but Yato steals the ultimate, helps them get away in just the nick of time. But while this is happening, Marcuti takes another tower in the top lane. And my guess is they shred this Lord possibly, you know, before it does too much damage to them.
I'm actually just amazed at the map awareness of the side of DEUS Knights, because you had 2 players from the side of Area 77. It didn't look like you could see them on the map. They went ahead and teleported home, and the moment that they teleported home, that's when DEUS Knights went ahead and started engaging on that Lord. They had the advantage and were able to take it very quickly and then try to engage on the Area 77. It's just amazing.
They are pushing in now, locking into that second base. Pogi, I mean, easy doing some nice damage onto Pogi, closing in onto that tower. They've taken that. Will they keep pushing forward? Gals does have a Luminous Blast ready to go right now. They're going to clear that wave. And at this point, DEUS Knights decide, they opt to move back. And now they might just be moving on to the next tower. So now we're seeing DEUS Knights play nice and objective base as we cross through this mid game.
Right, so like most people would say that First Lord doesn't do much since it is not charged. However, DEUS Knights did land 2 extra towers, and now they're even in towers right now. It could be in like anyone's hands right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, DEUS Knights is showing off right now. They're in my eyes, they've taken control of the game. They've taken gold lead, taking map control. Easy peasy, caught a little bit off. Will he get the pick onto Marcuti? The snipe shot just misses. It was aimed right, but the distance just wasn't there.
Yeah, easy peasy was camping that bush, looking to set up a fire, and then had Lance come in and still able to get away. Juju has to use that ult to go ahead and try to disengage off the Pogi, but definitely not enough that he's going to be killed right there.
Oh man, Yato flashes in, and Pogi just makes that skill so easily. He knows always when to time it well. The torn apart memories goes off, nothing hits him because he phases out just in time. And now Area 77, knowing they've taken 2, they're going to push back. It's their turn. They've got 3 minions coming in. Merciless right into the back lane to keep her away. A beautiful Luminous Blast coming from Gals. They've taken the inhibitor, and they're going to fall back. We've taken what we want. We're going to keep it patient, and we're going to move in. But easy peasy goes a little too deep, and Yato's there to help, but easy peasy goes down. You should have let Area 77 leave. Instead, you try to push it, and you pay the price.
Wow, like just a minute ago, we saw DEUS Knights having like a good control of the map, but that just turned around because you do see INSOMNIACS, not INSOMNIACS, Area 77, you're setting up for Lord soon.
Yeah, Lord is up now. It doesn't really look like there's going to be much that DEUS Knights can do to answer this, and it's all going to be down to can they defend. They are going into it. Pogi does come on here, but you don't have easy peasy, so I'm not going to be able. I'm not sure what you're going to be able to do to contest this.
Yeah, I don't think Zai is coming to play. A nice flame shot, but it does not land this time. Juju Merciless now pushing forward. A nice stun. Juju's forced to use that time try to get away, but it's just not enough. Zay's taken out. A nice winter Tarntion from Merciless. The bomb connects, and a beautiful torn apart Memories taking out Merciless there, forcing Area 77 to back off, but they just need to clear these waves, wait for this Lord, try to take a few more inhibitors, and possibly end the game here.
Yeah, this is game time for DEUS Knights. This Lord push right here is going to be barreling down mid lane. Nothing stopping it right now. Nothing standing in its way, and it does look like Area 77 does activate that. Oh my god.
Beautiful play from Pogi, coming in with the conceal. Lord locked onto his face. Keeping going, are able to melt it down, but another inhibitor is taken along with Fleur, and Area 77 continues to scale upwards. This is tough for DEUS Knights right now.
Yeah, we need to stop getting caught out. We need to stop getting separated. They've been winning the team fights. They just, I feel like they've been too separated right now. When they get caught out, we have easy peasy, especially when easy peasy is down. These team fights are a no-go, especially going up there for that Lord without the retribution of easy peasy. There really wasn't a solution or an end game that was going to happen there that was going to benefit the DEUS Knights. And then they paid for it because they took 2 more deaths.
It's a tough spot for DEUS Knights right now. Pogi just on fire, 6-3-5, and normally, you know, the Lance starts to fall off a little bit in the end game, but Pogi's so good at finding those moments, keeping that Lance steamrolling. Even with the 3 deaths, he's still making statements at 16 minutes in. And then the Alice pick also just coming in clutch. Even if she doesn't get the stun, she forces that ultimate away from Diggy so that Gala can come in with the Luminous Blast after.
A little bit of a dance-off happening at the blue buff here. And honestly, I don't see that we have an answer for Valentina either. The only person with anti-heal right now is Xayah. And I mean, there's just a ton of damage and regen happening on the side of on Yato here. I'm just not sure we... Uranus does have it. Xayah has it. And so does Diggy now. So, I mean... I just don't know
Xayah's
what
name like 3 times.
So what I've noticed is that like DEUS Knights does a really good job in team fights, but Area 77 does it better. They have a lot more competition. DEUS Knights does, and the problem with DEUS Knights right now is that they constantly get picked off, although they do well in team fights. It's just they need to hold it together because they should know better to separate their team right now, especially with Lord coming up in 4 seconds.
Yeah,
we might be a little bit.
Pogi is caught up over here. Easy peasy, trying to close the distance. Pogi putting them on a wild goose chase right now. Punctures back through, heads the other way, does some nice poke damage onto Jujube, and they're just not able to lock him down. Yato's doing the push. Gal's coming in, some nice burst damage. Merciless into the back line with a stun. Jujube's force use the ultimate, will get picked off. The Luminous Blast comes next, but it does not connect. But Merciless still chasing down. Mark Cutie takes out Easy Peasy. Will he get away? No, he's taken out 2 down. Make that 3. Possibly make it 3. A double kill going to Mark Cutie with another beautiful snipe shot. Zay now all alone, win in the top line. This will be it. Game 2 and the series going to Area 77.
What an incredible night. Area 77, a very dominating performance here. I mean, DEUS Knights coming up, especially with how their last series went. Unfortunately, just not enough. Like we said, those mistakes that you make, those little holes and those little weaknesses that they were able to make and still come up on top in the last series, definitely not something that Area 77 lets go. Every single mistake, they paid for it. Every single time they got picked off one of their heroes, the rest of the team fights, that's exactly when Area 77 would pounce on these team fights and not give them any breathing room.
Right, and Area 77 does do a good job in having their entire team held together. Unfortunately, DEUS Knights were overextended at top lane. They were trying to chase after that Lancelot. However, that backfired on them. They didn't even, Area 77 didn't even need to secure that win with a Lord. They just ended it right at tower.
Yeah, I mean, once again, Area 77 shows, I mean, with first game, we see the patience win out. We see them kind of lose in the beginning. Second game, we see them be dominant throughout the whole game. And it's just that, you mentioned it, the cohesiveness of them, the ability to constantly do something different, try something different, always kind of make it work. And I mentioned it in the very beginning of tonight. You know, those are the difference between some of the good teams and some of the great teams over here. You know, always finding your win condition and playing to it correctly. And then when you are losing, holding out, waiting for that one moment that just makes the huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, a great job to both teams, especially, like I said, DEUS Knights has come a very long way. But, like, I mean, honestly, this loss is not going to do anything to them. They're going to lick their wounds, and they're going to come back stronger than ever, as we've been seeing in the past months from them. And I'm actually very eager to see what they bring in the future. But right now, Area 77 is in the finals or semifinals right now.
They are going to the grand finals. Area 77 now in the grand finals once again. The question is can they take it? You know, BTK is not here this time. This is your opportunity. You know, last NACT in Christmas, they got knocked out from TSU during the top 8. I think it was their first game of the top 8. They get knocked out from TSU, but this time they're ready. They're looking good, so they are going to the finals. Tomorrow we'll be doing the second part of this bracket, and then Sunday we will see Area 77 goes against who wins down there. So it's definitely going to be an exciting weekend. This is just the start, and like you said, even though DEUS Knights lost, they look good. They look strong. And not only that, but, you know, we kept mentioning it, they didn't even have their full 5-man lineup, and they were able to give some of these teams a run for their money. So hopefully they can figure out some of their internal issues in future events. They can figure out what they need to do to make sure they have everyone there, or at least if something like this happens, you know, widen up some of the hero pools of some of their sub players and things of that nature.
It was still a phenomenal job seeing the progression in DEUS Knights gameplays. We did mention, like, it was a memorable play where it was Juju that kept on feeding early game, also Zai too, but like as the games went and progressed over this night, there had been less of that feeding, more of this team packed, and it was definitely a different gameplay than what we were seeing earlier today.
Honestly, and honestly, when we get into Area 77, Mark Cutie, just a highlight reel on this Beatrix. I mean, when we're coming into these grand finals and stuff like that, whoever has the unfortunate spots on the opposite side of them is going to have an answer for that. Mark Cutie, just phenomenal. These snipes, especially these long max distance snipes that people he was taking out. Not just people it's not just people who aren't safe. It's the objectives. Those lords and those turtles are not safe either. Just when you think you have it down, there's that little laser coming down, and Mark Cutie takes it away, snatches it away just like that.
Yeah, amazing games played by every team tonight, honestly. Everybody did a wonderful job, and I'm excited for tomorrow. We are closing to an end, though. But before we close to an end, we do have one more giveaway to do for those that have stuck around. So make sure you get your pens ready. Make sure you have your phone ready to type in this code that we are about to show. This is for another package. So there is a link in the description. There is a link in the description of YouTube and Facebook. If you're watching on TikTok, you're going to need to move over to one of those sites to be able to watch it. That code right there, Never Give Up NA. Make sure you type that in, and you can win yourself a random hero skin card along with 100 diamonds. So if you got the first one, you're sitting at 200 diamonds. That's an emote right there. That's something right there. So yeah, make sure you take the time to do that. Thank you, everyone, for watching tonight. It's definitely been a very fun night. Private, Exia, we went through some mic issues tonight. We had some problems here and there, but we all stood tall, and I really appreciate you guys for being here tonight.
Of course, it's such an amazing experience too, seeing these matches and these games from such incredible teams here, and it was an absolute blast and honor to be casting for it.
Same here, and I just want to mention that I don't think the NA server gets the recognition it deserves. We have seen a lot of teams showing off their competitive plays. And like seeing some of these games, some of these series going to like best of 3, it kind of shows the potential that we have in our server. I know that we don't get the recognition or the interest in, I guess, some of these NA events. However, just seeing these teams play tonight, I feel like that should be changing some people's minds.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's lots of love for NA. There's also, lots of hate here and there. But that is I mean, you jump into any tournament stream, there's always going to be people saying this and that. It's the way it is. But these teams keep on playing. They keep on competing. And if we keep these events going, we're only going to get better. We're only going to grow. These teams are only going to keep on striving for more and more. So I'm so happy that we have gotten to do this event this time, and we just had the last one in December. We have the league going every once in a while. We have more and more to come this year, and I think it's going to be a good year for Mobile Legends in North America. But we're not going to keep you guys here too long. Make sure you tune in tomorrow at the same time, 6:30 p.m. We're going to have Team Sexy going. We're going to have The Simpsons, several other teams. So if you want to tune in, make sure you check us out. We are live on YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok, which in my mind is crazy. But yeah, we're also live on TikTok. So wherever's comfortable for you to watch us, feel free to check it out. And we'll see you next time, guys, in the draft.